Whoa. Hey. Hi. Okay, look, I see you bringing up the quote-unquote gaming mouse pad and that it's very big, and I'm here to impart knowledge upon you. It's not for people who have big hands or anything, or, you know, just, or like a big mouse. The mouse. Well, also, I know a lot of people who genuinely have big hands. And, like, they're like, I can't use Joy-Cons because my hands cramp up because my hands are too big. Joy-Cons are too little. But also, like, for, like, big mouse pads and things, like, it's so you can, especially for, like, shooters, it's for, you can move in, like, you want to move from, like, the elbow or the shoulder. One, it helps hurt your wrist less. Two, having, like, a higher, like a higher DPI basically for your mouse, while it feels slower, you are way more accurate. Like, you have a wider spread instead of trying to move a little thing really fast. But it's something that I was learning when, once upon a time, I was trying to just, not like I was like, I'm gonna get so good at Overwatch, I was just like, I want to learn how to suck less. And so I was like watching videos that were just like, okay, like try this, do these little practices and stuff, because it is a lot of just muscle memory. And it's like, don't, like, people have this idea that you have to have this really high, like, fucking, like, snap, like, tweaked reaction time and stuff, where it's just like, honestly, that's really not it at all. Shortcuts. I have a Razer keyboard with so many shortcuts I do not have bound to fucking anything. Mostly because, like, I did have them once upon a time, especially when I played more League of Legends. So, like, they did something then, but, like, I haven't had them set for other things. Like, I had a button on my mouse that I had set for, like, putting down wards. Like, that was really specifically, like, what I had that just, like, on my thumb. I could press that and I could just pop a ward down. Good to go. But that's usually what that stuff is for, is just, like, it's just gaming ease. You know what I mean? Map keys or shortcuts. Yeah, that's what it is. Basically, you can, to map something, you know, is to put, like, a use on a button. You're making a shortcut. You're putting, like, something on this button to do this really specific task. You know what I mean? And you can have a shortcut button dump an entire load of text. That's how people will be in-game of whatever. Like, you know, I'm playing fucking TF2 and people have, like, these text dumps they drop in because they have it bound to a key. So, you know, they can just press it once and then it just puts the whole fucking spiel in and then, you know, let it fly or whatever. Stuff like that. So, that's what it is. But these things have actually, they've been around for quite a while. So it's not a matter of age. Sometimes you're just not in those spheres. That's all it really is. Anyway, hey, how's it going? I don't have the game up. Don't look at all of my things. Here we go. It'll take a moment, but hi. Hey, it's been a minute. I've been playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth a whole bunch. And I still haven't beaten it. Just by the way, hasn't happened. Where's my game? There it is. Which isn't to say, has it been cool? Oh, it's been great. I've been having a great time. If you aren't over 40 and calling yourself old, I'm allowed to put you in a timeout. Yeah. And even then, 40's like, now you're hitting middle-aged. You know what I mean? I'm still not through it either, but that's because Barry didn't beat it. There is so much packed into this fucking game. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is like one of the longest games I've ever played in my life. And like, that isn't to say that you can't just blast through the story really quick. and get to where you need to go and beat the game. But if you're just actually consuming what this game has to offer, which isn't even to do absolutely everything it hands you, but just doing quests as they pop up, you know, or little mini games here and there that show up, which there are like 400 million of them, which is not a bad thing. I am constantly amazed with how many mini games exist in this fucking game. But it really is just, there's so much going on. And like you get like, you're just doing like a side quest, and then you get like vital story information about characters. You know what I mean? It's like, it's there's so much. So that is to say that we're very far in, but we have yet to beat it. So there are 14 chapters. We're on chapter 12, and this game is like really loud in my headphones, and it's making me feel like I'm talking extra loud. I can't tell. Hold on. And okay, that's a little better. I can hear myself a little more because I got my little microphones making little noises in my ears. Anyway, what was I saying? Right, we're on chapter 12 out of like 14, and I know that we're going to be hitting a launch off point of like no return soon enough. So like I'm so excited to see story stuff, and then they're like, guess what? Now you can access the entire world. You've got the whole cast now. You can go explore the fucking ocean. And I'm like, I'm finally at that point where like I just want to move forward. And now you have given me all of this shit to do. So I've been kind of doing stuff here and there, but like the fatigue was starting to kick in. Not the game's fault. Let me be clear. It's not the game's fault whatsoever. But it's, we'd been playing it for like several days in a row, and we were finally like, let's do it. Moving forward. And then they were like, but everything else, here you go. Like, I'm just trying to leave the restaurant, and they shoved like a whole buffet in front of me, and I'm so full. I'm so full. I want to finish this out. But that's not to say it's like I said, it's not the game's fault. It's just a lot of playing it all at once. So it's kind of nice to take a little break for just a fucking moment. Completionist nightmare. Yeah, kind of, except for like the actual like completionist part of it, I feel like isn't too difficult. There are just many large maps with little objectives. I've completed several of them. I don't want to run around in Gungaga. I made a tweet about it last night, but running around in Gungaga sucks ass, okay? I had said it sucks ass and balls, and then I thought that was really funny, and I kept kind of like laughing inwardly to myself about it. I don't know why, it just kind of struck me. But it's not great. The music, beautiful, gorgeous. The lush jungles, fantastic. Trying to figure out how to get up a cliff for like 20 minutes isn't fun, okay? That part's not, I don't like that part. I don't like having to figure out, okay, to get up onto this thing, I have to jump off a mushroom up there, but I don't know how to get to that mushroom, and there's no clear way to get there, and so I guess I'll go over here and jump off of this one, and then I hope it takes me, okay, it took me over here, so I think this one will take me to the cliff I was looking at with that one, and then I get up there, and finally, after, you know, and then I jump off that mushroom, and it just takes me down to the ground. It just doesn't actually take me anywhere to where I thought it was going to go. And then it turns out the mushroom I had to go on was this one other mushroom that was like way over there. And, well, that's a puzzle. You would think, it's the whole area is like this. And it's just so like throwing myself at a wall, which is a cliff. It's a cliffside. It's always a cliff. Every step of the way. Like, I'm not against puzzles. I'm just saying, like, there's a point where, like, how much it impedes exploration just starts to get a little exhausting after a bit. And I want to go to anywhere else. So, you know, I've been doing it in bits and pieces when I have to, but unfortunate. I've been seeing the same sentiment tossed around by other people that they're like, I hate exploring Gongaga. This shit sucks. So, that's where that's at. But otherwise, it's been such a fun time. All of the character stuff is great. All of the writing is really fun. You know, I had my gold saucer date. It was with Barrett, which I was not against. So, the whole area is a puzzle. Yeah, really. Yay. But anyway, no, seven's been really good, and I'm excited to see more of it. Like, gone gaga. But boy howdy. Also, here's my fun. I got my stick. Oh shit. It's see-through. Same with Gino, I guess, except for part. Hold on. Now, hold up a dang second. Let me turn this off. Okay. So I got a sticker. My stickers came in. Look at how cute it came out. Look at this. It's sparkly and shiny, just like in game. I'm very happy with how it came out. I also have this Gino, if it'll focus. There we go. Here he is. He came in a little smaller than I expected, but like he's still totally like a fine size, you know? He's good. It's very durable. Wonderful sticker. Let me turn this back on real quick. We're playing small catch up because I haven't streamed in like over a week. But give me one moment. Anyway, I got those in literally like yesterday. Let me at least make these active for fun. And then I have these basically up in my shop, ready to go if anybody is interested. I haven't posted about it yet. And I was going to put more of like a description for fun in the description. But I don't have that at the moment. But I do have them here. Ta-da! Well, I'm just putting in my shop general, but they're like the first things right there. If you so desire, they're waterproof. They're like UV proof, yeah, as in they don't get faded by the sun very easily. Nice and durable. They're good like water bottle stickers, you know what I mean? Like these things can kind of take a beating and they won't get all sogged up from water. But I have these and they are on there. As well as my little heart stickers that I got from the same place, so it's similarly durable and waterproof. Oh, I need to update the pins listing. Anyway, hi everybody. Welcome back. It's been a bit. I'm gonna play Kingdom Hearts and hope desperately that I do not get like Final Fantasy VII button mapping all fucked up and wiggy on my Kingdom Hearts button mapping, because I sure was doing that when I was trying to
I'm seriously craving ice cream.
Yeah.
I have to like, I gotta remember.
Hope we find some ingredients around here.
Oh man. Ooh, I almost hit square. Alright, we're gonna have to take a moment to remember how I'm doing things and stuff. Feel a bit responsible for pushing Mario at the beginning. Well, I mean, I've always wanted to play. Let's say it was more encouragement, you know what I mean? Knowing somebody wanted to see me play, I was like, hell yeah, let's fucking go. Hold on. Where's some little dudes I can hit? Shit, I hit square. Oh fuck, okay. We gotta work it out. And I keep hitting circle, thinking I'm gonna like... that I'm gonna dodge roll when that's square. I'm playing KH3 on Crit for Oblivion and I'm stuck on those damn Arendelle dragons. Use Simba. Use Simba, your best friend Simba. I'm so glad that the shortcuts are the fucking same. Action RPGs, you know? I will say that I do like how the fucking like enemy lock-on like works more in Kingdom Hearts, I guess. Like you sure do lock on and then you can't. Oop. Nope, nope, wrong. Give me a moment. Just give me time. Hee hee. Oh, the whimsy. Okay. Oh my god, guess who's sitting at their desk today? How are you feeling? Yeah, I was been my BFF so far. Do use Simba. Really good AoE. Also, they're ice and like weak to it, so. Okay, I have to remember what it is I was doing, because I know I have some materials I need to get so I can finish, like, buffing everything out. And then, I guess gummy ship stuff. Which, you know, kind of comes hand in hand with getting the materials that I need. Go up, bud. I will say there is one thing about 7 that's so, like, it's not a bad thing. You just kind of gotta get used to it. But for a game that's very, like, you're exploring an open world, there are so many times where you're like, God, I wish I could just jump off of this cliff so bad. And you cannot. Scars are slightly infected. Oh. Ugh, that sucks. I'm so sorry. FF7 having no jump actually makes it a worse game. I think it would be better if it had a jump. I agree with you. Is the thing. Because I don't even think it wouldn't even change that much. I just, sometimes, there's just a little thing. Like, I get it that, like, I can do a whole little action, like, running up stuff, but it gets so wiggy sometimes. Right, I need wellspring crystals. Oh my god. Okay. Like, it's wellspring crystals. Oh. Adamantite, Electrum. That's kind of where I'm left here. I haven't played 7 yet, but no jump is sad to hear. Like it does have action button. It does have, like, you can either, I think they call it a terrain action. No, well, because I left off where I was like, maybe I'll just do this shit off stream just because it's, like, grinding and it's kind of boring. But then I was playing 7, so I didn't do any of that. Hate when characters can't jump or auto climb or whatever, they get stuck in the crack of the sidewalk. Well, okay, so you can, like, auto climb, kind of. Like I said, there's a terrain action, but, like, even so, it can feel kind of goofy or limiting on some stuff where you're like, I should be able to just go up this, right? And, like, you cannot. Or I'm, like, trying to jump down off of a cliff just to get down from where I am, and I run up, and Cloud's like, and he won't go, and I'm like, ugh. It's not, like, the worst. It's just that, like, I have played better roaming around games. You know what I mean? Like, there are so many times where I'm like, boy, I sure am on a giant bird that could at least float. I wish I could just kind of jump off of here. Like, there is a whole area. Like, there's a whole area in which the Chocobo's entire thing of that area is that it can glide. Which they, like, all kind of can to some degree in like racing. It doesn't matter who you pick, you can glide around, right? But like this region's thing is that you can ride the gliding Chocobo, but only if you jump off of specific gliding Chocobo spots. Like, you can't just be on a cliff and be like, I would like to get down now, and then jump and glide away. No, you cannot do that. It is not allowed. Like, if you hit a wind draft, it'll kick them up, and then they can float around a little bit, you know? But, like, that's on the ground down there, and I am up on a cliff that I would like to get off of now, and I can't just do the sensible thing of riding my giant bird and go off. And I can't do it. And so there are parts like that feel a little unfortunate. There is a bird in one place that, like, kind of is just like, I can do it all, baby. I can shoot a stream of gas just right out of me. Like, it's just, you just are propelled straight into the air. And that part's kind of fun because it's the closest to flight that you get. Piss jets. Yeah, piss jets is basically, yeah, that's basically what it is. Like, it's air when you're on land, but if you're over water, you get to go, like, really high, and it's like this jet of water shooting out, and it's strange. It's a little strange. And you just fly on the piss jet, and that's, like, the closest you get to, like, freedom in exploring, because you can lift off of the ground wherever you are. So if I'm on a cliff and I want to get down, I can just, you know, go and get down. But the one that's, like, I glide and I flap and fly, sort of, like, you can't really, but you can, like, dive and go back up and you know, in the air, and you just can't do that off a cliff. You can only do it if you jump off of designated Chocobo jumping point, and that part feels kind of stupid, I'm not gonna lie. But otherwise, it's like, that's, like, it's such a small complaint on, like, the whole, where otherwise the game is really good. But some of that stuff, especially at, like, long stretches, it gets a little tiring, just a little bit. But, like, I'm also playing it in long stretches, you know? Like, the games are not always designed here to be played in, like, 12-hour sittings every single day, you know? So, like, that's not always the most reasonable judgment to pass. That this specific thing gets really tiring to deal with after a little while. That's not to say that it's not kind of stupid that the flying Chocobo can't just jump off the cliff and glide down, but making me think of the limitations moving FF10, like Chocobos, tedious's little jog everywhere. Yeah. But it's like, at least with like in 10, you're just kind of going, right? You're going down functionally a hallway, which sounds negative. I do not mean it to be. It's just like, we're on a trail outside. We're following the trail, right? wee, and this is faster. Where this is like, woohoo, let's explore, but only in the exact way I tell you to. And you're like, okay, sure. Yeah, the explore, it's the different context, right? It's the we're on the free roaming big explore world part, and it's like, for the most part, it's fine, it's fun, and I have a chocobo and I run real fast and I'm having a good time. But, you know, then I'm like suddenly presented with something that, like, logically, I guess I would be like, I would expect I could just jump off of this little cliff, and then, like, I cannot. So that's, I guess, my one complaint in that regard. Boy howdy. And that's part of why Gogaga is so fucking annoying to explore, because there are so many, like, not only is it indirect with how you can get up to places, and, like, not fun to try and explore to find your way to get up one fucking cliff for, like, 20 minutes. It's also, like, boy, this would be totally fine if I just had a little bit of a means to just kind of jump, hop, skip, do whatever. That wasn't just, you can only do that at the designated points. You can only get up this cliff if you find the right mushroom that your chocobo can jump off of. And that's it! And I'm like, where's the mushroom? Is it the one right next to it? No? Oh my god. And then I have to go and do this whole runaround to find which one does it. And I'm just trying to get there. I'm just trying to get to this tower right there. And I can't do it. And I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. I don't have to do this. And then I leave. Oh. Anyway, whatever. Otherwise, fucking Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is very good. It's a great time. Having a good time. I just have been playing too much of it at once. So we had to take a break yesterday. Who knows, maybe I'll take a break today, but I'm streaming, right? I'm streaming, that's a break in and of itself, I guess, for playing it. I need adamantite. And I need wellspring crystals. And I gotta go fight pirates to get my wellspring crystals. I don't want to. Thanks for not streaming for a week. I finally got a job today. Yeah, no problem. I'm happy I can help. And congratulations on getting your job. That's great. Happy for you. I was like, it's so funny though, because I was afraid specifically of like being like, I'm gonna come right back into KH3, but I'm on crit. And like, sure, I'm all kind of, you know, I'm all fucking pumped up, I'm all strong, I'm all good to go, right? But I'm like, I am gonna struggle. I have been playing 90 hours of another game that's slightly different. And I'm gonna get real confused. Because when I started playing 7, I was doing KH3 shit, and I was like, I have to remember the buttons. Every time I press X and I open my menu and it's not attack, killing me. So many buttons. Dude, FF7 has a different button mapping for, like, every menu you have ever been in. Like, it's wild how much I go into one menu and how often in other menus pressing triangle is to, like, go and edit a thing. And then I go to the party menu to edit my party and put somebody else in, and it's not triangle. God, no, it's not triangle. What are you, stupid? That's to set your leader. No, edit this time is square. And okay, I guess so, huh? And so that's, I guess if I had to have any other criticism, was that I wish that was a little more consistent across the board. That's about it. Because it gets really fucking annoying to go between menus, and some of the menus are kind of really slow too. Like, they have an item crafting menu, and for some reason...
Grips, here, located, found.
for some reason, it's at the top of your menu when you open up, like, your overall menu. And I'm really not sure why, because I'm trying to go to my equipment, and I'm, like, I need to go swap out a weapon, and then I open it up, and then I open item transmorgification, or whatever the fuck it's called, and not my equipment. I don't know why. Like, why is that one at the top and not, like, my equipment? I don't know. And then I have to go to my equipment, and then I have to press another button to kind of slowly switch over to my materia menu to edit that. And I don't get to, unless I'm dumb and I haven't seen it, like, you don't get to readily swap materia between, like, party members as easily as you did in Remake. But they did organize the materia by color this time. So that's, like, helpful. But, like, I feel like we could have both things. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like you didn't have to get rid of the other convenience to put in this one, I feel like, but it's so many, like, little things. If I have to formulate complaints about the game, it's like little stuff like that, like, things I run into after playing a, like, 90 to 100 hour game for 90 to 100 hours. And I'm like, all right, I'm getting a little sick of this shit. And that's it. Otherwise, everything else is a grand old time. Exactly. Quality of life stuff that, like, I feel like, you know, that stuff could be changed even, like, moving forward. You know what I mean? Like, that's something that they could hear that and they go, I hear you. And then they change it. Like, you know, that this he's fresh into the world. Anything could change. Also, here's a fun fact. I don't know if you can fucking see it. Which side was it? Maybe I can't see it. I was seeing it earlier. I gave myself, like, rope burn from flossing. I need you to know this. I was, like, getting in the back while flossing, and, like, I made a little line from, like, the floss on my fucking face. And it didn't hurt too bad, but I did feel it a little bit, and I was like, oh, and then later I noticed that there was this perfect little, like, like, right there. So, there you go. Happens to the best of us, you know? Okay, time to remember how to, again, that's what you get for flossing. Nerd. Well, I have good Hi, baby cat. Oh my god, he's just sitting on the ground. Being a little loaf. Baked to perfection. What if I just did? Fuck, I forget. No, stop. Just remain still. There we go. Yeah. Okay. I'm trying to, like, remember. I keep using circle to try and get away. Okay. Goof, can you hang on to that for just a moment? Ouchie. No. Alright. I was like, how do I guard? It's not R1, by the way. Come here. Drop a wellspring crystal for me, or I'm going to be very sad. Alright. Well, that's a whole lot of nothing. Soothing stone. I mean, I'm not gonna get anything from these guys, but... No. God. Okay, I'll remember how to fucking block one of these days.
Here we go.
Why not? And I need it. I need the block. Block is your best friend. Give me something. Give me something. Please. Please. I don't think I got shit. I don't think I got any Wellspring crystals. This shit sucks. I could do the Big Hero 6 one. But, like... I got you guys! You're so right! Oh my god! My friends! Ugh. Like, I want to know what the easiest way to do this would be. Because I don't mind grinding it out a little bit. But if I get 2 fucking chances at getting fucking anything, and I don't get them, it also help make drops happen more often. I mean, sort of, I can... Where do I have it? I don't have it on. If I have the... what is it? I can't get rid of that one. If I have Favorite Deputy on, I have Lucky Strike, which, like, helps. But also... Here, alright, hold on. I'll put it on. And that should help. But even then, no, hold on. There we go. Now let's go. But even then, it's not, like, great. You know, it's not my favorite. I put this upon myself, and I could start reminded any time. But, like, I need something to do, so we're doing this. Easiest way to clear a room, you know? Okay.
It's over.
Wow. So easy.
Take this.
Sad.
Back at you. Got him. Take this.
Come on.
Okay.
Whee! Whee! Jump, and then... Well, whatever. Wellspring Stone. Wellspring Shard. Seems like a whole lot of nothing. Again. Oh, man. What's up with this guy? What's fucking... Can we even see him? Fuck, he's like perfectly covered up. He's like right here. You can see like his head. Hold on. Here. Here, this is what he's doing right now. Oh my god, and now your paws are up? Oh, brother. Here he is. Paws up. This is what he's doing right now. For reals this time. He's still doing it. Isn't that fantastic? Look at that, huh? I don't know what he's looking at, but... Boom. Hi, Angel. You having fun? Oh, ooh. Rolling around. Woo! That's some good stuff. Okay, I'm getting the heck out of here. What is faster? I think it's faster, genuinely, to just jump to it than to go all the way around. I have to say, I am remembering not to press circle to get out of the menu and blast my ship off into oblivion, and instead to look at the menu and press L1 to get out. Okay, let's see here. I'm gonna go to San Fran. And try to remember... Nighttime, south, we need north. And then it's like the most upper corner in the map, and then like along a road. And there are just like a few different fights that you can do that like can drop them. So like it should hopefully. Why does it keep giving me driver updates only when I'm on stream? Just by the way, it's only when I've been on stream. The last like 3 times it keeps telling me that there's a driver update. My NVIDIA driver update is ready. This is good practice. Yeah, it is good practice to get me back into it, just so I can ruin myself by going back to FF7. Both in there and for here. Like, there's really no win in this one. No, I tried to open my map. Okay. Yeah. Right, okay, the uppermost corner of the map. Up here. And then I follow the street down. Okay. And I think it's just this way, generally. Hello? Hello? There we go. What if I did this? Die. Die. How annoying would it be if you were like in the kitchen and a bunch of mice in spinning teacups were like hitting your ankles and doing real damage? And like you can't hit them because they're so fucking fast and they're in spinning teacups. Like imagine how this guy feels right now.
Back off.
No, no, no. Woo! I remembered at the wrong fucking time. Or the right time. Shit. I went to guard again. No. No, no, no. Oh my fucking god. Stop it. Stop what you're doing.
Take this.
I've been trained. I've been trained.
There.
Hammer. Oh my god. Don't do that. Do this. Wellspring Gem. Oh my god, he's so cute. I wish I could fast travel though. I guess that's one thing. Wellspring Shard. Shard. We got a Wellspring Crystal. I guess I could have tried to figure out what am I closest to. I wish I could look at the map bigger. Why can't I? I got one! Yeah! Okay. Oh boy. Similarly, in Final Fantasy VII, I hit a quest that was like, hey, you want to go fight these specific beasts to make some special little bait? And, not really. And it was, like, after I had done so much. How do I reset this? How do I reset the enemy spawn? Should I, like, Hero's Garage and then back here? Or do I, somebody help me. Somebody help. Bring back DDD maps. You're right. You're right. Yeah, I guess I'll just go somewhere else. Or I could just go to the... Because it's nighttime, right? So it probably has to load less because I'm in the area. I feel like it's going to do this either way. It doesn't really matter, right? Thank nominee.
Oh boy, let's go!
Yeah, alright. I think there's like a big guy I can fight here that can give me something. A little something, right? He might have some little goobers with him. What if I did this? My favorite. Whee! Okay, I don't think I can get Wellspring Crystals here, but I can do this, and it is fun. Whee!
Ready?
Oh my god! Whoa! It's getting warm here, by the way, and like the way I have been like turbo set into like summer mode, which sucks because it's not supposed to be this warm yet. And you know, global warming is awful and terrible, and I hate to be reminded of it. But like it got warm, and then I was like, oh my god, oh my, ooh, you know, it's just like suddenly you just get, I don't know, season happen, excited for things in that season, all at once, like really fast. Take me back. And it's I don't know. I want to draw Mermaid Sora. And all that stuff. Right, it's all gone. Okay, of course. Yeah, it's there, then it's gone, even though it was enough to like destroy a fucking the little gazebo hut thing. It's just how it goes. Haha.
Back off.
Meow. Gem. Shard. Shard. Hey! We got another crystal. Alright.
Take this! Back off!
Oh, okay, well.
Back at you! Come on!
Free damage. Yeah, this does seem to be faster because I have more chances and less gets in the way of me getting those more chances. Even if loading areas is kind of annoying, but that's just grinding. You know, let's
Back off!
die. Okay. Random days of 70 degrees throughout the week, and then it just snows a few days later. It's been driving me crazy. See, it was like 70. I got another one. It was like 75 degrees for us, and like a little higher. Like it was like actively warm in a way that I was like, this is making me really uncomfortable. Have I done all the fruity heartless stuff yet? I've done all the flans and everything. I have the ultimate keyblade. Genuinely, the only thing I'm doing now is not buffing, upgrading all of the keyblades. That's what I'm doing right now. And I guess kind of with that comes with doing gummy ship stuff. So that's where I'm at. And then once all that's done, I'm kind of just free to go into Remind, which Remind itself I don't think is going to take long. It's just a means of getting to the data battles at the end of Remind, which I think some will probably give me trouble, and otherwise it might be a little easier than I thought, because a lot of this game on Crit has been a lot easier than I thought, which isn't to say that they aren't difficult. It's just that not a whole lot changes when you're on Crit versus normal anything. Like, the difficulty more or less remains the same. It's just a matter of shifting numbers and, like, health and damage around. So, you know. I love Harmless Heartless. Another thing to be excited to see in KH4. Yes! Yes! I can't wait to see whatever they cook up. Like, I wouldn't even be upset if they just brought back, like, the mushrooms. I think they're so cute. The agaricus? Pink? It's agaricus, right? I'm suddenly, like... Anyway. I could be sitting around brainstalling while I, like, load something else in. But anyway. Yeah, the little white mushrooms back doing their little... And then they're like... Take me out. I always, like, something about, like, I see we're in... Baby cat, come here. Come say hi to everyone. Oh my god, you're so friendly and happy. Come here, baby. Hi, Angel. His tail was so up, it was pulling the whole, blue screen with it. Hi. Hi, babe. Ooh. Oof. He's really, like, just full bore, like, on me. Right on my face. Aw, Angel. Oh. Hi, babe. Mwah. You can see his little paw. Are you so sweet? I know, my sweet little baby boy. He's so cute and very photogenic. Looks good in every picture. Hi. I do hear little purrs, though. What's that? Yeah. I was gonna say that I look at this garage and I can feel how hot and stuffy it is inside just by looking at it. I can feel it in my bones. Okay, nighttime. Yes. Yeah, you can feel the humidity just fucking looking at it. Ooh. Will you see? What is it? Yeah. Well, you're leaving all this fur on right on my face, bud. Oh.
Oh boy, let's go!
It's an ad break for 3 minutes. Okay?
Great. Just lovely.
I would take this time to hit the BRB,
At least I didn't end with a trip to the
you know, and have a small little break. But I'm holding this guy, so I'm just gonna keep doing that. But for those of you who do not know, I did change it so all of the ads on my channel play all at once on the hour. So we can anticipate them and be prepared for it, instead of it just happening sometimes. What do you see? What is it that's moving around? That's catching your eye? Hmm? Everyone is in ad jail. It's true. You got so many purrs in there, though. You're so full of bees. We're getting some big sniffs out of this. Whew, there's a bee on this side. Nice. How was that, huh? Good stuff. You still want to see it? Okay. All right. What about this? Oh, okay. Never mind. We're done now. Thank you for the subscriptions. Oh, I see. Shannon's giving subscriptions out again. So now you have a subscription, so you should be free of ads, as well as you should have access to emotes that well, emotes made by yours truly, I guess, that I should update at some point, but that's pretty much it. And it supports me, so. Welcome back from the ad break, where I continued to hold baby cat, and you didn't really miss anything, I promise. Next time that happens, in about an hour, I'll actually just pause it for a moment, okay? And then we'll take a moment to stretch, you know, and do a little whatever. Ooh, hold on. Okay. See what your paycheck is, so you'll give up more in the future. Well, thank you. I mean, obviously, that's your money, and
Yeah.
only if you want to and are comfortable. Okay? You gotta make sure that you're taken care of first. If you can't order a pizza or something because you're giving money to me, keep your money for your pizza. Wellspring Shard. Shard. I'm just gonna do this. Whee! And he's gone. Yes! Crystals! Yes! You bet that I'm going to be using that against Yozora. There's no way. Like, I know it's really useful for a certain part of his fight, but, like, also, it's the best. Using Aerial is the best. Poison Crystal. Whee!
Back off!
I guess as a side effect, I get leveled up. I don't really need it, but for completionist things, I suppose. Da, ba, ba. Excuse me. Pardon-moi. Okay, there we go. That's been me with me out the whole game. Press score to win. Only grinded level 99 once back in vanilla KH2 so I could beat Sephiroth. I think, like, I had gotten to level 99 in... Well, it's like 100 in KH1, right? Like, it's like the only one, I think, that's like kind of goofy like that.
Oh boy, let's go!
Let's see.
Let's see. That fucking guy. And that was more of like a completionist thing. Like, I had like done most everything at that point. Because KH2, I didn't even bother. I wasn't even that high of, I think it was like 40 something when I did all the data battles and Sephiroth and stuff. Sephiroth, hilariously, was like the easiest one out of all of them. The data battles gave me more issue than Sephiroth did.
Let's go!
Yes. Yes! Yes! Oh, baby boy. The Wellspring crystals are mine. Hey, don't do that. Hey man, could you, like, not do that to me? Whee! Yay! Wellspring Crit. Holy shit! Damn, this really is the way. Are we... Is anybody left?
Ready?
Wow. Oh my god, look at them. Aw, hooray! More subs. Really keep me fucking going. Thanks, as always, to Shannon. So wonderful. Whee!
Back off!
Nice. Easy. Ariel is the best, is the thing. That's the thing, though. Ariel? She's kind of the best. I don't know. Here, I'm gonna check in Hero's Garage if how many Wellspring Crystals I got. How good am I? Because I need to get other stuff as well, but I need to do that in space. So, but I know I need quite a few, so it's not like I'm wasting my time, even if I get more than I need. Fantastic. Great news. Adamantite. Hey. Okay. Alright, you're done. Wellspring crystals, yahoo, wahoo. Adamantite. Okay. Right now, I am in need of adamantite. Okay. Well, there. That's good for now, I guess. Though I might... Hold on. I might just do another round, because I'm here. And I know I will need more later.
Let's go!
Riku is gay vid. I saw a friend of mine just being like, sitting with my birds, watching Riku is gay. This is the life. I'm like, nice. Like, it wasn't their first time watching it or anything. It was just like, alright, got the good stuff on. Sitting around, listening to this, hanging out with my birds. That's the good stuff, you know? I wasn't actually looking. Did I get anything? Yahoo! I haven't checked comments on it for a while here, but I looked the other day, and... Well, what happens next? People be leaving, still be leaving the sweetest thing comments? That's fantastic. I'm so glad. I would love to hear some sometime. Like, I'd go and look myself, but, like, I just haven't. You know what I mean? It's topical now. But I'm sure there's a lot of, like, wow, boy, you know, I never thought about it like this. And now suddenly everything kind of makes sense. Ooh, boy. Okay. World map. Yeah, it's a lot of that. Yeah, I would imagine. That seems to be the general sentiment of, huh, you know, when you lay it all out like that, I think you make a point. A really valid point here. You know, before I just thought people were like, yeah, they're just having their fun or whatever, but suddenly I'm starting to see that, like, maybe I was kind of ignoring more than I realized. Okay, so where do I have to go to get adamantite? Because I know if I just go and harvest rocks in space in, like, Hell Zone, which is not really Hell Zone, but, like, close enough, I can definitely... I can find stuff here. There's also... Oh, boy. Hold on. I need to... I was doing some of these. That's right. And... Heartless Menacer. Oh, 5,000, and then there's like 9,000 Heartless, and then, or well, like 999. Dude, legit, there's comments that's almost exactly that. I know, because that is going to, listen, that's going to be so many people moving forward. Because it's always the same. It's always the same thing where oftentimes, like, most of the time people just didn't really have what they needed to be able to see it. Whether it's just, you know, they've never had an experience that would lend them to see a queer disposition, let's say, right? They wouldn't have the tools to recognize something that they haven't really experienced themselves. And that's, like, fine. People figure these things out all on their own time, right? As well as just, like, for some people, it's just a matter of either revisiting the material or just seeing it all laid out, like you have done, right? Where it's just like, there's a lot of different things where it's just like, well, you just put it all together and you go, oh, regardless of where you're coming from or why you haven't put that together for yourself. And that's just going to be a lot of people. Even the most well-meaning of people are going to be like, oh my god, okay. All right, it's clear as day to me now, you know. And that's just gonna be the case as we continue. The Eclipse area seems to be the best place for adamantite. That's the yeah. Hell Zone. Oh my god, what's this? Cactuar. Where they go, ah! And they run around, and they sound like that. I hope I didn't blow out the mic, I'm sorry. I tried to lean away from it, but... Didn't blow out, thank God. Can I, oh, okay, embark from here. No, not you. Oh yeah! Oh my freak! Oh, thank God. This is gonna be so easy. I forgot about him. My big golden goose. Hey, don't fight me when I come out, okay? Not that it would matter, because I'm so strong and sexy. Whee! Bye! Oh, Damascus. That's not what I need. Anyway, we're gonna be doing this for a hot fucking minute. Yeah, I looked over and I... Why not? Get him. Anyway, somewhat topical. It's so funny to me how much people want to act like Kingdom Hearts makes zero fucking sense. Especially when you just don't play all the fucking games. But boy, imagine the complaints that are gonna happen when two boys kiss on screen. This game makes no sense. That's why boys kiss in it. Longtime fans going, I knew it didn't actually make any sense. You know, I was just here to, I just wanted to see, and then it... So stupid. Everybody was right, actually. It doesn't make any sense. We I say topical, but like not everybody's actually sitting around on Twitter these days. But I was complaining on Twitter today. Hey, don't do that to me, dude. Stop. I ain't got beef with you. I'm here to harvest rock. Only losers complain about voice kissing. Yeah. I don't understand without ever having played these games. Missing Link will be like first. Really? Well, I think this has been talked about before, but like I forget. Like, I mean, you can just watch things on YouTube. It's really not that hard. Like, it's one of those things where like the only way that this stuff doesn't make sense to you at this point is if you're like willfully like not like, I don't want to say like educating yourself. It sounds a little too charged. I mean, because like you're just willfully like ignoring the story at that point where like you can just go and watch it on YouTube like you could literally any other game that I'm sure you do, because that's normal. People watch stuff about games they've never played ever all the time. But like if you're like, boy, I really want this to make sense, there are so many easy ways to make it make sense, but it's just a matter of, I don't know, consuming the story. And anything that doesn't make sense is a mystery for later, which is the point. Adamantite. Adamantite! Games are separated into platforms. Yeah, the PS4 and a cell phone. And even then, fuck man, go to YouTube if it's so hard. I'm sorry, it's a free game on your cell phone. Well, it's not really a game anymore at this point, but like, guess what? It's free on your phone. You can just watch it. It's pretty cool. And free. Did I mention the free part? Because it's free. Free content. You can just consume it. You can just watch it for free on your phone. You don't have to pay for it because it's free. It costs $0. Free story. You got $0? Guess what you can do? Why, you can go through Kingdom Hearts Union Cross and Dark Road for free on your phone. Yep. I'm assuming I'm just picking Adamantite up, like, in passing. I've seen it, like, a couple times, but I'm not paying that much attention to it, honestly. I'm just, like, shooting rock, you know. Busting huge loads in space. It's a matter of concept already used previously but presented or named differently. It really does help to know what happens in all the games. And even then, like, sometimes you don't know something. That doesn't mean you can't understand the new thing in front of you. Like, you might have even more context, but, like, unless you're just completely incapable of picking up on, like, context clues or, like, you know, just what it ultimately services, like, most people played KH2 without playing Chain of Memories. And you know what? Most people were fine. Because they could just kind of figure it out. They don't leave you so much in the dark that you would have zero idea. Like, half the time, like, it works really well narratively, and this isn't even to, like, I don't know, support the argument of you don't need to play all the games, because, like, you do. But, like, as far as following Sora as a character, there are many parts and things that, like, he doesn't remember. And either it's worked around or explained to him. So you, as a newcomer, can be on the same page as this guy, who doesn't know what the fuck is going on. But not in a way that's, like, detrimental to enjoying the game. He's just like, dude, what the fuck is... whatever, you know, and he's just rolling with it. So if Sora can do it, so can you. And you know what? We're gonna go into KH4, and there's this girl he's never met before. Just like a lot of people who haven't played Cucks. So it's almost like they're gonna have to kind of explain who she is to Sora. And so you get to learn about who she is at the same time. It's crazy, I know. I've never heard of a story doing that before in my life. But I think people, even if they don't know who she is off the bat, are gonna be fine. You know what? I think they're gonna make it. I don't think their comprehension is gonna be like totally like arrested, you know? Like I think it's just gonna be like, wow, who's this girl? She's cute, she's nice, and then she's like, I died, and I guess you did too, and that's why we're here, and like that's that. There you go. I've been just talking without looking at chat at all, so. I played KH2 with Chain of Memories and KH1 minus the beginning area, and I was fine. Okay, you can pick things up from context, yes. I didn't follow the games between 2 and 3 until I saw that trailer. See Cuck stuff. I'm just so excited for everything moving forward. We've talked about this. Tennelle, you and me have been like, wow, sure love all of it. Can't wait for more of that stuff I love. And I can't wait. I can't wait for Missing Link. I can't wait for like what larger mysteries and things are like to be revealed, to be explored. Even just things with a Child of Destiny and Dark Road. I'm like, damn, you got my attention. Hello, I'm so excited to find out more about this. So excited for the new arc. I'm just so excited for stuff and things. I love Kingdom Hearts. Wahoo! I love having fun. I love not fucking complaining. I mean, I can complain, but like, I just, you know, they bring more stuff out and I go, ooh, yum, 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 and then I eat it. And I have a great fucking time with it. Hey, you! Excuse me. Hello? Ooh, ah! There we fucking go. I need to find the rest of those. I'm missing like 2 in the mist, I think. But I fucking hate Kingdom Hearts clip. It's true. I feel a lot of feelings. I'm just multifaceted. I wonder if they're going to keep the Dream Eaters. Well, I mean, there's already like, there were like signs in the city that I think had like Dream Eater stuff on it, if I remember correctly. I talked about the Netflix Avatar like 2 times now, and my feed is just filled with people arguing about Atla, and I hate it. I'm so fucking sorry. Ooh, adamantite. So cool. Wee. Okay, do we got everything up here? Okay, I do have that. Da, 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 da. Maybe it's time I explore the inside of this ship a little bit. had to mute all of it and just spam Riku's like, yeah, just like take the reins of your fucking feed. Manually wrench it the other direction. I'm getting it. I'm getting it, ma. All of my little rocks and gems. Yeah, my tweeter is full of Aang versus Korra hate, just blocking everything. No one can be normal about any of it. I don't care. I'm just stepping away. I don't want to engage with any of it. Goodbye. This is not mine. Da-da-da-da. I think it's time to check in. World map. There we go. Please give Riku a bike. No more, I need you to indulge. Which he's so good at. He's so good at doing that. Indulging. And so I need him to do it again. I am requesting personally, please be really indulgent and put Riku on a really cool motorcycle. I would love you forever. Hee hee, you know, yay. Papa, please. Okay. Now I need to go somewhere. I mean, I guess it's right fucking here. Well, sort of. There. Take me to a Moogle. Let's go. I need to craft. Well, not craft. Well, not craft, but forge, I guess. Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds, you know, right? Alright, you. That's not roll. That's not roll. Getting better, but I'm still... Okay. Perfect. Let's get this going, huh? Electrum. Wow, okay. I'm just going in a row. I'm going to need more adamantite, I'm pretty sure. Is anybody like really close? Oh, yes, of course. Oh, I'd never forget you. Okay. You... Oh, perfect. Perfect. Beautiful, wonderful. I need adamantite again. We're going back. Baby, we are going back. But we're like pretty set on most of this. Thankfully. And I know where to get crystals if I need it, so... 13, 11, 12, 12, 13, 13. Someone could be animating this Riku kiss right now and it's driving me insane. Look, people know what KH4 Riku looks like right now, and that's enough for me to go. Not even an attempted Cactuar scream, it just kind of came out the same, but. Back to it. Back to the rocks. Do I need to, like, explore more in here? That's my thought. You know what I mean? Like, maybe I'll run around in here a little bit. No, wait. Get out of here. I don't want the heavy rocket. Laser squall. Fuck yeah. Let's go. Yes. I hit the wrong button to begin my voyage. I hit circle, thinking I had to go out of the menu. I was wrong, and I'm sorry. Okay. Alright. There's like only one way forward. That's fine. Okay, I went the green one. We're on the red one this time. Ah! Sorry. Oh, you missed. You guys, you missed. Like, really big time. Whee! Slipping right through without a care. Don't matter, do it. Crystal! There's a crystal! Okay, I couldn't care less. I'm invulnerable. I'm invincible, even. Okay, you. Yes. It was that. Who's shooting at me? Cut that out. Damn. That's fucked up. It's a lot of power. Out of my fucking way. I'm just being thorough. Hey, what's that? Okay. Fuck. Hold on. I'll get to you in just a moment. Oh. There we go. I can? Wow. Down, huh? Hey! Hey! How do I... Okay, I gotta go... I just wanted to see the other side, but... Got it. That's fine. That's fine, I'm fine. How do I get to you? Glass... case. Ah, okay, hold on. I'll just do this if it makes me go up more. Yeah, okay. Going up is, like, deceptively difficult. I'm gonna be real. Okay, and then we turn around, and then we turn down, and then we... There we go. Huh? No, no, no. Let me down. Are you fucking joking? Oh my god. Don't flip me, turn me upside down. I'm trying to get out of here. What is with that nonsense? Taking a look. That's a blue one. Gonna make everybody watching this motion sick. Oh. Da, 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 da. What? Go in. Stop. Stop. I pressed the button, I swear to God. Okay. How many of these am I fucking missing? Information. Blueprint fragments. Am I missing like the first one? Da, 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 da. Nope, 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 nope. Okay, let's see here. Can you guys not do this to me? Nothing? There's nothing in here? You can't tell me that. Can I kill you? Okay. Leave me alone. I'm trying to plunder your treasures, but... No? No auto target for that one? Okay. Okay. Alright, I don't see a crystal fucking anywhere. So, we're going back up. Whee! Cool, alright. Threat neutralized. Making sure. Okay. Cool. Well, there's a blue crystal, so I've gotten that one. Come on, hit him. Get him. Just tickle it a little bit. I don't want to go all the way up. I'm backtracking. Okay, hold on. Where the fuck? There's probably where I came in. That's where I would have exited. What's this? easy way down, I suppose. I suppose. Hey. Stop shooting at me. Okay. Ha ha ha! There we go. That's the first one. I found it. Okay. Take me out. Take me out of here. Is there any way to forge a ring that makes it look like it has the colors of the dawn? I mean, they're like, you could just go with like a rose gold kind of color. That's definitely something that's out there. I guess that depends on your interpretation of what the color of the dawn would be. Whee! Right, you, just taking a peek, you know, looking around, surveying my options. Ow. Hey. Ouch. Cut that out. Oh my god. Hi. It matters not to me. Wee. Haha, wee, so fun. I'm going fast. So fast. Where are you leading to? Oh, right, okay. Not you. Not what I'm looking for. Where are these fucking things? I forgot I was looking for adamantite. I got so caught up. I need rocks. Is there a slow burn than Kingdom Hearts? I feel like the X-Files may be up for like, I don't think it's slower, but I think it's definitely up there. You know what I mean? What? No. Did I tap it so fast? Maybe. Ba, 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 a real slow burn is heteronormativity. Yeah. It is both the enemy and also the reason it's so good. It's just, you know, the spice of life, baby. Recalcum. What the fuck are these crystals? I'm like just trying to kind of keep my eyes peeled as I'm going around. Adamantite, you don't say. Yeah, rose gold wood slap. It's true. Yeah. Oh my god. I need a snack. What time is it? 6:19? Alright. We've got like 10 minutes and then it's break time. Sora will understand his feelings. Look, last night I was fucking lying in bed getting upset because I was just looking because I have so much shit on my phone. And I was thinking about how much it's just like, alright, and here's this secret ending where like Riku's looking at a Sora coded light and then Sora looks at the Riku coded light, and yet it is slightly covered because he does not know who his light is. With really simple symbolism, you can convey quite a whole lot that really doesn't mean anything else but. And just kind of getting pissed off about it, you know? But like, pissed off in that way that like, it's not like I'm actually mad, but I am mad about it. Driving me insano, just the way that it's like right there, and it's like, well, what else is it supposed to be? Huh? Does somebody want to tell me? It sure is just that, right there, nothing else. Okay, I already have stuff down here. I've got this guy. Whee. Whee. Don't find me. Don't find me. I'm just looking. I swear, I'm just looking. Anything? Yes. There you are. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Bum ba bum 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 bum. Okay. Back to the rocks. Hold on. I can think about the secret movie. I have to lock that part of my brain away or I go bonkers. See, that was me, but it was 4 in the fucking morning and I was like getting upset. And then I saw the gif of like the KH1 intro, but like it's Riku's the light and it's in Sora's heart, and I'm like, damn, this sure is all right there, isn't it? Making me go insane. Because it truly is all right there. Just right fucking there. Don't know how else to interpret that, you know? It's pretty on the fucking nose. It's hard to read into things when you can't get past the front door without getting hit by the door. You know what I mean? I can't even go inside. It's just greeting me out here. It won't let me in. A yard sale. A yard sard of very obvious gay symbolism? I feel like that's not the word I want to use. Not that it's not the word I want to use, but it's like gay text, I guess. You know, it's more about the story intent instead of just symbolism. So that's there too, aplenty, but the romantic implications of it all. I know. Oh, and I know. Mithril crystal. Anything hiding on this fucking rock? Did that. Okay, information. 1, 2, and a 3. Da, da, da. Blah, blah, blah. Alright. No, not zone map. There we go. Yes, take me out. Once is a coincidence. It's a choice! It's a choice! 4, 5, 7, 8, 10 times is a deliberate choice at that point. Da, 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 do. Bum, 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 bum. It's about to be snack time. I'm waiting for the actual, like, I should get a heads up before it's like 5 minutes before, and it's basically around the 30-minute mark that we're expecting a break. My god, okay. Okay, we're sitting at about the same-ish for a lot. You're all done. Let's take care of the favorite deputy. Pulsing crystal. Shit. Where am I? Ah, damn it. Well, I'll just keep going until I can't. Where the fuck do I get a pulsing gem? I need more adamantite. Oh my god. Can I buy it? Can I buy him? Can I buy them? Pulsing. Pulsing. Was it gem? Was there another chat yesterday pointing out Riku and Sora being drawn to each other, being strongly parallel to Belle and Beast just for someone to call it a headcanon? Like, dude, it's just literal text. Well, I'll never forget being in, it was a stream, it was like an Xbox stream specifically, that was supposed to have some official Kingdom Hearts reveal of some kind. And we went to it watching, expecting, right? And something happened. Oh, the ad break is here. It didn't give me a warning. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna take a moment. I'm gonna save that story, and we're gonna go to break time, okay? I'm gonna get a snack. Okay? Okay. Hi, I'm back. Sorry, that took a moment, because I was eating a snack and then I had to go to the bathroom, so, you know, what are you gonna do? Made the mistake of looking at Twitter while it was on the can, you know, and now I'm getting people saying weird shit on my on my posts, and not even like particularly weird, just people who feel the need to argue, and then they just say shit that also doesn't really contribute to anything. So what are you gonna do, huh? When, like, most of the time everybody always has some beef to pick with fucking Dream Drop Distance. It's not that bad, you guys. I'm sorry. I just block at this point. I honestly, most people are kind of like I had one guy be like, you know, that's a fair point, and I'm like, I'm glad that makes sense. Because for those of you who do not know, my tweets were talking about, let's see, I made it several, so because I'd been seeing it, and it's like every time any Final Fantasy anything gets released, it seems, because there have been several, at least, there have been like 3 major releases in the span of between KH3 and now we'll be getting KH4, right? And so with Final Fantasy VII Remake, it stirred the discussion. 16 brought it back up again, and now we got fucking Final Fantasy VII 2. You know, people again are complaining about it, so it always just stirs the pot about talking about fucking Kingdom Hearts and how much everyone loves to hate it, right? So anyway, I just had seen discussion around, and like one tweet had kind of set me off because it was talking about like Strelitzia and being like, oh boy, the like Kingdom Hearts aren't that complicated defenders are really gonna start sweating now that they have to explain Strelitzia, and it's kind of like, it's really not that bad. It's just like, she is from this game. For all intents and purposes, this game is like a prequel, like it's kind of before everything. She is this character's sister. She died. If you need more details, buddy, you're gonna have to go experience the story. Okay? Describing a character or explaining something shouldn't take me telling you the entire story to understand, okay? So, look, she's Marluxia's sister. She died. Now she's here, and now you know about as much as we do. That it's like, huh? And she introduces the concept of, oh, this is like, you know, like an afterlife for us, from like people from that side, kind of a thing, and that's about all we got, buddy. That's all she wrote. So anyway, that being talked about, and I had made a tweet that I said, weird criticism I see lobbed at Kingdom Hearts more than anything else is this expectation that if you jump in at season 8 of an ongoing story and you don't know some character brought back from an arc in season 6, it somehow makes the show too complicated. And then, as if anything cherry-picked out of a 20-year ongoing series makes sense removed from layers of context. God forbid the next entry pick up where the last one left off. And, so those are my tweets. I also had it said, this isn't to say Kingdom Hearts doesn't have a lot going on, but I'll never forget the feeling of disbelief after hearing all of the so confusing, too stupid, overly complicated sentiment for years, only to finally play the games myself and finding it totally digestible and even good. Oh shit, what point was I going to make? I got distracted. Right, but the general sentiment of, like, people acting like if you can't boil it down into one sentence summary, that's somehow bad. Where do you want me to start, dude? I'm not summarizing one game. It's like a fuck ton of games. Yeah, you know what? If you jump to any one part and give all of the surrounding context that it took to get there, you know, the games that you had to play before getting to this point, yeah, it's gonna sound like a lot. It's gonna sound like a lot of like, almost like too much. Oh, man. See, I remember... Hi, Astral. Thank you for the subscription. I remember one time having this thought as a child. Okay? Thought experiment. I'm like 7 years old. Okay? And I think about... And this is a genuine thing that happened to me. I had the thought of, like... Maybe I wasn't 7. I think it was a little older. But it was like, the idea presented to me of, like, writing an essay. Like, seeing, you know, whatever, like, I'm gonna get to high school at some point, and they're gonna ask me to write an essay. And it's gonna be, like, X pages long about something I don't know about, and I started to feel really overwhelmed. And I was like, I realized, I was like, I can't do that. I can't do that, right? And after a moment of having this, like, oh god, I don't know how to do that, I had to remember that I was like, by the time I get there, guess what? I'm gonna know how to do that. But I gotta do all the stuff in between first. And I just had a moment of like, yeah, just a realization of, yeah, I can't do that right this fucking second because I'm not there yet. And realized, you know, it's not something to worry about right now. And it's just like, you know, when you pluck things out of context like that, when you're like, okay, like I saw someone on a different tweet talking about, they're like, yeah, you know, this whole, like, the explain game of, like, can you explain this? Like, go ahead, explain this, blah, blah, blah. And they start prattling off all this stuff about, like, Ansem in KH1, while he's in his little brown sack of an outfit, you know, on the island. And it was, like, explain, like, him right, like, at this moment, and, like, what quote level of consciousness he is, or like all of this stuff and all these things, and I'm like, why? What does that fucking matter? I was thinking of the same tweet. Did you see that same tweet I saw? Where it's just so, like, that's why I made another tweet where I was like, I think it's this weird turbo nerd compulsion to be like, oh boy, to explain this thing, let me prattle off every single fact about this character that's been relevant to them ever, regardless of the context of where it happens in the story or whatever, to explain this character to you. And it's just like, you don't need to know that. That's not how stories are told. Everybody who tries to do that typically aren't people who make things because they've never had to run into that, or they try and you get really, really, really dry, huge bouts of text that just totally falls off, you know, like people are like, I'm gonna make a comic, and then they have their speech bubbles be like half the page, you know what I mean? And it's just like, this is not how you tell a story. This is why you don't tell Kingdom Hearts in, quote, chronological order. You do not start with cucks, okay? Don't do that to yourself. Play them in release order, because they are all building off of knowledge you had available per the last game before the one you are playing. And if there's something you don't know, that's because it's intentionally a mystery that you are supposed to find out as you continue through the story. It's kind of just that simple. And so when you ask to have somebody describe Strelitzia and, like, her importance in the story, it really is just like, she is Marluxia's dead sister. It is significant that she is here now, as the trailer implies, that they are both dead, and in the afterlife, whether it's actually an afterlife or not, as much as it is an other side. You know, it is another side of reality. And so for them, it may seem that the side Sora and everybody else came from would be like the afterlife. You know, that seems to, that's it. That's it. If you need to know more details, if you want to know more details about Strelitzia, you get to go experience the story she's in, okay? To explain a character is to not tell their whole fucking story, okay? What is she servicing in the plot that's relevant to know right now? She is Marluxia's dead sister. She had died, so she is here, as well as Sora. The end. What was the story you were gonna tell before break about Beauty and the Beast? Oh shit, what was I gonna... I was like right in the middle, and then it just suddenly, boom, it just started. When I stream the game sometimes to friends, sometimes they're like, explain to me some trivial thing that will be relieved. I've had, and this was like totally good-natured asking from like my friend, right? That we were watching, me and Claude were watching back cover, and our buddy Jason was watching with us, and he was like, this is actually something about a streamer. Oh, okay, hold on. Pin in that. Let me finish this one really quick. I remember now. And we were watching back cover, and he was like, damn, this is actually really interesting. Like, I'm having a fun time watching this, and like, he has like little context outside of everything he knows from us, which isn't insignificant, but he doesn't have like first-hand context, you know what I mean? But he was enjoying back cover, and so we were like, oh my god, this stuff that's happening that we're like realizing, like all of these little things or whatever. And so he was asking for some explanations, and we were like, okay, we can explain this, but there were so many things that we had to go, listen, we simply don't know yet. We just don't know yet. Like, that's just a thing that we don't know in the story yet. And he was like, oh, okay, fair enough, you know? And like, that's it. There are so many parts of Kingdom Hearts that are just, we do not know this yet. And that's not a bad thing. I will never forget that stupid fucking post that went around on Tumblr when they were complaining about Steven Universe leaving all of these unfinished side plots and blah, blah, blah. And it was almost like, oh my god, is the story done yet? Maybe they are looking to finish that in the future. Because that's how stories work, you know? It's just so, oh my god. We don't know yet, and the outrage that I'd get in return for that answer. And it's like, dude, the story is still going. It's still going. It's not done yet. I'm sorry you don't immediately know the answer to this mystery. If you want to know the answer, it's intriguing, right? Let's fucking wait and watch and see. In Gam's word, we will get to that. Exactly. So before, to go back to my story that Tennelle so kindly reminded me of, there was a stream where they were supposed to, this is before KH3 came out, and there was supposed to be some Xbox specific stream that was going to reveal something, and then they didn't, and it was very strange. I think it just was like, they were supposed to get a trailer or some kind of reveal, and something went wrong, and they didn't get it. But instead of saying anything, like, they just didn't get it. They're like, sorry, there were complications, we don't have it. They made some, like, cutesy tweet that was like, oops, the Heartless eated our trailer, or whatever the fuck, and everyone was like, dude, what the fuck? That's kind of an aside, but we were watching this, stream, right? A whole bunch of us waiting for Kingdom Hearts news, and then it was, like, not happening, and then there was a tweet about it, and then we were just there, but I remember I don't remember what the rest of the stream was for at that point, but we were just, like, copy pasting lines from the novels into the chat for fun. Very low level antagonizing, right? But we were just like copy pasting like just lines from the novels, just like little chunks or paragraphs or quotes or whatever. And somebody in the chat was like, quit posting your Kingdom Hearts fan fiction, you know? And we were like, well, about that, like, this dude was getting so upset, and he was just like, stop it with your Kingdom Hearts fan fiction. And then other people being like, Kingdom Hearts fans are the worst, you know? So, anyway, That guy was really convinced that the novels were fanfic, and that's not the first time I've seen that reaction, when you just have any fucking chunk and you're like, I'm sorry, that's official material. Oh yes, don't forget about unfulfilled thing that we have answers for in the future. Yeah. I'm so spicy today, it drives me nuts when people call needing to wait for a story to finish bad writing, and then when they do address the parts of the story, people will be like, OMG, retcon, OMG, you're taking story ideas from the fans, bad writing. What was it? People had been like, oh, it was just a popular theory that Terra was Guardian, and so they just did that. As if it wasn't just really blatantly, like, signaled several times beforehand, you know what I mean? KH2 novels, straight up BL. It's true. Bum 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 bum. What am I? Wait, hold on. I'm trying to remember what I needed, and one of them was the pulsing. It was pulsing gem, pulsing crystal. Okay. Can I soothing crystal? Pulsing crystal. Oh, it uses wellspring crystals. Where do we get pulsing crystals? And then nobody's heart stuff. I'm gonna shake people. I know. That's like, you see shit like that, and like, you just have to not even. It's so hard not to just be like, dude, just wait. You know? But like, it's just like, sorry, that's your own fucking problem. That's not. I'm just gonna have fun. I'm gonna keep going, and you can be miserable over nothing for no reason. Where do I get pulsing crystals? Somebody help me. Rosie, help me. And the nobody's in heart stuff. Yeah, that's something that, like, I remember when I was first doing my own research. Trying to find answers, so I was reading a bunch of the interviews and stuff. And there was this whole, like, in the Kingdom Hearts 2 final mix Ultimania, basically. Specifically, right? Not just KH2, it was like final mix and all of this, and Nomura was talking about a bunch of stuff where he was like, come back and read this later after these other, like, he was like talking about stuff where he was like, yeah, I have plans for like this, this, and this, you know, it was, some things were supposed to be hinted at here and here, and it was like, come back and read this later after the reveals and you'll see what I was talking about. And I'm from the future, I already know these reveals, and I was reading the interview and I was like, oh my god. And it was basically, it was stuff like that. It was just like, yeah, you know, like not heartless, oh my god. Nobody's being able to grow hearts kind of thing. And there were some other things. I don't remember exactly what it was because it's just been a bit. But it was something where it was just like, this was completely reasonable to assume from the story, you know, from the beginning, right? Like, this stuff is here, you know, they literally drop Roxas right into your lap, and they're like, he's a nobody, but like, look at him be so sad, don't you feel for him? And you're like, I do. Roxas is the coolest. I love him. And then later, it's like, but what do you mean nobodies can grow hearts, even though my favorite character is Roxas? Like, Jesus fucking Christ, you guys. Most obvious twist of the series, yeah. It's so silly. It's like, I'm sorry you did not fucking read it. It's fine. Don't forget the point of Beauty and the Beast. I'm not sure what I was going to say about Beauty and the Beast. I think it was just that came up, and then I was talking about the stream, and that was, the whole point of talking about going to that stream was we were posting in a bunch of novel shit, and then somebody was like, quit posting fanfiction, and it was really funny, and that's it. Anyway, I don't remember some Beauty and the Beast point I was potentially going to make, so forgive me, but at what point did Tomoko join the games team? 358, I think, was Tomoko's first working on the games. Yeah, Nomura literally in interviews hinting that, like, wow, Roxas sure has a lot of feelings for a nobody, too bad he doesn't have a heart. Wow, that's crazy, right? Isn't that so weird? Yeah, I believe, because she had been writing the novels beforehand, and then and then, like, Nomura was like, Man, she fucking gets it. Come do scenario writing. And then she came in and she was like, I care Shion so much. Please, can you make her have black hair? And Nomura was like, yeah, okay. Special Tomoko request. Please make her have short black hair. Nice and cute. Otherwise, she was just gonna look like Kairi, basically. Now she doesn't. But, like, you can see how much, like, care and thought goes into all of it. Like, Shion being... I think Tomoko created her name, too, and was like, like, number I... And was like, here's all the meaning behind it. And Nomura was like, damn, okay. He just did that. So... you know, and then since then, basically, she's been, like, writing and doing stuff with the game, with the novels, with a bunch of supplementary material, and, like, Nomura brings her onto, like, other projects and stuff, too. Like, she did writing for Strangers of Paradise. I believe she also did writing for... They, like, specifically said she did writing for Dark Road, which I feel like that's kind of evident in some parts, but... That's how I imagine Nomura and Tomoko team up, just pointing Spider-Man meme. Yeah, it's true. I want to see what Tomoko is cooking with Dark Road so bad. I know she has more. Probably. I wonder what stuff didn't get to make it in, because, like, Nomura did say that he was like, I have this whole fucking stack, you know? And they were like, we want to do something more. And he was like, oh, I've got something for you. Okay. They were like, oh, okay. So I'm sure there are plenty of fun little details and stuff that we didn't get to see, but, like, I'm glad we got what we did, which I think is something, too, that when people get upset about it is so dumb, because it's just free story that we otherwise wouldn't have gotten, you know? But God forbid it's not perfect. God, oh God, how dare it be in the little cuck sprites? Jesus Christ. Damn, I'm disappointed. I really like the story. Well, it's like, I think they got most of what they wanted. They had to pull a bunch of stuff, and then they got more time, and then went, oh, okay. And then they put that stuff back in, which, like, added to the time before it came out. But, like, it's a good story. It doesn't go super into depth with a bunch of the cast or anything, but it doesn't need to. I remember seeing people kind of saying that, you know, where it's like, yeah, it's not, like, the most perfectest story ever, but it's there to deliver us some important things we need to know. And, it did that. Shortness of it is actually kind of appreciated. Yeah, I think so. Like, it's got a good length to it. I do wish they developed the cast a little more, at least Vor. Like, she got some of the most. And even then, like, I think they're kind of mostly there to service, obviously, Ericus and Xehanort, but ugh. My mic is like way dustier than I thought it was gonna be. I need to go get adamantite. I can talk while I do that. Okay, I can continue. Boom 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 boom. Sure. No, I can't. Okay. That's fine. Let's go here. We love hearing you talk, Nigu. I'm glad. I can do it for a very long time. Easy to digest. I feel like we really got a good sample of the themes they wanted, and since it was drawn out, those themes don't get watered down. I agree. To Neil, at this point, we may as well be talking on voice. like actually talking. Just like the... wait! Right there! Hold on! That's only one, though. Anyway, where am I fucking... What am I doing? Where am I going? Da-da-da-da. someday we'll get that Sariku podcast. Well, it's a lot more likely now, all things considered, but I did bring this up before where I was like, I have to do a bunch of boring fucking grinding stuff, and it's a lot easier if I'm just talking to somebody, right? And so I was like, Tennelle, if you're feeling up to it, let me know, and we can just hang out and talk while I'm shooting a bunch of rocks in space. And I'm doing exactly that. And you know what? At the time, no, was not feeling up to it. But enough time has passed now that, you know what? Could be feeling up to it. Hold on. Adamantite Impulsive Crystal. Yeah, slightly more capable. I would say like notably more capable than before. So that's entirely up to you. You do not have to exert the energy if you don't want. You can just keep talking in text because boy howdy, can I carry a conversation by myself for a long time. But I guess dinner is soon. I don't know. Maybe after. Maybe I don't know what's going on. What was I talking about before? Oh yeah, Dark Road is cool. I like it. Free story. Every day I think about the child of destiny will be able to join his heart with another to become one. And I'm like, huh, wow, that's pretty romantic sounding. I wonder if we've seen a kind of an example of that yet. I don't know. Probably not like a cool sword with like hilts that fit together literally like puzzle pieces or anything. Adamantite. I was just thinking, like, because I was thinking about all this last night and, like, vibrating in bed. It's like, it's 4 in the morning, and I'm getting upset. And I was thinking that, I was like, man, I should watch Dark Road again. People thinking Kyrie somehow fits in there somewhere. Yeah. Like, I understand there's this ability that they use one time, it's called One Heart. Very true. Yes, very true. But I feel like that would lean a lot more towards, like, Sora's involvement than Kyrie's. So interesting that the Keyblade doesn't have a special name yet. Yeah, the combined Keyblade. Like, really just fucking function over form for that one for now. Hold on a second. Be a tight squeeze. Fellas, is it gay if your heart is one with your best friend?
Yes.
Yes. I would love to chill and chat, which maybe... hold on, hold on. Yeah. I was just approached to I was told that dinner was ready, which I may go eat that really quick. And then upon return, if you want, we can chat away and hang out, you know, and talk about whatever. If you're feeling up for it, you know, if you want a little gear shift, if you will. Oh, cracking my fucking wrists. Okay, perfect, wonderful. Then we are going to take a quick break. Okay, I'm gonna leave the stream up. I'm just gonna go to the BRB screen for a bit. I'm gonna eat food. Intermission, exactly. We're gonna have a quick intermission, and then I will return with Tennelle, and then we will chat about whatever while I continue to I mean, whatever, we know what we're gonna talk about, but like, while I shoot rocks, okay? Alright, I'll say something about it, I guess, somewhere. Whatever. Okay? Okay. So, give it like, I don't know, like 20 minutes. I'm gonna go eat. I will be back. Okay? Cool. Hi. Hello, everybody. I have returned, and I have Tennelle in tow.
Woohoo!
Woohoo! So, first test is, actually, Tennelle, say some words for me. I need to see the soundboard. Okay,
I can
think
say words, and I can also mute the stream so I'm not getting double sound.
Right, yeah, okay. I think you're making enough noise, but...
Oh.
I'm seeing the levels, okay, sounds good. Okay, good. Because otherwise I can turn other stuff down. I just have to fiddle with things in different places. Where are they? Oh. I found
Simple Henry, yes. You should play Stardew, because I'm playing Stardew right now.
Yeah. We're probably going to be playing well, Canary was already playing Stardew today, but we were talking about playing it since my partner, right, is getting their top surgery, like, next week. And then it's like, well,
nice.
We're gonna be sitting around, so
yeah.
we may as well play Stardew together. That'll be fun. So.
Yeah. No, I'm so excited about the update. Like,
yeah.
I've just seen, like, just a couple of little things, and I'm like, ooh! Oh!
Oh! I haven't played Stardew
like,
in so
mechanics,
long. Yeah, I know there's been a lot of little tweaks and changes and additions and stuff. It's been years since I, like, sat down and played Stardew for, like, when I played it, I was like, I don't know what time of day it is outside. I don't know what the season is anymore. I live in Stardew, and it was this for, like, weeks. And I played it a lot, but I haven't, like, done that since. I've played it, like, a little bit here and there, but so I'm excited to, like, go in, because there's been a significant amount of shit that's been added since the last time I played, so I really get to, like, go in and play around.
Oh, cool. See, I only played Stardew for the first time, like, last year.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so I saw the hype around the game. I saw a lot of people were playing it. I didn't really, like... I was like, a farming sim. I've never really played a farming sim before. I don't know that I'd like it. And
Oh, I see.
Yeah, and then I played Animal Crossing New Horizons, and I was like, okay, wait.
Now,
like
hold
this.
on. Yeah.
Hold on. And then, because that was the first Animal Crossing I played as well. And then so then I
really?
Yeah, and then I picked up Stardew, and I was like, oh shit.
Oh, fuck, it's good. That's so funny.
Good.
Given, like, I think it's funny that, like, you had played, like, so much of Pikmin before you ever even touched, like, Animal Crossing.
Oh, see, that's the one bad thing about me playing Stardew, though, is because there's a timer.
Oh, you're Dandorying the shit out of it. That's what I did too.
Yes. Okay, cool.
I would like pause it and I would like have my notepad up and I was like writing shit down to do in order to like,
Right.
you know, and I had all these notes of like, okay, I need to go here and buy X amount of this seed and do this and that. And like, I have done like, and I would do it and I was like, I was trying to do it as much as I could, like the first time I played, even though I was like working off of nothing, but I was like, if I get this tree at this time, it'll grow at exactly this rate that it'll be ready and fruiting in time for fall, you know? And I was
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
yeah. Yeah, I was doing the exact same thing. How do I change the fucking, hold on, I'm trying to, because it's kind of loud for me, not you, the game, so I'm like, where do I turn this down? I don't fucking remember. Premium? No, not premium menu. No, not game help. Where do I go? Where are you? Did I just miss it? No, these are like basic. Anyway, sorry, fucking, yeah, wild shit, huh? I'm so glad that you've been having so much fun playing it, though. Have you, who have you romanced, if you've romanced anybody?
So I've romanced Elliot, and
he was my first
Sebastian.
pick, too.
Yeah.
It was, nobody, like, directly appealed to me in a way that I was like, I have to marry them. But I liked Elliot quite a bit. And so
Yeah,
Elliot was
same.
like, I was like, okay, I can get behind Elliot. But for the most part, otherwise, I'm not personally like, wow, my favorite Stardew Valley person or anything. But I have fun playing it anyway, so, you know, I can
really
have Pretty Boy
Sebastian.
Elliot. Sebastian's fun. Like, I don't
But-
dislike anybody, but.
But he smokes, and that's just like
Yeah.
such a turn on.
yeah, loser behavior, but you know.
Uh-huh.
Like, it's so funny, Sebastian reminds me, I see him, and he reminds me so much of, like, a friend I've had since, like, high school. And not even necessarily in a bad way, but, like, he reminds me of something that would be, like, Friends cool self-insert. That, like, I see him and I think of, like, my friend. And I'm like, it's endearing, but also I'm like, I'm so not interested in you. Like, it's like, cool programmer, you know, and he smokes. And it's like, my friend doesn't even smoke, but, like, it's something that, like, he would think is cool, you know? And so I'm like, you just remind me of my friend. But,
yeah.
Wait,
You remind me of my friend. That's kind of cringe, bro.
Yeah. How do I go back? No. No, not restore defaults. How do I go? I just want to hit escape. There we go. I found it. Sound. I'm turning
Wonderful.
the fucking... That music's going down. No, wait. I fucked it up. There we go. Huh. There we go.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Hopefully. Good.
It should definitely be better. Because I think you've been a good volume, but I think combined with, like, even it just being loud on my end, I know it's probably competing with you a bit while we're talking, you know? Especially because I'm in the gummy ship and the music is so bombastic and loud that I'm, like, struggling to, like, listen to what you're saying.
Oh.
I'm gonna go back here.
Sorry, I'm owing at Stardew. It just gave me, like, a pop-up that I'm like, oh, what does that mean? I've never seen that before.
That's exciting.
Yeah.
What's your favorite thing to do in Stardew? Because I love fishing.
Dude, me too.
Dude, the fishing is the best part.
Uh-huh.
It's so fun.
It's just so satisfying to get all the fish.
Yeah.
Oh,
It is. It's
God,
always fun
I don't
going
know.
after, just like, oh, I'm going after my big special fish guy, and really, like, having to have the fight to get it as it's bouncing everywhere.
Yeah. I think I really enjoy, like, putting the community center together.
Yeah,
You
that's
know,
always...
like, finding all the things for that.
It feels good to, like, fill it out.
Yeah.
Same thing with, like, the museum.
Yeah. Like,
Oh,
there's
here's-
not a part of the game that I dislike, other than maybe Skull Caverns.
Other than what?
Skull Caverns.
Oh, the Skull Caverns. Well, those are fucking hard on purpose. So,
I know.
you know.
Like, it's fine. I'm just suffering.
Yeah. Fun fact, Clint, every time I see him, he looks like, he really looks like my fucking dad. Like, the blacksmith guy, Clint, he just looks like my father, and I'm always like, huh, hi, Dad. Like, that's all. That's your fun fact.
Funny, because, my mom is named Pam, and she's a bus driver.
Oh my god, are you serious? That's... Really?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
I was like, damn, Stardew coming for my throat.
That's so fucking funny. That's so, like, specific. Because it's not like my dad has anything to do with blacksmithing. He just really looks like him. But, like, yeah, Pam the bus driver lady.
Yeah.
That's really funny. Da, 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 da. I don't know if I have enough
you were saying how
adamantite or
good
not, but...
the gummy ship in
Oh
this
my
game
god,
is.
I know. Yeah. That was like, the second we got on call was just like, dude, the gummy ship shit? And I was like, wait, we have to save this for stream. And immediately had to, like, jump over. We had to stow the conversation for a moment. Anyway, the gummy ship shit.
So good.
It's so good, is the thing. And, like, I'd say, like, KH2 gummy ship is neat, but it feels so less, like, grounded in its space that I'm, like, way less interested in it. Because it's very, like, I am in front of a screen, you know?
I couldn't pinpoint what wasn't satisfying about the KH2 gummy ship until KH3. And I was just like, yes!
Yeah.
Yes!
Yeah.
And then, like, going back to KH2 gummy ship, I'm just like,
Yeah.
Like, it's very, like, action-packed, but it's also, like, I don't know, it's just, like, too much energy coming at me at once.
Like, I
just want to, like, get to the next world.
Yeah, it's something like, I don't even think it's, bad, per se, it's just different, right? And I know I've seen, you know, regular Pat talk about it quite a bit, but, like, it's really something where, like, in KH1, you feel like you are traveling through physical space, because, like, you are, essentially, right? Where in KH2, it's more like, haha, dev trick, like, we're gonna have all this crazy stuff happening, but, like, you in space are just moving around a screen.
Yeah, it feels like Sora could avoid this going to the world by just, you know, like, driving to the left.
Yeah, basically. And so that's where I feel like it's just, I'm not as much as it functions, I would say better, you know? I still kind of prefer, like, KH1 over KH2, just because it feels like I'm actually going somewhere. And then also you get those sweet world reveals, but...
Even if you don't have, like, a gummy ship, even just what they do in Birth by Sleep, where, like, they have their little, you know, armor bikes that they ride, like, those are cool, and it still gives you the feeling of, like, traveling to a world, even if it's...
Yeah. Yeah, it's something where it's like, well, okay, we're not really gonna pretend here, we're just gonna let you fucking go. You can just go, it's okay, and you have cool vehicles, and it's fine. Though, like, I would much prefer, because it's like, I also, look, I just like Star Fox. I'm a fan of Star Fox, so, like, I like getting to fly a little ship through space. But it's like, I would almost take sometimes, like, if we're not gonna really go into it, you know, if we're just gonna be in front of a screen doing fucking whatever, like, I'm fine with not having the Star Fox fucking level bits, if it means I can just go to the next place. But this, no. See, I would almost prefer, like, wow, we have this whole, like, space thing, but, like, I think we can have a perfect mix here where we don't see the planets before we go to them, and we get fun reveals.
Yeah.
Because it's, like, that much more like, I'm exploring space.
Yeah, I think it would be more fun if we had, like... If the gummy ship was more like Breath of the Wild, I guess, where, like, maybe you could see, like, a landmark out in the distance, and that would kind of, like, lead you towards the planet. But no real, like, actual marker of just like, I'm just following the marker to get to the next world.
Yeah. Like, I'd be fine if it's just like, oh, this is where we're headed to next, and you have a general waypoint that you're going to, but, like, they don't tell you how to get there or anything, you know? You can just fucking free roam around, and then you're like, ooh, the, like, that's one thing I really like that they added in here was how much the areas change on your way to, like, surrounding planets and stuff, where things get, like, there's, like, oh, oceany, like, coral stuff starting to show up as we get close to pirates, and...
Right, it's thematic.
Yeah. It's fun stuff like that. But...
Oh, Mick, get down.
Dude, when I was eating food, or trying to anyway, I should say, baby cat was like, yeah, he was like, hold me right now, and I barely just started eating. And he wanted it so bad, so I was like holding him with one arm and trying to eat over him, and then I got like grease fucking sausage ass juice on him, and I had to like wipe it off, and he doesn't even notice. He doesn't know what I do for him. And then I also got gravy on him.
Oh, baby cat.
He didn't even fucking care.
One of the kittens we have right now, Melon Pawn.
Okay, great name, fantastic.
Yeah, she's a stinker. Every time we eat, she's got to be like on the table and like edging as close as possible to your food as she can get. She doesn't want to like steal and eat your food. She wants to steal and play with your food. Like she thinks the whole eating food experience is just like a really fun game. She'll try to like swat it out of your hand, and you're like, no.
See, part of it is just, it's just for, you know, it's for the sport of it all.
Right. It's just a fun game.
Yeah, we're having so much fun, right? Whee! No, not there. How? What am I fucking missing? Okay, hold on. Information. Blueprint fragments. I'm missing 2 of them. Where the fuck? It's always fiddly when you get down to, like, there's only, like, 1 or 2, because at that point, it's like...
Right. Where haven't you been?
Yeah. Oh, so when I was on stream last, and we were trying to figure out... Well, I found one. We were trying to figure out where the chests were, and all of the descriptions were, like, kind of dog shit and not good at telling me where to go.
Oh, like on a guide or whatever?
Yeah. And it was just, like, giving me bunk-ass directions that, like, after we got there, we're like, I guess I can see what you were saying, but, like, this was not very good.
I hate that.
Then, I know, and then I ran into it again while playing Final Fantasy VII, and granted, this game's a lot newer, right? So there hasn't been enough time for things to kind of coalesce, but, like, it was something that was just like, I was trying to find a place, and I'm in fucking Gungaga, so it's like really hard to find anything. And so I was like, dude, fuck this. Look it up for me and tell me where to go to do this one thing, because I cannot figure out where it's supposed to be.
I saw your tweet the other day that was basically just like, fuck Gungaga.
Yeah, this sucks ass and balls. Yeah, but like, I ran into this exact thing again where it was like the description was like, start at this point, go up a slope, it's there in a hole, and I was like, okay, and then I was like, okay, this must be the slope, and I go up the slope, and then I'm like, what hole? What are you talking about? And it was like, oh, I forgot to mention that you have to take this mushroom and hop over here, and then go to this place, and then turn a corner, and then there's the hole with a rope. And I was like, what do you mean up a slope and then there's the hole? Like, Jesus fucking Christ. I think you missed like 5 steps in between. I'll kill you.
So, you know, Baldur's Gate 3 is great and everything.
Yeah.
I've been kind of going through a lot of the older D&D games.
Okay, yeah.
Because I'm really a big fan of Baldur's Gate 2, and there's lots of them that I've, like, touched, but never completed.
Yeah, okay.
And so I've been going through Neverwinter Nights and some of its, like, expansion modules and stuff. And the game facts guides for these games suck ass.
God damn it. Always
Can't
chronically
think of any
being
particular
right.
example, but it's just like the game guide assumes you know what the hell jargon it's talking about.
Yeah,
and so it just
yeah.
lays that out, and I'm like, no, please, what do you...
No,
what
I
does
came
this
to you
mean?
for help. Please, this is not helping.
And like, I understand, like, the games fairly well. I don't feel like I'm going in completely blind. I've played a lot of these games since I was a kid, so like, I understand most of it. But then, like, it'll just throw something at me, and I'm like, what? Dude, come on. Throw me a bone here.
Yeah, no, really. It's like, please, stop assuming I know everything.
Or it'll just be super vague, like, oh, to find this piece of armor, go up into the northwest portion of the city.
Yeah. They're like, okay, and then what? And then what happens?
Is it in a house? Do I have to talk to someone?
Yeah, what then, bud? Please. Just fucking killing me, honestly. And it's always just to be chronically reminded that nobody knows how to actually describe or explain anything. Ever.
Right.
Nobody knows how to be concise. Nobody knows when they actually need to give more detail. Y'all are fucking killing me. I'm so tired of it. Where is this? I'm sure I have enough adamantite at this point. I have one. I've got one fragment left. Okay. Oh,
I've
7?
only 100%ed KH3 like twice, so like I don't have an encyclopedia.
I love like
memory of
I've
this
only
yet.
100%ed it twice.
Twice.
You know? Yeah, you know. Every time I've done this, it's usually been in conjunction with like somebody being over, like, oh, here's my good friend Gemma, we're playing through KH3 again, you know, and so like we're like taking turns, you know what I mean, like passing it off, doing whatever as it comes up. So it's like, have I done this more than once? Yes. Was I always at the wheel? No. Do I remember? Not really.
Not really. No, it's just like, considering how much I really love KH3, it's shocking that I've only 100%ed it once. Because, like, usually I just kind of do that, especially with Kingdom Hearts games, is I'm just like, wow, I'm gonna play Kingdom Hearts 1, and I'm going to 100% it for the 20th time.
Yeah, I'm back, baby. Guess what time it is? I haven't done that with many games, to be honest. I would be like chronically like not beating games growing up.
Yeah.
I think due in part like one, the ADHD, but also like anytime I did beat a game, I would be like sad because I was like, what? You know what I mean? Like I would feel like I remember beating Final Fantasy Tactics Advanced, and like that was when I was too compelled to like not beat it, and then I beat it, and then I was just so profoundly like, now what do I do? Even though that game's very like, there's so much you can do afterwards, right? But like, it was like, I just didn't do it all the time, so it's kind of a rarity. But there are some that I have played more than once, and one of them happens to be Star Fox Adventures, but like, but otherwise,
I have a few games that are just like comfort games that like I go back to, and I'm like, it is time to 100% this again. Yeah, and that's my like ADHD going, yes.
Yeah, this again, slam that fucking button.
It's like, I think I was talking to you about it the other week, but like, I finished another 100% playthrough of Okami.
Oh yeah, because you were like, I feel like dog shit, time for Okami.
Yep. It's just one of those games.
I feel like dog shit, I need dog.
Yeah. And it's that and like Final Fantasy X are usually my
yeah.
I feel like dog shit games.
Man, 10's so good. We're probably gonna play through it again soon because Canary's never seen it at all. I know, right? That's so fun. So we were like, we can't say anything about it. We can't do anything. We're just like, we're gonna beat 7. At some point, we're gonna play like original OG 7 just because, you know what? Why not? That would be cool. And then, ow, oh my god. Jesus Christ. I'm not even hurt, but it really sent me flying. Anyway, but we're like gonna play through 10, and that's something that like it was like a friend of mine's like most favorite game ever growing up. This is the same friend that introduced me to Kingdom Hearts actually, and loved 10 so much. And so I've seen it very thoroughly played, and then I finally got to play it for myself, and then I had my partner go through it, so I've been through it then as well. And then we were playing it again at some other point to show a different friend, but we never finished that playthrough. And so it's like, it is a game that I have like seen the ins and outs of so many times, whether it was me at the wheel or not. But 10.
So the last time I played it was actually for a Let's Play for Brittany and I's channel.
Yeah.
And I went hard on it. Like,
right.
I've played through and beaten it several times, and I've done a lot of the extra stuff, but I've never done, like, all of it. But, like, we did all the weapons stuff, and I actually had a separate file that I was working on during our playthrough that was just trying to, like, max out the sphere grid.
I was gonna ask, I was like, did you do that? Did you max it out? Okay.
Yeah, so, like, we were playing through the story, and then once we hit, like, near the end of the story, we swapped over to that other file to, like, do a bunch of the bonus stuff.
Right, yeah.
It wasn't, like, this huge, long, like, well, now we gotta grind.
Yeah, exactly. Like I'm doing. Like me on
Yeah.
stream. Like, la la la, trying to fucking, Anyway.
It's different when you're doing it on stream. Plus, with 10, there's no, like... Kingdom Hearts is pretty easy to just kind of, like, grind your way through. Like, yes, there'll be points where, like, you're just grinding, but usually there's enough, like, stuff to kind of keep you busy.
Yeah,
not,
I think
like,
it's also
just
a little...
grinding.
Visually, it's a little more entertaining, I feel, than watching somebody do turn-based combat over and over again. Even if it's some of the best turn-based combat that there ever has been. But, like, you know, it's a little easier to consume.
A couple of different, like, walls you hit with Final Fantasy X's grinding. Where you're just like, God, I'm not getting anywhere. And then once you, like, break past that wall, you go, oh my god, I'm rolling in the levels.
Yeah,
like, this is amazing. But getting past that wall can be really rough.
Hold on. There we go. Sorry, I was, like, trying to fucking alt-tab out, and I hit win-tab, and then everything went crazy. But we're fine. We're good. It's okay. I'm just looking up this last piece.
Yeah.
The Eclipse, Blueprint, Fragments. Sure, IGN. I'm always thinking of this one tweet. It's like the energy of it, and it's just stuck with me always. And it's just sure, Peggle, make phone calls. I don't give a shit anymore. I'm just always fucking, no, it's just like something about like, sure, IGN, make phone calls. I don't give a shit anymore.
I don't care.
No, not the Omega Machina. With the Eclipse. Blueprint Fragment. Come on, I put that in. I put it in. Game facts. Please tell me, and don't tell me poorly.
Just find it, loser. Scrub.
Idiot. Still can't find 7, which is the one they're like, found it. It's not directly below the ship, but it's near the bottom. So, like, what ship? do you mean?
Oh,
Like the whole
probably
fucking
like
thing?
inside. Yeah.
Maybe? Or is it like down, down, down? I'm just not fucking see it.
I
I'm
feel like
gonna
there
fucking...
is one below it. But I could be misremembering.
I'm just gonna go down and we're gonna find out what the hell they're talking about. Is southwest and underneath the giant ship. South the giant ship. So is the big structure in the middle considered the giant ship?
Yes.
I would bet, right? That's what I would think.
I feel pretty confident that's a yes.
Yeah, so okay, so we're
Oh no, my
I'm
inventory's full.
oh no. South how do I tell? Is
Wait,
southwest and underneath the giant ship. What do you mean southwest? I can't tell which way is southwest. I don't have a map.
Open up the big map?
Oh, you're right.
Let's see.
No, not God, zone map. Okay. Let's see. I am here. That's north. Like, I guess continue. There's something there, but I think I found that one, and then I'm looking. Like, the rocks with the crystals on them are usually a good little indication that something is there. Is it that and I just can't see from a distance? Let's find out. Oh, there it is. It just wasn't loading in.
Oh,
Oh, thank Christ. Oh, I found you. Get closer. There we go.
there you are.
Yay!
Pesky crystal.
I have like some in the other places, but I'm done here. Just
Nice.
okay. Let me... Yes, world map. Anyway, I feel like I was gonna say something, but I actually don't remember. So don't listen to me. But I'm going. Let's go. Go northeast. There should be a slope. Go down the rope. That
Go
fucking
down the rope.
Canary was there and saw it happen, and I was like, "Is this the slope?" And then it led to like nothing, and there was like a mushroom, and I was like, "Well, this is. But where's the hole? This must be the wrong slope." Because boy, let me tell you, there's a lot of slopes in the fucking jungle. So it was just like us for a while trying to find this one fucking spot.
Oh yeah. Okay, hold on. I have to talk about this
Okay.
because I thought this was kind of bananas. When you played Baldur's Gate 3, did
Yes.
you find Dinosaur Island?
No. What? Dinosaur Island? Wait. What do you mean? Wait, okay, continue. What do you mean Dinosaur Island? Did you fuck with the genie and get sent somewhere and then I don't remember what was there, but we got sent to a place because of the genie.
Yes.
Okay. Because Asterion turned into a cheese wheel and we were like, "Oh god." And then we got banished to, I guess, Dinosaur Island. That it's been a minute. I've slept since then, so I didn't really remember. And then it's just like, you're there all by your goddamn self. And there's like good shit there. Like, we got a really good Triton, and then we gave it to Karlach, and then it was like great, right? She was just chucking this shit everywhere, and we were getting big AoE crazy bullshit, and it was awesome. But like, yeah, yes, we did go to Dinosaur Island.
Okay, yeah, because that was something, like, in between playthroughs, I saw some people just be like, on Twitter being like, "Man, you know, Baldur's Gate 3 is great. Like, 1 minute you're doing this, next you're on Dinosaur Island." And, like, everybody in the comments was like, "What are you talking about?"
Dinosaur Island?
What?
Dinosaur Island?
And so, yeah, then I was like, wait, How the fuck do I get to Dinosaur Island?
Yes, I remember, okay, I need Wellspring Crystals again. I need, like, fucking one of them. I need Wellspring Gems? I'm out? Hold on, I'm
You're always
assessing.
running out of
I know.
Wellspring stuff. I
Crystals.
feel like I remember that distinctly.
Yeah. That's okay, I know where I can go at least, but... You know, are there dinosaurs on the island? Why, yes.
Yes.
There are. And you can fight them, or you can avoid them, like the plague, because you're alone, and that's what we did.
I fought him.
Yeah, we did not. We just, like, made a fucking run for it.
I am... So my Dark Urge, I'm playing as a Thief Ranger, which is kind of busted, which is fun. Because you can level up to, like, level 4 as a thief, and that gets you double bonus actions.
Okay. Oh boy.
And then, if you then switch and multi-class as a ranger, you then get up to, like, level 5 or whatever, and you get a extra action.
Okay.
So I am, like, able to do 2 actions per turn, plus 2 bonus actions, and I'm dual wielding, like, double crossbows and 2 knives.
Oh my god. And you're just fucking cleaning house, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hiding, backstabbing.
Right, right. Yeah, we always were just like, okay, and then we come in, and Karlach runs forward, and then Asterion hides, and then snipes everybody from, like, 400 yards away, and everybody dies.
Well, and if you're playing as the Dark Urge, you get this really cool item pretty early on in the game. It's a cape.
Okay. Oh.
And, every time you land the killing blow on an enemy, you turn invisible.
Okay. Well, that's fun. That's an easy setup.
Yeah, so, like, you know, I go into a situation, I backstab something, it dies, I turn invisible. Like, rinse and repeat.
Well, shit, huh?
Yeah, pretty sick, not gonna lie.
Yeah.
I'm sure that if I actually followed the Dark Urge and wasn't trying to resist it, I'd get even more cool items, but I am trying to be a good boy.
Ready?
Fucking Canary put in a really good addition when we were playing Rebirth, and there is the card game Queen's Blood, which rules hard, by the way, but we were on, like, the final match. Like, the big final match just for it, right? And it is suddenly pulling kind of a bunch of horse shit that's like, oh, it's just stuff that you've never interacted with before. It makes sense thematically and stuff, but, like, it's just like, oh my god, right? And we just had to keep, like, tinkering with stuff to make the deck work. But then Jess, my partner, right, was just like, fucking, like, if this was Baldur's Gate 3, we could just kill them. Like, we would just kill them right here. And it's like, well, that's true, but we're not playing Baldur's Gate 3.
Baldur's Gate 3. Oh man, that just makes me miss the card game that's in Final Fantasy 14.
Oh yeah,
I spent forever going around playing that.
Yeah, isn't it like Triple Triad or something?
Yeah.
Yeah. I played a little bit of 14, enough to I got to the gold saucer, and then I was like, well, and then I stopped playing basically.
Yeah.
Where do I get pulsing crystals? I need somebody to tell me where I get pulsing crystals.
I'm playing Stardew Valley. I'm disposed.
Yeah, I'm saying this to the chat. You're doing whatever you... Large bodies and helm bodies. Okay. I might be able to... Yeah, hold on. Oh, right, but it takes wellspring crystals. That's why it was a problem. I was like, oh, I could just make it. And then, like, it was like, you need wellspring crystals, which, like, I can do. But I also need those wellspring crystals. But I can, you know... I can get more wellspring crystals, right? Yeah. I'm gonna make, like, 2 and then see where that gets me.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, you can synthesize them, right?
Yeah, it was just that I needed both. Pulsing crystal. Wait. Oh, wait. That's why I need to pop out, and then I need to go back. Please, take my stuff. Here you go. Wow. Oh my god. Okay.
How many more weapons do you have to upgrade?
Not a lot. Okay. That's done. I don't need any pulsing crystals, but I do need... What am I left with? I have crystal snow, shooting star, and I think that's it. I've got the 2.
Okay.
So I need a wellspring crystal, and I need wellspring gems. Well, I get those, I think, also when I... But can I make them? No, I can't. Boo. There we go. Let me actually save. I don't remember when I did last time. Ha ha ha. Hoo hee hee.
So when we were talking about, the YouTube comments...
Yes. Yes.
I went back to look, and then I looked at the comments on the Vow Chikai
Yes. Yeah.
one. And just people being like, wow, damn, wow.
Damn, the woo. Okay. It's funny because that's just, it's one of those things that, like, I kind of take for granted because, like, I remember, like, when it dropped, right? And everybody being there scrambling to, like, translate the lyrics and stuff. And it's something that, like, to me is so, like, oh, hold on, I'm gonna do another run of this. But, it was something that's just so, like, oh yeah, you know, we know generally the lyrics and everything. Like, it's just been, like, around enough. But,
you were on board at the beginning.
Yeah, exactly. And, like, I remember when, like, what was it? It was, like, a Netflix, like, special concert thing that Utada had. And it was like, oh, their own, like, lyric translations, like, directly from, you know, obviously Utada themselves. And so it was like, oh, cool to have, like, you know, not even just, like, secondhand, but, like, direct firsthand translations from the person who wrote it because they speak both languages, you know.
Right.
And so it was like, oh, cool, now we get to see this. And so it's been like, you know, it's come up more than once over the course of its life of like, here are the translations, here's what the song is saying, and being like, this is, yep, normal information for me. And then so many people being like, I had no idea it meant anything like that. And it's like, oh, right, yeah.
I mean, it's kind of an easy thing to miss if you're not, like, purposefully looking for it.
No, it's true. I'm not even saying that it's just like, wow, so weird.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just saying that, like, I forget. Like, I just, it's something I had totally, like, forgotten and taken for granted that I was like, well, yeah, you know, it's look at it. Here's the song. There's the lyrics. We all know them, right? You know, yeah, we all know the time knife. It's... It's the same shit. Yeah, we all know the incredibly, like, specific and targeted gay lyrics of Chikai.
Chikai.
Come on. Okay. I need... Where do I go? I can go to Arendelle. Do I want to go to Arendelle? Where's the best place to get the pulsing crystals? Hold on. I know who I can get them from, but... Hold on. Wait, no, I got pulsing crystals. No, never mind. That's not what I need. What do I need? Fuck, I forgot what I was doing. Shit. Using Dawn specifically. I see you, Utada. I, for the longest time, said...
Leave that alone.
For the longest time, I would say Utada, because I was an idiot American. And and I don't know why, because it's like, I even knew, I was like, that's not how Japanese is said, but like, I didn't realize it still, like, at some point I had said, like, Utada, and I was like, now hold on a sec. Like, now, wait a second, I don't think that's how that's said. Someone who got into the series after 3 came out, finding that out made me explode. Okay, to be fair, I similarly, when I was first getting into the series, right, which was pre-KH3, that year lead up, right, what a prime time to get into it, I remember going and really looking at the lyrics for, you know, Simple and Clean and Hikari, and then, like, Hikari, Hikari, and then, like, Passion and Sanctuary and so on, and really just like looking at the both of them, because I was like, wow, what a neat and unique circumstance to have like somebody who is bilingual like writing both versions for the songs and stuff. And so like looking at the lyrics for both, because they're both like similar but they're different, you know what I mean? Like they'll have like shared things, but like they are still kind of like two different songs. It's not neither of them, it's not like a direct translation either way. It's just like, oh, I have the opportunity in this language to express this with the song, and vice versa, you know. And I remember going in and like reading like the lyrics to Hikari and then being like, what the fuck? Like I was like flabbergasted at, like, I was like, dude, what on earth? Are you kidding me? And then really, like, already Sanctuary is already a whole lot, and then like Passion is very much in the same vein. It's not is starkly different or anything, but it was just so like, oh, and I was really looking into this, and then that's when I found out that it was like, oh right, yeah, it was like purposefully like, you know, Passion and Sanctuary and everything. It's like I was really feeding like all of this stuff, like come on, it's like, you know, it's because it's about Sora and Riku, and like Nomura like really purposefully being like, it should be about these things because this is about Sora and Riku. And then like really, and then finding that out afterwards, already being like, I'm like reading these lyrics and being like, damn, you know, I think this is really clear. Yeah. I think this is really about Sora and Riku. This really sounds like it's from Riku's perspective. How crazy. I feel like that's something to be said for every single song so far, is that it's kind of from Riku's perspective. And then it was like, anyway, you're right. And I was like, holy shit. I remember being in the Best Buy and like telling my friend about this, and I was like, dude, you have no what I just read. But anyway, boy, what a time. What am I doing? What was I doing? Wellspring crystals. I made the pulsing crystal and it was fine. I needed wellspring gems. Did I get some? Fuck. I'm getting warm. I gotta open a window or something. I gotta do something. Hold on.
Wellspring Gem is basically same place for crystals.
Thank you. I was pretty sure that was the case. Ooh, God, that cold air feels really nice.
Sora's growing up.
Yeah. I love that one. Let's see here. Oh, that feels so nice. Oh my God, the window's open right on me, and it's, ooh, the wind is coming in.
Every time I remember that Nomura wrote all those, I'm just like, that's so cute.
I know. It also explains the hashtags, because like he doesn't actually have any social media, and I'm like,
I know, and the hashtags are so... Papa Nomura, I don't think that's how hashtags work.
Yeah, that's at least on this side of the pond, that is not what we're saying.
Chair.
Yeah, I got a new chair, and I'm talking to Niku on stream.
We're hanging out.
Oh, do you want your hair cut?
I would love that.
Do you want that right now?
And a do yes.
Okay.
If
That's
it's okay
fine.
to pull you up
Yeah.
into the stream for a little bit.
Yeah, I'll put my little Stardew guy to bed so my game can save. And then I will go up and give you a haircut. Oh my god, a fairy's on my farm. Yay!
69, baby! Let's go! Alright.
Alright, chat, I will be back.
Yes, have fun. I need to do a similar job for my partner soon. So I understand. Okay, alright. Hey everybody. How's it fucking going? Huh? How's it going? I had an energy drink at dinner. So like looking good, feeling good. I know it's Big Hero 6, but seeing Sora run around in a big city and I just gooby. What kind? What, of energy drink? I had the Alani peach drink that haunts me. That I love so much. It has me in such a grip. Whee! Yeah, see, I love peach drinks, but so often they like don't quite hit for what I want because they're always like, and I love sour stuff, but like it's always sour in a way that I don't really want. And what I really like about the Alani peach drink is that it's so light. They're like so sweet it's sour. Yeah, and I'm like not crazy into that. It's the same thing with watermelon drinks. And I love watermelon and I like sour watermelon candy stuff, right? But I don't want to, it's like I feel like I'm drinking syrup, you know? And I don't want that. Because watermelon is so light and refreshing and wonderful and sweet. I have a watermelon agua fresca, and it's the best shit I've ever had. I don't want my watermelon drink. Water it down. You know what? That's a good point. Yeah, maybe I should have tried that, but like, god damn it, all the time with this shit, it's always like way too much, and I'm like, ugh, and I can't fucking drink it. And peach stuff can be hit or miss. Sometimes it's really fucking good, and sometimes it's way too much. And like this drink, this Alani peach, whatever the fuck, is so yummy and so easy to drink. It's dangerous. Okay, where am I? Where's the you? Since you're the closest to being, you're done now. Okay, looking good. Hey, I think we're done, right? Yes? Yeah, we are. We're all done. We're all fucking done. I mean, I guess I didn't do this shit, but like, I don't care enough to do this right here. I mean, I can always have a separate save and come and do this whenever the fuck, but like, I got all of the Keyblades leveled up, and that's what I wanted. Now with that out of the way, let's see here. Let's craft. Yahoo! Heartless Mall. Alright. Nobody guard. Alright. Okay, save the king. Normal. Alright. You can load main game from remade save. I forget that you can do that. I'm gonna be real, folks. I don't remember shit. I don't remember jack. And I don't remember all. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, baby. That is a lightning crystal. That is a soothing crystal. Okay. There you go. There's all my stuff. Anything else I can make now that I've given you things? No. Boy, everybody sure is just right the fuck there, aren't they? How you forgot about Jack? There's too many Jacks. Let's see. Let me go get the rest of the blueprints for the gummy ships, because I'm only missing a few in, like, each one. It's like 2 to 3 or something. No, not that. Yes, this. And then I think we'll start Remind just fine. I'll give it some time so Tennelle can come back. You know? Okay, no, not here. Embark from. Also, we'll probably hit a commercial break here in a moment. I'm gonna fight you. So how was everyone's day, you know? Pretty alright. Pretty dang groovy for the most part. Though it has been getting warm here in a way that I wish it wasn't. Ba, ba, ba. Whee. Ba, 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 ba. I keep trying to use my weapon, and I keep fucking it up or something, because nothing happens. Ah, okay, there it is. It happened. We did it. Ba. Okay. All right. What am I working with? 11 and 14. No, I would like to keep looking at it, please. Today I got the OG Resident Evil 3. Fuck yeah. Oh, it's an ad break. I'm gonna hit the BRB real quick. I'm gonna look some stuff up in, I don't know. Dude, commercial break. I'm gonna stretch is what I'm gonna fucking do, actually. Haha, hee hee. And stretch with me, if you will. And this, go to the bathroom, get some water. I will return. Hi. Great commercial break, huh? Right? Hey. Camera. Figure, okay. There we go. Anyway. Hello. It's me. The remake of 3 was garbage and a waste of my time, so I had to try playing the OG. It also helps that I don't mind tank controls. Fair enough. I didn't stretch my limbs, but I cried about Kingdom Hearts. I did see you yelling, "I love Kingdom Hearts." Wah. I did see while I went to touch my toes, and then I stood back up, and then, you know, and I saw, so. but you could have stretched just a little bit and had time to do the same thing. You know? Kim Geharts. Oh man, I bet Twitter's still fucking something, huh? Let me peek for curiosity's sake.
Hi, I'm back.
Hi, welcome back.
Hair has been chopped.
Wonderful, fantastic. I had a small break while you were away. We hit the commercials, and I stretched.
Oh, fantastic. Stretching good. One of my doctors gave me this, like, it's a stretch, but it's also, like, something else entirely. But it's really been helping with, like, my arms. And it's called, like, nerve flossing, essentially.
Okay. Nerve
And
flossing.
yeah, so, like, if you're doing, like, a T-pose, but with your palms up, and then you, like, move one of your palms...
palms up, okay.
...out away from you. So your palm should be facing away from you.
Oh, okay,
and then
right.
Like,
so like this, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then you, like, tilt your head.
Because I can definitely feel it really fucking...
Yeah, like it pulls on your fingers.
Yeah, and then you tilt your head.
Yeah, and then you tilt your head away from that arm. And you can feel it, like, pull.
Okay.
But it's just, like, you want to do them carefully, because it is, like, messing with your nerves.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see what you mean there.
Yeah. But that's really been helping me when
you can really feel, because it's just like it's really just pulling at it, but back here. I was doing something like that when I was just trying to feel things out and trying to feel, because like I can have trouble stretching like certain muscles, not that it's hard to stretch them, but it's hard to get to a point where I'm feeling the stretch in some of them. Yeah. And so I kept trying to like stretch like the pecs, and there's like one thing you can do is like you can put your hand on like a wall, right, and then like push, so you like are pushing against the wall and basically pushing your arm way far back, and so it should be pulling something here, and I'm like I can't get anything out of it, so I was doing a whole bunch of like trying to find something, and then I was like, ew, I'm feeling a lot with my hands right now, like doing essentially that but slightly different. And now I'm like, oh yeah, okay.
There's another one you can do where it's like, this one's going to be a little bit harder to explain, but like, put your hand up towards your ear, but again, you're having your palm facing up and towards your head.
Okay, up and towards, so like this?
More like your wrist is pointing straight up at the sky.
Like this? Ooh, that's
But
definitely...
you gotta have your arm and your elbow, like, going out from you.
Like forward?
Yes. Yeah, like that. And then you do the same thing where you, like, tilt your head, and this one really, like, you can feel it in, like, your pinky.
Yeah, that's where I'm feeling it a lot. I remember I had pinched some nerve somewhere in my arm, and it was, like, making my whole hand and, like, arm tingly for way too long. It was driving me crazy. Like, everything was just getting really sensitive and agitated. And I remember that, like, genuinely doing the thing where you're like, hold on, I gotta take my glasses off for it. But when you do like this, and it was like, yeah, do this, and it's just like, it does like similarly like stretch out like right in here. And so I was like, la la la. They had to do this to like stretch my fucking arms. But it works.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you can really feel it like tug on it in like in a similar way.
That one fucks me up.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, there's mine to share with you. is fucking magic glasses.
Oh god, speaking of being fucked up, okay. So,
Right.
my life. I had surgery not last Friday, but the Friday before that. Ever since I've gotten out of surgery, my left, like, forearm, wrist, has been fucked. And it's just like it hurts like something, like I need to, like, pull a knuckle out or something like that.
Right,
But it's just been this, like, constant pain. I don't know what it is. It won't go away.
Right. I had something, so is it just in really like the joint, like the wrist?
No. That's
No.
the weird thing, is it's not in the joint. It's like between your wrist and your elbow. It's like in my forearm, like closer to where like you can see your veins.
Okay, yeah. It's just hurting there, where there's very little of anything. There's like tendons there.
Yeah.
Huh. Hold on. Let me stream Blueprint Fragments, just so I have that. That's strange. Because like the only thing I could think to like try and like stretch it or do something, because it's like I had not that long ago, I don't know what it was, it felt like my hip needed to pop like so bad, and then all it did was hurt a lot. And it just got progressively worse until it just went away, and it was like distinctly like as if there was something in there that like really needed to pop, like I needed to pull something, and no matter what I did, it wouldn't fucking pop. It just wouldn't fix, right? And I was like, the next day we like went to IKEA, and I was just walking around, and then it would like, I would feel it like pull from the joint a little bit, and then I would be in so much pain. And I was just like, I am in public, and I was like, there was like nothing I could do about it, but just try to not do that.
For that, I would often, the best way to get it to go back into place is like I literally like lay down on the floor, and then I like kick my legs up, so I'm like holding on to my butt with my arms.
Right, okay.
And my feet are like up, and I just kind of like pull my legs down towards me.
Yeah.
So it's like pulling on that hip area, and sometimes it would get that to pop, but sometimes it doesn't, so. Ugh.
Yeah,
people complaining about their joints.
I know. Oh man, I remember because it's like I was lying on the ground, and like my buddy Jason was just like, "Okay, hold on, now relax. I'm gonna like pull on your leg a little bit to see if we can like pop it a bit." And I was like, I can feel it kind of pulling on what it needs to do, but like it won't do anything. And so then after that, I was like, fortunately, it kind of just hurts more. Not that it ever hurt when pulling on it, it just got like more agitated. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then it was just, everything went wrong.
That sucks.
Bodies. And then it just went away. It just went away. And this wasn't even that long ago. This was like last month this happened, and then it was just gone. And I was like, okay, I mean, I'm not complaining, but I am confused. So,
yeah, at first with my arm thing, I was like, is it because they had an IV in that arm? Because, like, that's where they put the IV in, was, like, right around that area.
Right.
But I'm like, okay, but it's also been, like, a week and a half at this point. Why is it still, like, the same intensity of pain?
Why is it still, like, so upset?
Yeah.
This is all the constellations. I don't want that. I want blueprint fragments. Sorry, I'm like looking on the side. Is they worth finding? Not what I'm looking for. Fragments. Okay, this is... Hold on. We are at fragments, and that's fantastic, but I need... There we go. I'm looking for 11 and 14. Whoa. This image is very small, so it's not really helping me much.
Oh boy.
It's like showing me the crystal, and I'm like, okay, it's buy some rocks, like everything is. Oh, cool. They have an overarching map. Okay. Hold on. Hold the phone. Show me the money. Show me the zone map. Okay, 1, 2, 3.
The fairy visited my farm last night, and so now I've got crops that are all grown.
Oh, hooray!
Hooray!
As Canary said, fairy pog.
Fairy pog!
Okay, let's see here. It's definitely over here somewhere.
Oh, so you know how you sent me that package?
Yes.
Lovely,
That package
beautiful.
of goodies, yes.
I absolutely adore it.
Yeah.
So my friends, like they know about Kingdom Hearts because like they've played like the first few games and like they know me.
Right. Yeah. Not
But,
totally
like,
unawares.
They haven't really touched like a lot of stuff like post KH2.
Okay. Yeah.
And so when I was like showing them everything that's in the package,
Yeah.
I was like, "Oh, check all this stuff out! It's so cool!" And they pick up the two sides of the gay blade,
Uh-huh.
and I'm like, "So that is." My friend was just like, "Gay keyblade! That's so cool!"
Haha, so neat.
And I was
Well.
like, so Sora and Riku wield this together. They each wield one half, and my friend just like stopped laughing and looked at me.
That's so funny. Oh, you're serious? Oh, this is real? Oh.
Deadpan had to stop. Like, are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah. Oh, you're being for real? Now, hold on. That's so funny.
I showed it to another friend, and he just like blinking, and he goes, "Oh no, but I'm sure they're just really
Yeah,
good
really.
friends."
For sure, absolutely.
And note, this other friend is like a man in his 50s, so
That's really fun. I'm so glad. What the fuck? I know it's over here. It's somewhere over here. There's a crystal. Where is it? Admittedly, I'm kind of just flying around blindly trying to hope that I find it, knowing that it's over here, but like, come on. Ah! Ooh! Ooh, I found it.
get it.
Fuck
Speaking
yeah, okay.
of, there
Yes.
you are.
Yes.
Yeah, they're just really good. They're friends, they're buddy pals.
They're buddy pals.
Yeah. They're just so close. They're just friends. They're so friends. More friends than you've ever been friends with anybody. 11, 14. 14 is more over here. Ah, okay, we are up. Genuinely, this thing that's just showing me fucking pictures is like so much more helpful than anybody trying to explain with their words.
Yeah.
Even if it's not
mean-
the most like clear, like it's just like them looking at the crystal, so I'm like, okay, well, what's around it, you know? But like, it's still more. It gives me so much more. Oh, I don't remember if you heard me or you were around when I was like, I went to the bathroom and then I looked at my fucking Twitter and I was like, that was a bad idea. Because like,
Oh,
my
yeah.
tweet is starting to escape orbit and I'm like, uh-oh, don't talk to
man.
me. So that was something that I was seeing, like, I was looking at one, like, right as you came back, too. I just happened to look down. It was, like, someone quote tweeting it, being like, Kingdom Hearts fans are the only people who were like, ooh, I found him! Kingdom Hearts fans are, like, they're, like, what was it? It was about, like, equating, like, a gacha game on the same level as, like, a console, like, entry kind of a thing. And I'm like, okay, I'm not here to defend gacha games, because I think they're dog shit. And I'm here to say, like, wow, Cucks is, like, the best game ever to play, because not true. But, like, you just can't ignore it as a story entry. And the problem is that people do.
Where do people get off saying this kind of stuff anyway? There are lots of people who are, like, into Genshin Impact or whatever, like, for the story.
Yeah, and that is a gacha game, which gacha is still, like, Satan and the devil, but, like, it's still, you know, but it's, like, it's still just, it's a story, and the whole thing is that it is a story entry that has equal weight, that is completely free to play. It's also not a game anymore, you can just watch it. You know, it's just that simple. And so when people are pitching a fit about not knowing stuff from the mobile game, it's just like, you just don't have many excuses really anymore. You can just fucking watch it. You always had the option to just watch it. But people seem so upset base level that it's a mobile game in the first place.
You know, I'm sorry, we live in a time, we are all on phones.
This is true.
Are you not playing some kind of phone game? Like,
yeah,
you don't have to be, but, like, if you're a gamer, like, you probably have a couple of games downloaded on your phone. And what's wrong with them having a story? And if they are part of a bigger franchise, what's wrong with them having a story that connects to the main story?
Yeah. No,
Just
it's
have a little creativity, guys. It could be just a cash grab gacha game, but lucky for us, it's not.
Yeah, let's see. This tweet says, KH is the only series, it's the only series where its diehard fans legitimately equate the console games to the same playing field as mobile gacha, and then get mad at people who criticize the story in the console games for not explaining things that's in the console games that's from the mobile shit, which there isn't really much of that, to be fair. Anything that has to do with the foretellers, that exists in the,
The movie.
The movie, yeah. It exists in back cover. Anything where it's shown up before, like, say, the whole Union Cross, everything happening in the Keyblade Graveyard, is still like, we don't know how or why that happened. We don't know. And anything that's coming up with, like, Strelitzia is, like, has been spoken on, was that Sora doesn't know who she is either. You know, he wasn't there for any of that.
An explanation.
So, yeah,
you're gonna be fine.
You're gonna be fine. But it's like, I think it's something where it's just like equating the console games to some mobile gacha thing, and it's just like, okay, you know, we were saying that it's like, yeah, there's story in fucking gacha games these days. You know what I mean? But it's like, it's also it's the idea that, like, it's either in the console game or bust, and it's like, I'm sorry, this story has always just kind of been this way. It's always been around, but it's available. Like, readily available in so many different ways. That it's, like, the problem isn't people not understanding stuff from the mobile series being here. Like, people complain about Strelitzia, but as far as they're concerned, and as far as Sora is concerned, she is a completely new character we have nothing with. You know what I mean? So it's like, you're not really gonna be that fucking lost. But, like, it's just not, like, the argument here is that it is simply another story entry that's as important as the rest of them. Whether it's on a phone, or it was on a Game Boy, or anything. Hell, it's not even the first phone game. It's just so, like, that's it. I don't care if you have, like, I'm not saying that there isn't issue to be had with, like, the story.
I like Burgies.
Burgies? Like, I'm not saying that things are free of criticism or anything, but I'll let you finish what you're doing.
No, it's fine. I think decided on Burgies? Where are Burgies? McDonald's?
Probably McDonald's.
Mickey D's? Okay. Mickey D's.
Mickey D's. Ba, ba, ba. Okay, hold on. I've got those. Like, almost every long-running series has lore in multiple different places and people don't talk shit about it. It's just Kingdom Hearts. Like, suddenly Mickey existing makes it impossible to consume or something. See, I think, what was it? I had retweeted a couple tweets about this, like, earlier. That was kind of just, like, like, people act as if this information is being kept behind in, like, drama CDs or, like, stage plays they can't see. And it's just like, dude, it's a game on your phone. It's free.
I mean, okay, look. I've been a part of many different fandoms.
Yeah.
There is literally a Warriors, like Warrior Cats,
Right.
stage play.
Really?
Yes. And, like, it's canon. And it's just, like, basically this short little vignette. It's, like, maybe, like, a 5-minute play.
Right.
But, like, it's there.
Yeah.
There's a what? Yeah. It's just meant for, you know, like, 4th graders to do.
Right. Which I think is, like, that's fun, you know? It's not like it's a terrible, evil thing to do. It's just like, yeah, obviously there's reasonable complaints of things being not very accessible, if they don't make any efforts to preserve it in some way. You know what I mean? If people have access to it, then, like, it's fine. It's whatever. But it's just, like, I just feel like people take such issue with, like, it's the idea that, like, the mobile game cannot be, like, you cannot equate it to a console game, as if it's, like, more important kind of a thing. And it's like, well, yeah, I understand, like, main titles and stuff, but, like, if your complaint is simply, I don't want to play that other game, that's on you. I don't know what to tell you. That's the story's there. Do it or don't. And, like, don't complain if you don't know who this character is and you're upset about that. Like, you can just go, you know, there's a different way to go about this. You can just go, I don't know, like, I wasn't that interested in Cucks, but apparently she's important, you know, and, like, I'll just play the game and maybe if it changes my mind, I'll go back and, you know, check it out. Like, sure, you might not understand every single little thing, but even people with all of the cards don't always understand everything that's being thrown at us. Partly because we don't have to. And then also, you know, it's just a lot to keep track of kind of a thing. And so they usually do a pretty good job of reminding us what we need to know and, like, what's relevant. So
I feel like a lot of people just want to put Kingdom Hearts in a box of, like, this is what I think it should be. Yeah. And it's like, that's great, Steve, but tough. It's not gonna be
it's
that.
not that.
It's not that. And I don't know, I just don't get the mindset behind it, because when stories branch out in, like, kind of a meta way, like they, like, go to different formats, or, like, they kind of become, like, these multimedia experiences, I'm like, ooh, that's so cool.
Yeah.
It's more of the thing I like.
Yeah, I know. It's just like, it's just more. I can look into this thing. There's more of it, instead of it being exactly how you want it to be delivered. Like, the whole thing with Dark Road is just like, people were so mad it was gonna be the Cucks sprites. And I'm like, dude, we were just not gonna get this. Like, until this opportunity arose. Like, that's what a lot of these, like, the supplementary material stuff kind of is. Supplementary material. Where it's like, say, 358 is like, we're kind of like moving backwards and filling in that gap of, like, this is what Roxas was doing for that year, right? Yeah. And that was something that opportunistically came up because Nintendo wanted something Kingdom Hearts and something potentially multiplayer on their on a console of theirs, you know, preferably the DS. And so it was like, cool, this fits that, let's do it, kind of a thing. And it's just like, would you rather they just didn't do that at all? Or just because it's not, like, another console title, like, the argument is the same. It's like getting mad that these games exist on other platforms, and while, yeah, that's not always accessible, that has long since been a problem solved. You know what I mean?
Right.
And so would you rather live in a world where we just didn't have 358 at all? Or any of these other games? Like, people love Birth by Sleep, but God forbid it was on the PSP and not a console release, you know? Cucks is what it is. And it's an interesting story. I like the characters. It's not, like, super in-depth with them. Like, you know, it's not necessarily of the same level or anything, but it's still a very interesting, like, mystery and thing that's going on. And I'm happy that it's there. And I'm happy for the things it has set up that we get to explore. I'm sorry it's on your phone for free, but, like,
well,
ain't nothing you can do about it now.
I
Sorry,
think
what were you
another
saying?
thing that people need to keep in mind is that media will change based on capitalism. But no, like
Absolutely. No, it's true.
But,
I
like,
mean,
yeah,
it's not
like,
always a good
based
thing,
on-
but it's true.
Yeah, so like a lot of times, like we've gotten the Kingdom Hearts games we've gotten because Disney wanted this game for this system. Or,
yeah.
you know, like
Nintendo
we've
wanted
talked
something
about-
on theirs, and then, you know.
Yeah, and we've also talked about how, like, Nomura has said in that one interview that he's like, oh, I wasn't ready to make Kingdom Hearts 3, so we made these quote-unquote spin-off games to,
Yeah.
like, fill the time so that people wouldn't forget about Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah.
And, like, that's an important part of, like, the meta storytelling of Kingdom Hearts, because, like, if some of these games had been console games, they would just be completely different.
Yeah,
And,
yes.
or we would not have these games. Like,
Yeah, it's like we wouldn't have, like, the same stuff. Like, sometimes some things are just, like...
this only exists because it was made on the 3DS or whatever.
Yeah.
You
This
know?
only exists because we were doing it as, like, a phone game. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like, Dark Road only exists because they had the means to, like, make it as an aside. Everything was already there, and so it's just like, I am sure glad that we got it versus not getting it, you know? But,
Yeah, and like, okay, I want to bring this up because I feel it's relevant to the conversation, but we can totally move past it after I say this because
Okay, yeah.
Avatar discourse is...
right, okay, fair enough.
But like, I am getting so sick of seeing what people are talking about with the live-action Avatar series, because over and over and over again, I am just seeing people complain about how it's not the exact same thing as the cartoon.
Right. When it,
And
like,
I'm
that's
just
all
like-
it boils down to, and it's like, well, of course it's not. It's live action.
Yeah, and it's like, guys, okay, you're mad that it's not the cartoon, but you're also just, like, completely missing the point that this is an 8-episode TV series that are, like, 8 episodes done in hour-long bits where they've got to fit, like, a cohesive narrative in an hour-long segment instead of a 22-minute cartoon. So things have to be restructured. Character arcs have to change.
Yeah,
It
like,
is a different medium,
Yep.
and it has to be done differently in order to be any good.
yeah. No, you have to adapt for, like, what you're making it in, and, like, it's the same
And
way
you
where it's
can
just, like, book adaptions are never going to be the same when they're a movie. Like, they have to change things, because they don't have the room to take the time like a book gets to, you know what I mean?
Right. And you can argue that that adaptation is bad, but please, please, please do not argue that it is bad because it is different.
Right, yeah. No, that's not it. Where the fuck pardon me, pardon me. Oh boy. Wha- Sorry, I'm looking. You know how it is out here in
Yep.
the mines.
Mining them with space rocks.
Yeah, really. And also just looking for fragments. Where the fuck? I'm looking at it, but like, where are you? Are you? Because I bet 6 is that other one, so that one should be. Anyway, yeah, no, it's. I get it. No, it is relevant to the conversation, and that it's just like, it has to be something different. And like, Cucks was, I feel like, as much as it was also agonizing the pace at which we got story updates, like, it got to kind of dull things out and have fun with some things that we would not be able to in other formats, simply because it did get to take its time like it did.
Yeah. Well, and like, the way I experience... Oh, fish. The way I experience Hux was usually like, I'd be kind of like away from it for a really long time, and then I'd come back, and there was just like a ton of different story updates, and I was like, oh my god.
Yeah, yeah. Like, genuine.
But it was so nice to just have like kind of Kingdom Hearts going on in the background.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, I found the first one. Finally.
And then when the story really got going, I was like, oh my god, when's the next update coming out?
Yeah, yeah, no, it was always like so exciting in the way that like it got to really build itself up by like drip feeding. And again, I'm not like arguing that it's like, wow, that was so good, but it did work to its advantage as it came out, just simply because it was like
it was its own unique thing.
Yeah. But it's like, God, far be it away for me to defend, like, actual gacha shit, because I'm not.
Nah.
It's just that it's like, you know, regardless of how you feel about it, it is a story entry, and it is as important as everything else. So, if you're not going to consume it and get mad about them following up with everything that they've been setting up over here, then that's just kind of on you at this point. Like, that's just more Kingdom Hearts to consume. Like, that's just more you get to experience, you know? And it's cool. It's genuinely, like, as it pops off towards the end, it gets fucking insane. And it's, like, super cool.
Yeah, and I like the Cucks art style. I understand if people, like, aren't super into it or whatever.
Yeah.
I think it's cute. But also, that being said, I'll be really, really excited if we get to see some of those Cucks moments, like, reanimated.
Yeah.
And, like, the proper KH engine.
Yes. I, too,
so
am very excited. There's a lot of stuff that would just be so cool to see. But that's not necessarily, like, that's not to say that it's, like, at a detriment because it was sprites. It was cool, but, like, what if we saw it again, but different? I would be excited, you know? It's about where that is. Where the fuck? Sorry, I'm looking at this map and trying to... Whoa, rock. Where am I?
Let's see.
I'm, like, checking here and looking back, and then...
Yeah, I want to hear news about Missing Link.
I know.
Like, we cry about it all the time, but it's just... Oh.
I know. Oh, and I know. Genuinely so excited for it. I like the art style. I was most disappointed about no voice acting, but it's what they had resources for. And even then, they had some voice acting in, like, Japanese, in certain select scenes and stuff, but we did not get that here because...
The mobile game market here is just not, like,
it's not the same. It's not the same as Japan. It's a little different now, but, like, as Cucks was coming out, like, it was not the same market globally. Like, it was not a big thing, so we were not going to get that. Also, in Japan, they have shit popping off all the time, saying words and things, and we find that super annoying most of the time. So we just get, like, because I know even some, like, Tsum Tsums and stuff, like, have voice lines that go off when you do things, but it's just stuff that goes off frequently enough that it's just, like, the Americans don't want that. As well as, like, if they were to put it in English, like, it's just a lot to come and have whatever VA come and record, like, a few lines, you know? Or do whatever they feel they need.
It's true. I would find constant voiced things annoying.
Yeah, like it'd be cool to have like the option, but
Yeah.
it's, you know, like I've turned them off on games before where I was like, oh, this is fun for now, and then it got a little tiring after a bit. So it's
Let's see.
am I pointing? Which way am I facing? Okay, I am there. Hi, baby. My giant boy. Oh God, you good?
Baby cat.
He made a jump that was kind of so so, you know, but here he is looking out the window. Hi, baby. Dun, dun,
Did the beta test for the other phone users ever happen?
Nope,
No.
it did not. They haven't done Android testing at all.
Okay.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I know. Not great. But at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if they just have a test and then they pretty shortly, like, get things out after that. Or if they just forego
Hopefully.
the test. All I
Yeah.
know is that Nomura uses an Android, so I would hope to God he makes sure it works on his own fucking phone.
Yeah.
It's not like, oops, I forgot about Android users. It's like, he is one, so I think that, like, they'd probably make sure it works whether we got a test or not.
Right.
But I think they said that they were like, yeah, delayed for spring. They said spring, and it's the first day of spring, I think. Yeah, it's they said that they were like looking to release it when the weather's actually warmer. And spring is a good time to be doing that. So I simply would not be shocked if they were like, hey, it's coming out next week.
Yeah.
And we'd be like, oh shit.
Yeah.
Let's see. 2, and then I want to face the opposite direction, basically. Continue. I came out of here. I want to go... over here. Are you in... is it in there? It's like between rocks. Betwixt.
Betwixt the rocks.
Yeah.
You shall find these crystals 3.
There's 1. 2! How do I... okay, I guess 1's just a blue crystal for fun. There we go. That's 2. What else am I missing? I don't remember. Constantly have to check back. 4. This is probably the least explored area for me. Just because it's like, I'm just kind of blasting through. By Olympus. Okay. Zone map. Dun, 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 bum, bum. The cherry blossoms are blooming. It's spring. I mean, it is March,
man.
so it's good enough for me.
Luckily,
even-
our plants here had not been tricked into thinking it was spring, and then the big snow happened, because that's what
yeah.
usually happens.
Right. Yeah, we have a lot of plants now that are like, oh my god, it's warm. Go, go, go! And they're all just fucking blooming like crazy.
Because it never fails. We'll get like these beautiful blooms on the trees, and everything will be so lovely. And then like, bam, hail.
Right, yeah, die! Die! Also, it is in fact the first day of spring, so... confirmed. Nice. See, okay, with the gummy ships and how the fights like this are this kind of on rails, like it's very like KH2-esque in the fights, and I'm fine with that.
Oh yeah, I love
that's
it.
totally fine by me. You know, it's. I'm just glad that not everything is this.
No, like, just they really, like, for me personally, they really nailed it out of the park with this gummy ship because like every single time I play KH3, I'm like, yes. Gummy ship missions.
Yeah. Fuck yeah, gummy
Which
ships.
I don't say for any of the other games.
Yeah,
even if I
no,
think
it's
the gummy
true.
ships are just fine.
Yeah. Even if I think they're cute and they're fun and I wouldn't want to not have them,
Right.
you know, I'm not always crazy about them at the same time. Where the fuck? Where? It seemed so simple when I looked at the map. It was right by Olympus. Stop moving. Stop moving. Okay, it's very, actually, it's like quite ahead. So, it must be, like, somewhere up over here. Anyway. Are you perchance up here? Do not hit me.
Crystal. Psst, 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 psst. Crystal.
Whee.
There are new cats and dogs in Stardew.
Oh, are there?
Yeah, there's like
Shit.
more options.
Aw. Ooh. Where are you? I don't think you're... I'm really glad Ape's team seems to be doing good by him. Yeah, I'm glad all of that's working out. I'm glad he can just do stuff and still have Stardew Valley stuff happen.
Mm-hmm.
I can totally imagine working on a thing for a long time and then finally giving it over to some folks. That must have been tough. But it's worked out so well. I agree. Even if I haven't played for a little while, seems to be nothing but good things that come out of that. And I'm glad.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm also really looking forward to his next game as well. Haunted
Yeah.
Truck was like a lot of fun.
It looks very cute. I remember the reveal trailer and I was like, oh shit, I'm glad he gets to make other things.
And I'm also like into the idea of being a person who owns like their own little chocolate shop. Like that just, I'm like, ooh,
Yeah.
ooh, I like the
Ooh.
premise.
Alright. Okay.
Let's see.
Not every time. I'm like, I gotta look at the map, and I press the button for looking at the map, but like in Final Fantasy VII, and it's killing me. Okay, Olympus. I'm kinda where one would consider. Dun 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 dun. But it's very on its own little asteroid. What am I... Continue. Where are we? Where are we? La-di-da. Like, it wouldn't be that down there. I thought I'd been to this. I'll go and check. Oh my god. Come on. No, that's looking pretty empty. Ooh. Ugh. Gotta even out. Oh boy. Come on. Yeah, it's not that. It's a much smaller, but I keep looking at the picture and I have to look back and I'm so... Where the fuck? What is this? Where are you? It feels like it's so just kind of out in the open. I'm gonna find this and it's gonna be really stupid. Killing me. Oh, killing me. Baby cat, it's killing me.
Killing me softly.
Where are you? Who are you? Okay, there's that, and then there's Olympus. So, like, what am I fucking missing here? What am I missing here? It's like out in the open. It's on a little asteroid.
Where's Donald and Goofy being like, man, this looks like a good spot to shoot some space rocks?
Yeah.
When you need them.
Come on, guys. I'm out here in space. You could at least say something to me. You could point it out, you know? Ooh, look at that pretty crystal. Just fucking anything. Come on. Come on. I'm going more up. I am looking down. Okay, there it is. And so then I would be over here. Like, it's somewhere over here on the map. It's where I'm... Ooh! Where are you? What is this?
Does it specify if it's, like, high or low?
No, not really. It has a map that shows on the overall map where it should, like, be. And then it has an image of, like, what it looks like when you're looking at the crystal, right? And I'm like, okay, cool. So, like, I have an idea of what I'm seeing, and I know generally where it is in relation to other things. And then I can't find it. This is agonizing.
I am sorry.
Oh, Kingdom Hearts. Why do you hurt me so? It doesn't. I'm having a good time.
Yeah.
But I am lost. I'm lost and I'll never be found.
I believe in you. You can find this dang crystal.
Thank you. I've done it before at some point.
It's there. It's somewhere.
It's possible. It's possible. That's all that matters. I also didn't find, like, fucking anything in this area. I was looking at the, like, list of shit, and it was nothing. Because I was just avoiding everything, just going to the next place. Haha, oopsie. There we go. Where are you? I'll find you.
I'll find you, no matter what it takes.
I will save you.
Oh, man.
Ah! I found it! It was down. It was so far down. That would have been really useful to know. Okay.
You got me thinking about the secret movie again, Niku.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. How am I
I
missing?
have to put that shit away.
I have to lock. I can't deal with it. Blueprint fragments. Okay. Oh, I'm only missing one. Okay, cool. I'm almost done with this part. Hooray! Anyway, yeah, it's something where it's just like, as I fill the void with doing other things, you know, here I am playing Final Fantasy VII, and I'm happy to be playing Final Fantasy VII because it's a good game and I'm having a good time. And I like the characters, and I love Barrett, and I'm, you know, just genuinely compelled to, like, keep playing the game. But also, I'm so glad that we can move past it so I can get more Kingdom Hearts.
I know. Like, the biggest thing I've been excited about with 7 coming out, I'm like, cool, now give me Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, thank God. Woohoo! 7 came out. Pushes it aside. Out of the way, you!
Out of the way, broad.
For next to... Okay. Okay. Alright, okay. Here. Take me over here real quick, just so I'm at the right starting point, and then... Okay, what?
And like, I'm sure if I did not know Kingdom Hearts was on the horizon, I'd be way more excited about 7. But I'm just...
Yeah. I know. I'm just so ready to move forward. It's funny how much... So we got Kingdom Hearts 3. And then, yes, we did get, like, the ending of Cucks. We got, like, Dark Road. We got Melody of Memory. Melody of Memory of which was in production at the same time as KH3, right? But, like, we haven't had anything, like, huge, substantial that wasn't, like, Cucks or Dark Road since, like, KH3's release, right? We had KH3, and then Final Fantasy VII Remake came out. And then we also got Crisis Core, and then we also got Final Fantasy 16, and then we also got Final Fantasy VII Rebirth before we have gotten a single major Kingdom Hearts intro. Like, we got 2 parts to Final Fantasy VII before we've even moved forward with Kingdom Hearts.
I know.
And Kingdom Hearts 3 came out before it. And so, like, yeah, I would say I'm kind of ready, you know? I'm ready for the next thing.
Yeah, and it's like, I know y'all are probably, like, just in the pits of production right now.
Yeah.
And, like, it's probably a whole thing, but God. Please,
But God.
talk to us.
Anything. Would love just a trailer. Like, truly, and it's just, like, not even like, haha, joking, like, I'd take even just a single look at Riku or whatever. Like, you could just show me Riku's design, and, like, I would be set for so long.
Yeah, like, at least another year. I'd be like, okay, yep.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, I have what I need just to keep plugging forward. Like, I can keep myself entertained if you just give me his fucking design and something to look at.
Uh-huh.
I promise. I pwami, if you give me this, I'll shut up. Pay for my silence. Okay, alright, okay. Kinda looks like that, but it's not. It's not that. It's not that. Is it down? Is it down again? Are we up?
And yes, while Riku's design is, like, on the top of my, like, Christmas wish list.
Yeah.
Also, though, like, any more news about, like, what the story is gonna be like in Missing Link. Like, I know for a lot of fans, Missing Link is kind of like an afterthought.
Yeah.
But man, I am so excited about Missing Link.
Yeah, I'm genuinely just really interested, especially, like, I am interested in its relation to the rest of everything else. Like, it's only going to introduce a bunch of crazy shit that's gonna be cool with everything else.
Well, I want to know, like, you know, like, what the fuck's going on with this Scala? Like,
yeah,
what's the deal?
Yep. Yeah. Is it?
And, you know, I just like Brain. He's cool.
I also just like Brain and think he's cool.
What the fuck happened with Ephemer?
Yeah,
you know?
where's Scold? I like that in the trailer it shows like kind of where it is in the timeline in a sense. And that it's just like, oh, it's related to everything, and it shows fucking little Riku looking at the door, and I'm like, go
Yeah.
on. Go the fuck on, please.
Yes, I'm
Let's
listening.
see.
I'm listening. I would love to know. Ooh, I have gone totally backwards. Okay, hold on. Turn around. Turn around. Turn around. Stop firing at me.
I understand how storyboarding works. Can you?
Yeah.
Can you tell me what the door and Riku thing is all about?
Yeah, can we go? Well, now hold on. Can we go into that? I'd because it's like it's not just like nothing. All of this stuff is so related to every other part of the story. Oh, it's an ad break. Shit. I keep not getting a warning before the ad break happens.
People be like, "No, they're talking about Riku."
I know. That's why we have to stop. We have to
Yeah.
be good. We have to be nice. For the kind people giving me ad money, nothing of
Exactly.
significance will happen right now. In fact, I'm gonna
This
get up and
is for
stretch.
y'all.
I'm gonna stretch. I'm gonna stand up. I've been like slowly every day. Okay, I haven't for like a week at least because I've been playing 7, but like otherwise, I've been doing a good, like consistent like stretching, and I'm feeling the flexibility like kick in a little bit.
Nice.
I was already like not like I was still relatively flexible without doing anything, but like I'm feeling the improvement.
So that's the funny thing. Through all this bullshit I've been going through with my health,
Yeah.
like, I've had to see a lot of different specialists about things. And so every time I have to kind of like go through like what's gone on, because a lot of times they only hear about one specific part of it.
Yeah.
And every single time they're like, okay, so what's your mobility like if you're dealing with all this? And I'm like, okay, I know I'm not going to like fit what you think me being disabled looks like, because I'm
Right.
still rather flexible. I still have
You still
good
have a-
mobility.
Yeah, good
I
range
just-
of movement.
Yeah, it's like I just get fatigued really
Yeah.
fast, and I just like can't do stuff for very long.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, your stamina was so like 1 point. 2 point maybe on a good day.
Yeah.
So many ads that they Honestly, I much prefer this like ad like do it like all in one go versus like I'm in the middle of saying something every like half hour. I have to stop. Just get it all
Yeah.
in one. There's only like 20 seconds left.
As someone with lifelong fatigue, no one takes it seriously. Yeah,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
Yep. Yeah. Like, I remember how much, like, it's not the same, obviously, like, the fatigue. But, like, even just with, like, oh, here's my severely undiagnosed ADHD, and, like, how much I'm like, I'm tired, like, all the time, right? I'm, like, fucking sleepy ass. I'm doing things I enjoy doing, and I'm falling asleep. And, like, I'm in class, and I am uncontrollably passing out. Like, I'm almost, like, head slam on desk, falling asleep kind of a thing.
Dude,
And,
I've been there, yeah.
Yeah, and it sucks ass, and I was just like, I cannot express how much I don't have control over this. And nobody wants to believe you. Or it's just like,
No.
why, just stay awake. Are you going to bed on time? And I'm like, well, I'm sleeping, I guess. Like, maybe it wasn't great for everybody else, but it was like, I would feel rested after I slept. But that didn't make me not tired for the whole day, you know? And so I was just like, I guess I don't know, am I narcoleptic? And then it was like, you have ADHD. Never mind, it's okay. And it was like me reading that, like, it can be misdiagnosed for mild narcolepsy, and I was like, oh!
That makes a lot of sense.
That makes a lot of
actually.
sense. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's just like, okay, the pieces are clicking together, you know? But anyway, hi everybody, welcome back from the ads. We didn't do anything, I stretched. That's about
we
it.
talked about old people stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
But no, one of the things that... What was I gonna say? Oh, one of the things I've been doing since going through all this is, like, I finally just said, you know what, fuck it. I'm just going to go to bed when I'm tired. I'm sick of trying to, like,
have a schedule and, like, do
be
it
a
on the right
good
time.
person and like, go to bed at a decent time or whatever.
Yep.
And it has fixed so much of my, like, relationship with sleep.
I'm so happy to hear that, because that's such a common issue I hear about, where, like, I remember telling Claude this a lot too, where I was like, dude, go to sleep when you are tired. If you try to force going to sleep, you're just gonna make it harder to go to sleep, because then your body's gonna associate, like, the bed with trying to go to sleep and not going to sleep. And if people just have different, like, cycles. Like, I just do better when I go to bed at, like, 4 a.m. Like, I've just kind of always been that way. And when you just let it be, guess what? Going to sleep is so fucking easy.
Yeah, and you know, it's like sometimes I'm going to bed at, like, 5 a.m. and sometimes I'm going to bed around midnight. And, like, it's just whenever I feel tired. And
whenever you're sleepy.
And, like, obviously that isn't going to work for everyone, because for some people, like, being on a schedule is what is healthy sleeping for them.
Yeah, like, having that regularity, having the, like, having a job to, like, sometimes you're like, I have to have a job, I have to go to sleep at this time, even if it's, like, hard, but, like, sometimes for some people, having that structure outside of themselves helps them go to sleep.
Yeah, but, like, everybody is different.
Yeah. First and foremost, everyone is different. Secondly, go to sleep when you're tired.
Yeah. And if you are in any kind of position where you can just listen to your body, you know, like, just do it.
Yeah, you have the freedom of, like, choosing when you can go to sleep. Do that. And if you have trouble, like, if you want more consistency, like, have a routine before you go to sleep. That helps a lot. Because then your body starts to go, oh, we're doing the thing before we go to sleep, like a fucking dog, and then it'll, like, start to get ready to go to sleep. I already forgot what it looks like, what I was trying to find. Oh, it's another one of these ones that's just some fucking rock in space with shit on it. God damn it. Where is it in relation to me? There's this. Man, it's fucked up how much you do you just stretch a little bit and then suddenly you feel so much better. Keeping your bed to just sleeping is huge too. Yeah, that's a huge thing, where it's just like having designated spaces for, like, you know, you work at your desk, and if you can have your desk in a separate room that's not your bedroom, that helps too. But sometimes, you know, it kind of doesn't. Maybe you just have your one room, and that's okay. But, like, don't do shit in your bed. Do it at your desk. Do it away from that. Have the one place be just that one thing. And it helps a lot. Though I guess it could be two things, because I remember my therapist was like, your bed should only be for sleep and sex, and that's it. And I was like, gotcha, doc. No problem. Okay, I'm looking for 14. Come on, number 14. You are way over by toy box. Okay, you are way over by toy. Wait, I was looking for 14 or was it 13? I gotta double check. Hold on. It was 13. Fuck. 14 would have been so much easier. It was so distinct on the map. Okay, so it's up by Treasure Planet.
I wish Treasure Planet was in Kingdom Hearts.
I know, it would be so cool.
Jim and Sora would just, like, get along so well.
I know. Also, honestly, just an excuse to ride the, like, solar, things.
Yeah. That would be so cool.
Yeah. It's just something that it's like, it's a mechanic. I know that they would do so well and would be super fucking sick.
Mm-hmm.
I only need Emperor's New Groove and nothing else. I'd take that too. And you know I would.
Yeah, it would be cool. I'm so on board for Treasure Planet because it just, like, it's just a world that Sora would love. And, like, I would love it too. But, like, the 70-30, like, space pirate aesthetic.
Yeah. Yeah, it's something that he would love. And thus, it would be really cool and fun. So, let's see, there's... Just like, I'm like, I mean, I personally am not crazy about pirates, right? Not that I like them a lot more now, especially after riding the Pirates of the Caribbean ride, and I was like, this shit whips so hard. But I've never been... Yeah, but it's like, I've never been particularly inclined either way. And then, like, you know, it's just like, damn, I'm so glad that the Caribbean is a world, because Sora loves it, but also, they pulled it off so good that it fucking rules.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's a matter of, how good would Kingdom Hearts do this? And the answer is probably really good, for the most part.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of the same reason I'm not a huge fan of Arendelle. Like,
right.
Before Kingdom Hearts 3 came out, and I was thinking, like, what worlds are they going to do? And everyone and their mom is like, well, Frozen is obviously going to be in there.
Right,
and I was like, yes, I understand, like, the story potential for Frozen, but when I was trying to think of, like, the level design, I'm like, I just don't feel like it's gonna be a very fun world to explore,
right.
though.
See, I think that had they been given the freedom, that they could make virtually anything into, like, a fun world. You know what I mean? Like, there are so many ways you could approach doing this. And I don't think they got the chance to, which you're saying, like, this is you know, it's just like, how are they going to turn this into a fun world kind of a thing.
Yeah.
But, like, I could see so many ways that they could make it fun if they had more room to explore, even if it was just getting to go into Elsa's ice castle or getting to be in Arendelle proper, like the town. Or getting to explore things like maybe a pre and post winter or something, you know, or like we're there and then everything gets turned to snow. You know, like
or having like the guy who's like got the little sauna out in the middle of the woods.
As said in the chat just now, the trading post would have been so cute. And it's like, true,
yes,
that would have been great.
Post.
Like there are things in the movie that would have been, I'm glad they didn't put in the fucking trolls. I'm gonna be real, I'm glad they aren't a part of this at all. But like, there are so many different things you could do if they were given the room to do anything. And it's one of those things where you're just like, damn, maybe, like, on its face, it's, like, feels kind of limiting, but I'm like, but they could do something. But they didn't get to.
Honestly, I think that the world turned out way better than I was giving it credit for.
Okay, yeah.
Like, when I played it, I was like, actually, you know what? They put a lot of fun stuff in here. Like, the ice dungeon feels out of place, but, like, it's kind of cool. And also, I really like the sledding downhill minigame.
Yeah, no, and I think that I'm like, okay, we're in a snow world. Like, to not have sledding would feel kind of silly.
Yeah, and I also really like the area that's got, like, the frozen, like, weeping willows.
Yeah, and I think they made that look so pretty, actually. Like, you can run around and knock them around and stuff, and it looks good.
Yeah. I'm not the biggest fan of just, like, going up and down the mountain.
No, I don't think anybody is. Like, that was just genuinely look, we have to make the most of what little we're allowed to do at this point. Like, it's so obviously, like, the production was like, okay, our hands are kind of tied. What do we do? Throw him down the mountain again? We don't have a choice. We gotta make him go back up.
One spot I wish they elaborated on, because it's such a, like, cool, iconic thing from the movie that you don't think about that much, is the area before you get to Elsa's castle, and it's got all the ice just like blown back.
Yeah.
Like, that's really cool. I think they could have, like, elaborated on that space to be another, like, really cool location.
Yeah.
But yeah, a lot of just the mountaineering, I'm like, eh.
Understand the true joy of gummy ships to receive this commendation.
Yay!
Okay, what is this? Oh, okay, this is 9,999. I'm not gonna bother with that for right now, but I've got everything else.
Isn't it getting, like, the gummy ship to max level? Or something? Because I feel like that's one of the achievements.
That's probably something like that, right? I would think. Here, I'm gonna fly around and fight some of these guys because there's a bunch of shit I just have not fought in this area at all. My 1-star little babies, I'm coming for you, and the golden high wind, I'm coming! I hope they don't go back for Frozen 2, to be honest. Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Frozen 2, boy.
Story-wise, I don't even know what they would, like, pull from that.
Yeah, like, if anything, it was like, if they didn't have to adhere to the movie, I could see them having a lot of potential with, like, the setting, and just any comparisons with Elsa and Riku they want to continue doing. That's definitely on the table, because, like, you know, Kingdom Hearts is not always, like, and we do the movie one-to-one and then Sora's there. Like, very often it is not the case.
You know what a Frozen 2 world should be?
What?
It should be a Kingdom Hearts 2 Atlantica world.
I'd take that.
I want Sora to sing Lost in the Woods with Kristoff.
Yeah, that would be really good. Because that's a fun... Like, there are good songs in that movie, though. Like, regardless of how the movie came out. Like, I like a lot of the songs in that movie. And thus I would take it. I would take it on that, for sure.
Uh-huh.
That Disney Plus thing about the making of Frozen 2 stresses me out. Yeah, me too. That shit was a nightmare to watch. It was so frustrating to watch how much the whole production sucked ass.
Yeah.
I still, like, I cannot believe it, even now, that 6 months out of the movie, like, releasing, and they were like, here's a trailer. Anyway, this is literally all that we have. This is it. This is all we've made of the movie. That's insane.
Man.
That's fucking insane. Like, that's so stupid.
Okay, I already have, like, big feelings about Disney doing all these sequels to begin with.
Uh-huh.
Because, like, I know it's become extremely, extremely normalized for, everyone and all the studios to be constantly making sequels and remakes and whatever. Yeah. But, like, I can't stress enough how, like, non-traditional this is for Disney.
No, I know. Like, well, because, like, Walt himself was like, I hate that. It sucks ass. We're not doing it. It blows out the integrity of, like, the work kind of a thing, which is not to give, like, to be like, wow, Walt, wow, you know, but it was like, he's right about some things. Like, Cars suck, and also stop making cheap sequels. We're not gonna do it.
Yeah, like, it you know, waters down the brand, essentially.
Yeah, yeah. Which some sequels, I'm not saying nothing can ever have sequels, because some are really good. But, like, you know, it's so, like, it's such a, like, corporatized reason to have a sequel. It is just like, we are obligated to make Frozen 2 because Frozen was such a success. End of. Right. Like, that's it. Whether it has room for it or needs it or would even be good, it's going to happen because it's Frozen fucking 2, baby.
And, like, I'm not a complete stooge. I'm excited for Inside Out 2. I'm excited for Zootopia 2.
Uh-huh.
But a lot of them, I've come to regret a lot of the things that these sequels have done. And I'm just, like, looking at their lineup for the next 2 years, and there's, like, one original movie from Disney and Pixar. And I go, oh God, oh no.
Yeah. No, it's not looking great. Fuck. There's also something where, like, okay, you know, obviously sequels can be really good because Toy Story 1, 2, and 3 were all very good movies.
Oh,
But then they
God.
don't know when to fucking stop. And they're just like, we can just keep doing it, right? Please stop while you're ahead. Please fucking stop. You're killing me. You're killing your papa. You had such a strong ending. It was so strong. It was so good. Everybody loved it. But, like, you guys...
They took a correct step, too, with Lightyear, and then the execution of that whole movie is just like...
Yeah. I feel like Lightyear didn't need to be anything related to Toy Story, and that you could have just made a cool sci-fi film. Because there is no way that, quote unquote, that was the movie Andy saw in theaters. Did not happen.
No, okay. That drives me nuts too, because I feel like it's so disingenuous to say, like, that's the movie Andy saw.
Yeah.
When Andy very much, like, is a 90s kid, he's, like, our generation.
Yeah, he's also, like, a pretty young child.
Yeah, and the kind of movie they made is just something that would not come out in the 90s.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Also would not be popular with kids.
Yes.
Like,
for fucking sure. Like, that was, like, a
instead-
90s, like, Saturday morning cartoon. Like, they already have, like, what was it? The,
Star
oh,
Command.
shit. Yes, Star Command.
Yeah,
Like, they
that
already
would've
had
been
that.
Cool. But, like, imagine how cool it would have been if they would have done an action comedy movie like The Mummy, but Lightyear.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, that would have at least been, you know,
something.
Time appropriate, and I feel like a stronger, like, kind of foundation to go from.
Yeah, well, virtually anything other than what it is, I feel like would have been more believable for what they are chilling it to us as, which I think reads more as an afterthought than, you know, genuine intention of, and this is the movie that Andy saw. And I'm like, Andy couldn't fucking sit through this movie, I promise you. He's like 8.
And, like, I know this part has been memed to death, but, like, the robots can't say Buzz, so they call me Zurg. What the fuck?
Oh my god, yeah.
What do you mean the robots can't say Buzz?
It could have been, like, nothing,
Like,
but
it's such a
everything felt
stupid
like...
thing to complain about.
I know. Well, it's just, like, so much is, like, it's just such a weak rationalization that it's like, why is it even this, then? Why are you guys even making it this in the first place? I simply do not understand. Like, I do, because it's like a safety. You know, we're like, well, we can just make this be Toy Story. People like Buzz Lightyear, you know? It's fine. It's good. But, you know, also, it's a movie that doesn't feel like Buzz Lightyear, and it sucks. It's not the worst movie I've seen. I watched the Buzz Lightyear movie and then the live-action Pinocchio movie, like, back to back. And Buzz Lightyear was a breath of fresh air after watching Pinocchio, I'm gonna be real.
I bet.
But, it's still, like, it's just, one
It's very underwhelming. Yeah.
Also, according to the toys, Zurg was his dad. Why are we plot twisting the plot twist? It's to start, well, yeah. It was something that, like, it was just silly, you know? It's supposed to be what it is. I don't know why we felt we had to change it, but...
Yeah.
But I will say that Chris Evans was actually, like, a good voice match, I feel like, if you wanted to make him not Tim Allen. And it's like, I'm like, oh yeah, actually he has, like, a good cadence that, like, sounds right.
Yeah.
So I like that, but, you know, it's...
Well, and I even think it's an interesting story. Like, the concept
Yeah. I think the interesting, like, jumping through time and, like, not letting go. And, like, being like, I can do this. And, like, you keep, like, you're missing out on basically a whole life you could have had. Like, I think that's cool. But that's why I'm like, this could have just been a cool sci-fi movie. It did not have to be Lightyear.
Yeah. Like, I think you know, in the bones of this thing, there was 2 really cool movie ideas, and then they just decided to do it as one, and it was probably just conceived as one, but I think it should have been 2.
Yeah, yeah. I would just be so curious to hear, like, behind the scenes, like, what went into making this movie. Like, what were the decisions here that got you to where you are? Oh, on that note, I saw Kung Fu Panda 4. I have not seen it.
Wasn't
great.
Yeah.
I was hearing as much in general, but we went, it was like a birthday present for, like, it was a birthday present for, like, Mom and Ma, so, like, she wanted to go. We were like, okay, cool, we can go see Kung Fu Panda 4 for your birthday, you know, and so we were there watching Kung Fu Panda, and, like, she was having a great time, happy for her, but I was sitting there, and I was just like, oh my god. Like, we were watching it, and it's, the pacing is so relentless. Like, it never stops to breathe for anything. It would rather die than stop to breathe for a single fucking moment. Also, Aquafina is the fox, and I'm kind of just getting a little tired. Like, I'm not even saying she's doing, like, a horrible job, but she's not really bringing anything to it either, other than just being, I feel like, the current, like, go-to, like, we gotta have Aquafina in our movie to be the—
She's been in a shocking number of animated films.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm
for sure.
not sure why.
I would say that, like, she has a very distinct voice, right? And it's something that, like, if you were to cast her for the right role, then it's fine. But she keeps getting cast into, like, everything.
Like, the best thing I can think about her being in was when she was that, like, bit character that's basically just herself in BoJack Horseman.
Oh, right, yeah. And it's like, that's fine. It's just... It just feels like one of those things where it's, like, just kind of, like, trendy and safe, you know? Where it's just like, oh yeah, people like Aquafina, right? She's been in this, 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 and this. And then she's in fucking everything, and it's all coming out at once. And everyone's like, why is this happening?
Yeah, DreamWorks is not having a good time right now.
No, it's not, which is also wild, not like surprising. It's just like after The Last Wish and how good of a movie that was.
Oh, it was so good.
It was so good. And then like suddenly we have Megamind 2 and it's a nightmare.
I'm so sad about Megamind 2 because I didn't even know it was a thing, which is shocking because usually I'm up to date on this kind of news. It literally came out, and I was like, what?
What do you mean there's Megamind 2, this series that's bad?
Yeah.
And it's so unfortunate, because Megamind was so truly, like, a gem of, like, look, if you never do anything again, like, this movie is just a great, wonderful movie everybody remembers fondly. Yeah. Don't do anything to it. It doesn't need anything else. And then they were like, we gotta make Megamind 2 the series. And, like, none of the voice cast returns, and it's also just so noticeably worse. And, you know...
Megamine's so perfect the way it is, why would you?
Yeah, I don't... What the fuck? I don't fucking know. I haven't watched any of it as much as I'm seeing people talk about how it's really super not great.
Yeah, like...
So I'm curious to hear
with a grain of salt because I haven't seen it either.
Yeah. But I sure have been hearing things. But boy, I can tell you about Kung Fu Panda. And it's really hilarious how much none of the God, I don't remember what they're actually called. The Fab Five. They're like genuinely not in the movie whatsoever. They only show up in the credits, completely voiceless. And it's not like, how could you not have these characters in it I love so much? It's just really noticeable when they're not there, and that they're like working around them being there. The Furious Five. The Fabulous Five. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
But like, I will say that like, I like the idea of the villain in this movie. but everybody keeps bringing up her, like, motivations, and I guess, like, I'm still gonna be really general, but here's your spoiler warning for Kung Fu Panda 4, but one of her reasons here is that, like, she wants to learn Kung Fu, and she is a small chameleon, with very cool shape-shifting powers, and she wants to learn Kung Fu. And she was like, I went everywhere, and they always turned me away because I was too small, too frail. And I'm like, Mantis! He's a bug! He's right there! He's been there from the beginning! You could have said fucking anything, and this is what you guys went with? That she's too small? Too, quote, frail? It was absolutely absurd. But also, it's just like, continue.
Viper is like, quote unquote handicapped, disabled kung fu fighter as well.
Right, yeah.
Like, she's toothless and, you know, obviously does not have arms. And they make that a part of her, like, backstory.
Yeah. Yes, yeah, exactly. There are so many reasons that could have been literally anything but this. And then it's just like, oh, that's it, I guess. That's the only, that's what we have. Super cool. And let's see, what was it? I think the thing that killed me the most was how, like I said, the pacing is, like, unrelenting. Like, unrelenting. Like, it never stops. It is just like, duh, 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 duh. Like, the dialogue itself is so inorganic. They are just crushing lines at each other. They are just speaking, not to each other, not to other people. It is just, like, they are spewing dialogue. And it's so, like, what the fuck am I witnessing? But also, the plot here of the movie is that they're like, Poe, you gotta find, like, oh my god, words. You gotta find not an heir. I mean, yeah, an heir, like a pupil, what's the word I'm thinking of?
Like an apprentice.
An apprentice! Thank you, I couldn't, totally lost. Anyway, and it was just like, you have to find an apprentice, a successor, that's, yeah, they do call it, they're like, you need to find a successor to be the Dragon Warrior. And it's a very strange point that they bring in here, because they're like, oh, you know, time to give it up, buddy. And it's like, why does he? Because he's not old.
The thing is that well, and the Dragon Warrior isn't like a thing you pass down either.
No, it's supposed to be like, the Dragon Warrior is supposed to be like this big special deal. You know what I mean? It was so like, who could it be? Who is the Dragon Warrior? You know, and it was like a big thing, but they're like, yeah, you have to move on to be a spiritual leader. So you got to find somebody to be, you're not going to be the Dragon Warrior anymore. And it was like, okay, that doesn't make any sense. Even like with so many reasons within the world that like being the Dragon Warrior was like a special thing. Also that like, he's not old at all. It's not even, they don't, within the movie, they do not show in any way, nothing. They never show anything that shows that maybe he's like, he isn't doing things as well as he used to, you know, and so like, but he's still holding on because it's all he knows or something. Like, as weak as that still would be, because it doesn't
like a Lightning McQueen.
No, they give him nothing. Like, he's like, they were like, where's Poe? He's supposed to be here for our grand reopening of our noodle shop. And then it shows him having this fight with this manta ray guy, and like, it's he's doing just as good as he always has, you know. It's just like, look at Poe being cool, you know, and like doing fight shit, and then he comes back and he's like, hey everybody, da-da-da, and then it's just like, what's his nut, red panda guy, and he comes up and he's like, Poe, we have to talk. You need to find somebody to be your successor. And you're like, what the fuck brought this on?
Dustin Hoffman.
Yeah. And it was just so like, nothing prompted this. Nothing is convincing me, the audience, that this needs to happen in any way, shape, or form.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, hold on, I'm looking at the chat.
bizarre.
While Lord Shen gets sidelined angers me. Yeah, it is really strange. They do bring a lot of the villains back because the chameleon is like absorbing their kung fu powers. And
Yeah.
they really only give like a speaking role whatsoever to like one of them, which was Tai Lung, and everybody else is just like they show up and they get sucked and then they get put in a cage and they just one after another they're doing this just the whole time, and it's just like, oh, Poe's greatest enemy, and then it's a whole fucking thing. But like it's just so the basis of like you need to find a successor, and you're like, why this doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, why? I don't get it. Like, we've seen people in, like, such, like, great, like, forces of nature, and they're so old, because they're these old masters that are, like, training him, and he's just, like, doing his thing, being the dragon warrior, and they're just like, nah, well, you gotta learn, you can't be afraid of change, Poe. And I'm like, is that something he was ever afraid of? Like,
yeah.
No, I don't know. It was like, you gotta learn to let go.
That would kind of drive me nuts.
Oh yeah. Oh, for sure. And also it's hard to watch a little bit. Like, I'm not saying, like, visually it's okay. I think the best part of it were Poe's two dads. They show up a lot, and they really lean into the whole, like, we're his dads. That's our son. And you're like, gay dads, okay, without, like, outright saying anything, but they're like, we're running the noodle shop together. You know, we do all of this stuff, and, like, they're constantly together, and they have a whole B plot that's, like, them on an adventure because they're so worried about their son.
Uh-huh.
And you're like,
that's nice.
It's the best part of the movie. You're like, these guys are fun. I like this. And then you have to go back to Poe and What's Her Nut the Fox. And it's so just the most, like, predictable, hammered out plot beats that, like, I'm not saying something has to surprise me to entertain me, because Puss in Boots, that's not throwing any fucking left hooks and catching me by surprise. It was just a really good execution, right? Yeah. It was just a good fucking movie. But this one is so, like, substanceless. It's so just like, and then they are going, and she was a thief, but of course she's gonna be the successor. You know, you can see it from a mile away because they're spending the whole movie together. And then it was just like
the only new character here.
Yeah, exactly. It's literally just them, and then they're going together, and then, oh my god, she betrays him. Oh no, I never would have guessed, but then she feels kind of bad about it, you know? And it's just so like, it's just empty. Mm-hmm. And then, like, there's no chemistry, there's no nothing. They don't really, again, because the movie never stops to breathe for anything. Never stops. They have scenes together that, like, they never truly spend time together. There is just stuff happening all of the time, and they are just going. And it's just so flat and empty. And then for some reason, at the end of the movie, there's this great fucking cover of Hit Me Baby One More Time by Jack Black that has nothing to do with the movie whatsoever, but the song rules. And
that sounds great.
That part's great, but why is it here? It doesn't have anything to do with anything. It's just the credits, and you're like, wow, this song rules. Why are we hearing this? What is that? It doesn't... Nothing.
Not to add salt to the wound of recent DreamWorks stuff.
Right.
But after I got out of surgery, I realized that Ruby Gillman, Teenage Kraken, was now on streaming services.
Oh,
and so I watched that.
How was that? I heard that it was just like many other, it was kind of middling. Like, it's just like, okay.
Completely mid. Like, I can't say it was awful, but it's also just, like, so underwhelming.
Yeah.
I can't even say you expect something else out of it, but it's just, like, so tried that you're like, okay, well, like, they have to kind of do some sort of twist in order to make this punch at all. Yeah. And then it's just like, no, it's exactly...
It is exactly what it says on. It's right there. It's right. They showed like everything in the trailers.
You need a twist, but like you kind of need a twist on this one.
Yeah, you need something. You need anything. You need some kind of spice because buddy, we are dying. I remember seeing the trailers and there were so many for this movie that showed every plot beat. And it was absurd. It was absolutely absurd.
I don't remember if this was necessarily part of the trailer, so this might be like the one kind of surprising thing about it.
Okay,
is
fair
that
enough.
overall it's another one of those movies that's tackling intergenerational trauma.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
And it does it just so like, here's your intergenerational trauma, because that's like a popular thing now. Anyway.
Uh-huh. Yeah, here you go. We'll just throw that on top, I guess.
It has so little, like, it's a core part of the movie, but it also just so doesn't matter.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I guess they didn't...
also it's like fighting against other movies that, like, Encanto and
other movies that have done it like way better.
Yeah, other movies that have like just really like hit it out of the park.
Yeah.
And you're just kind of like, oh, that was it? Okay.
Yeah, I think I did the flowers and then I did. Yeah, no, I don't think they went into specifically intergenerational trauma as much as it was like, or no, I'm thinking of something else. I think? No? I don't remember. Never mind. Scratch that. Anyway, it was something that, like, I wouldn't be surprised, just kind of given that there's a lot of, like, oh, you are, like, a kraken, and you're big and strong, and you have all these powers, actually, and the mermaids, they're actually the bad guys, and then just, it's like, they are teenagers, so I can see this, like, fitting into this part of, like, a coming of age, and that you're reckoning with some kind of lineage, you know, but, like... I don't know. If they're not pulling it off well, then...
So, basically, the intergenerational trauma stuff is that Ruby lives on land with her mom and dad. And she's not supposed to go anywhere near the water.
Okay, then I do remember right. I was like, wait, but, like, she's obviously a kraken. Like, she's obviously not just human, you know? So I was like, how... can they play that off? And that wasn't a trailer. That wasn't a trailer, by the way.
Okay. Yeah, she's not supposed to go near the water, but she ends up jumping in the water to save a friend of hers, who she wants to ask to prom, but you know she's all like scared. And when she falls into the water, that's when she realized, like, oh, I'm a giant monster kraken.
Right.
And then, like, because her going into the water and becoming a big monster sent out, like, a kraken signal, her grandmother finds out about it, and it turns out that, like, her mother was a kraken warrior who defeated the evil mermaid, like the evil mermaids, and her mom was trying to keep like this part secret from her, and so the grandma starts training Ruby in secret to do all these cool kraken things, but
which
neither of them know is that she's making friends with the mermaid character. And and so like a whole big part of the plot is that she is keeping this a secret from both like her mom and her grandma, and like mom and grandma don't want to talk to each other, and so like it builds up this story of like, how do we reconcile the family, and then at the end they're all just like, let's get big and be a kraken and beat the boss, and then we're all good. And that's just kind of how they tie it up. Like, there's no real conversation to be had, or anything.
It's all better
like,
now.
Yeah, it's all better now.
Okay, cool.
We beat up a guy, so we're good now.
Well done.
Great. Super cool. Sounds like they really resolved some issues here. Yeah, I guess that because I remember that yes, in the trailers they did show that it was like, okay, Ruby Gilman, you don't go into the ocean. It's like, okay. Not like, okay, haha, but like, you know, just like, all right, I guess I won't. It will, obviously, but like,
Right.
I think one of the things too was just like, I was like really wondering, I'm like, is the twist gonna be that it's like, okay, the mermaid, the really obvious, like, she is the bad guy, but is there something more to her, maybe? And then there's gonna be something to it.
No.
No. Nope, it's all just exactly as it shows, and I'm like, that sucks.
Yeah.
That's really not the best.
If
Just-
anything,
Uh-huh.
if anything, they make it kind of worse because the whole backstory with this mermaid character is that Ruby's mom defeated, like, the queen of the mermaids
Right.
and locked away their special, like, trident weapon.
Okay.
And so when the Little Mermaid and Ruby become friends, the Little Mermaid's like, I'm the daughter of the woman your mom beat. And just think, if we get the trident together, we could show that there could be peace and love between the Krakens and the mermaids. And Ruby's like, yes, this sounds good.
Let's get gardening.
I am a trusting, naive teenager, and this sounds like a great plan.
Perfect.
I will get you that weapon.
Sounds great. I will do that.
Yeah. And then,
Impressive.
when it's revealed that Mermaid is bad,
Hope you've left the ones I'm after.
Right.
Ruby, like, kind of goes to her grandma, and she's like, oh no, grandma, I messed up. It turns out
There we go.
the daughter of evil queen mermaid lady is bad. And then grandma is like, what? Evil mermaid queen lady didn't have a daughter? And so it just turns out evil queen lady turned herself into a teenager.
Right. Yeah, someone said it's like, isn't the mermaid an adult?
Yeah, she's an adult. And so, like, it just, like, kind of uncomplicates things more.
Uh-huh. Right,
Like, it's
right.
trying to throw a twist kind of in there, but in doing so, you've made it less interesting.
Here we go.
Right. In doing so,
Because,
you
like,
just made it more flat.
Right, because, like, if it was evil mermaid queen's daughter,
Perfect.
that's like, oh, okay. So this is like, how has this affected young mermaid's psyche or whatever? Like,
Yeah, like,
growing up,
how
having
is-
her mother defeated and,
Right,
you know,
right.
but
And
now you've just
maybe we can see
flagged
this a
it.
different way of, like, how it's been for her, or, like, you know, some kind of, I don't know. It could be fucking anything, right? But it's just like, no, it's just the lady and she's mad.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Cool. Super good. Super great.
I think I'll gather these.
Yeah.
Impressive.
Winnie the Pooh, you know? I'm playing Winnie the Pooh.
Winnie the Pooh is great.
Winnie the Pooh? Love Winnie the Pooh.
Well done.
Yeah, it's a good one. There we go.
Here is
Go
my
for it, Lumpy.
daily reminder to anyone listening that if you have not watched Winnie the Pooh 2011,
I hope
you
you've
should
left
go
the
watch
ones I'm
Winnie the
after.
Pooh 2011. Because it is a
Please.
good time. And
I like-
it killed the 2D department at Disney, so, you know, we just need to
I hope you've
savor
left
it.
the ones I'm after.
Right, right.
I'll gather these. Perfect.
That's not what I wanted to do, but we're gonna just deal with it.
Thank you. Yeah.
Oops.
Nice.
Alright, good enough. I really want to go back and just, like,
Well done.
rewatch all Winnie the Pooh, like, no, please, Lumpy!
All right.
Please! I need you to clear it out for me, bud. Anyway, I want to go back and rewatch a bunch of,
Impressive.
Winnie the Pooh stuff because, like, I just don't have a comprehensive, like, knowledge of it, but I've always, like, I know I'm like, I have watched this. I do not remember which one this is. I don't remember when I watched this.
Dude, I know I have so many, like, deeply buried memories of the Winnie the Pooh TV show.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Allow me.
The
'Cause I
things that when
remember
you
there
see
were
them
some
and it just all
episodes-
comes back.
Thank you.
There's some episodes in that that are like, what the fuck?
Well, I'd say we've
There's
earned a
one where
rest.
they, like, go under Christopher Robin's bed, and it's like a whole thing. It's like a nightmare version of not necessarily the 100-Acre Wood, but it's just like a scarier, creepier place than you would expect
Right,
the Winnie
right.
the Pooh characters to go.
Right. Nice and dark and spooky. And you're like, I thought I was watching Winnie the Pooh, but I guess, you know, they do have the whole, like, being a child and watching the Heffalumps and Woozles part sure really can get your ass a certain way.
I fucking love that sequence so much.
Yeah, no, it's really fun. I don't remember if I said this before, but it was like just something where it's just like it's so deeply imprinted in your brain somewhere that like I remember, and like only much later did I realize it was fucking Snow White. That because I hadn't watched it in so long, right? But I was like, yeah, Snow White, right? But like there were certain shots and things in Snow White that like were
Stuck
so
with you?
yeah, they were so planted deep in my brain that I would remember them, but I was like, what was that? You know, like what was it? Because it was like the texture and the feel of like the grain in the shot. Pooh, stop fucking! I'm hearing his stomach constantly. Anyway, but it was like specifically like the dipping the apple and like the look of all of the like goo and liquid and all of the little sciencey stuff when she's like making her little like when she's doing her concocting, right, the evil queen. And there was
Right.
like a whole bunch of stuff there where it was just like it was so in there, and I was like, ugh, I gotta like figure out what this is one day, or like I'd see something and I'd like want to capture the feeling of that somehow, and then like later finally just watching Snow White and like being teleported out of my body, seeing these shots and going, oh my god, it was Snow White this whole time.
You like astral project back
Yeah,
into your
yeah,
childhood.
exactly. Yep. Yeah, sometimes they just do that. Alright, now it's getting chilly outside, so I'm gonna actually shut
Colin.
my window.
Leave my pens alone.
Hell no, I could not watch Snow White as a kid. I sure did, and I also watched Fantasia, and it was one of my favorites, except I hated the dinosaur part. Did not like it. Did not like the dinosaur part. I hated, like, one, it was kind of slow, but two, it was like, I hated seeing them, like, be violent. I hated seeing, like, the Stegosaurus, like, die. You know, and I hated that shit. It made me so sad, you know, to, like, see, like, the death, you know? I was like, I can't fucking handle this. Fuck the dinosaurs. That's my imprinting hating dinos because of that movie. That fucking part. Hi, Pooh.
I think I should be
Every
hungry
time I
again
think
very
about
soon.
Fantasia, I feel like I'm just going to remember the South Korean movie we watched that just ripped pieces
Oh yeah,
of
I think you
film
told me
from
about that.
Fantasia
Right.
and had their characters react to it.
Oh my god. I couldn't watch the ending of Sleeping Beauty as a kid. Dragon Maleficent scared me. That's totally reasonable. I totally understand. I
think
can't
I've
say that
mentioned
wasn't
this
me,
before.
but uh-huh.
I have a cousin who, as a child, was deathly terrified of Peter Pan's eyebrows.
Oh my god. That's so funny. That's so strangely specific, but I understand, because, like, I have a friend who was, as a child, scared to death of Piglet. Something about Piglet scared the shit out of him, and they don't like him even now. Like, does not like Piglet. Just based on Piglet's looks. It's like, it was, like, specifically, I think, you know how like Piglet's wearing that little stripies and stuff, but it's not totally
Uh-huh.
clear what it is. And like to them had registered as like a kind of segmented bug body in a weird way that was
Oh.
like terrifying. And it was just like,
Oh.
yeah, I was a child and there was like, you know, Piglet, it like person in Piglet costume kind of thing, and I just freaked out and started crying, just like, no. And so I always think about that when I see Piglet, but I'm like, I love Piglet.
Yeah.
I always saw Piglet as worm-like too, but it didn't bother me. Well, that's because you're a little bug freak. His little weirdo bug body. Scene of Cinderella running away from the castle and the horses chasing her would scare me as a kid. It's so funny thinking about the stuff that like frightened you as a child. And like in the ways that I'm like, I can understand like why, you know, but it's also like very silly. But you're just like, you are a child and there's this sense of urgency sometimes that you're like, oh god, you know, it just scares the shit out of you. Because like, I was like scared of like weirdo shit, but I was like, yeah, Chernobog! Like, did not scare me. I was like fascinated, you know, but like, who knows? Like, weirdo shit just scares the hell out of you for some reason.
So the thing that scared me as a kid, and I'll stand by this one,
Yeah.
was in the beginning of The Little Mermaid. I'd hide behind
Mhm.
the couch when King Triton, it does like that close up of his face, and he goes, Ariel.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, I totally believe it, especially if, like, you were ever a kid with, like, I don't know, maybe parents who kind of yelled at you. Yeah, and then it's just, like, it's that same fucking feeling. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Where it's just, like, imposing adult figure is, like, mad. You know, and it's
Mhm.
like, it's just, it's scary. It's fucking scary. It's not
Yeah,
fun.
so like I stand by that.
Yeah. Except for now, you probably don't have to run behind the couch, I guess, but, like,
No.
you know. But now it's
No,
still
I'm
like,
just like, damn, Triton, you're a dick.
yeah, he kind of is the thing. But, like, in a way that's kind of believable, I feel like.
Mhm.
It's not like he's some irredeemable character, but it's just, like, he does things that are not great, and then it's like, but it's still, like, at the end of the day, he loves Ariel a lot. And is
Right.
willing to, like, you know, throw himself away if it means protecting her, even though she made a really bad choice, kind of a thing. And it's just like, the complexities, you know?
Yeah.
But, oh,
Like, I
boy.
like him as a character now.
Yeah.
It's just, you know.
No, of course. Yeah, it's one of those things where you're like, yeah, I don't fucking blame you for being scared of him as a kid. Who fucking knows? Mine was the harpy scene from The Last Unicorn. I still have never watched The Last Unicorn.
Okay. Yeah, that's valid.
Now, Coraline is one of my favorites, and 9 was cool. I watched 9 in college for, like, we were looking at stuff that was just like, yeah, look at the way, like, you know, mood and tone is set by, like, just hues and brightening a scene and darkening a scene and blah, blah, blah. And my takeaway from that movie was that it was very brown and also kind of mediocre, and I didn't really care for it. I'm not saying
I've
that,
not
like,
watched it, actually.
okay, well, granted it was a while ago, and I was also much more judgmental when I was,
Yeah.
you know, I'm like 18, right? So, but like,
Right.
I also, like, I just went in like knowing nothing about it, and then I went away being like, I kind of do not care for this movie.
Uh-huh.
Which isn't to say there aren't things that you can like about it, but I just remember it being very like, well, you know, and then stuff happens, and then the movie's done, so. But, you know, things that fucking scare you as a kid. And I remember watching Coraline in the theaters, and my
Ooh, hi,
younger
Bobby.
sister was still relatively young when we went to see it, and
Mhm.
it scared the shit out of her, and she started crying, and my mom got mad at me. And I was like, what was I gonna do? Like, I just wanted to go see the cool live action, or not live action, stop motion movie, like, that looked interesting. And then my mom was just like, so pissed at me and had to take her out. And I was like, well, it's not my fault. Sorry.
It's so wild to me how many times I've specifically had the interaction where, like, I'm showing a kid a stop motion film for the first
Uh-huh.
time, and they just, like, freak out. Like,
Yeah. there might be some like uncanny
motion is
aspect
just-
I feel
Yeah.
to it,
Yeah.
you know, because I never really got to watch Nightmare Before Christmas while growing up. I think just due in part, like, my mom always showed me a lot of, like, animated stuff because she just likes it. But, like, I just don't think that just wasn't one in our zeitgeist, right? And then, like, my father, on the other hand, was a conservative Christian man, so, like, this kind of pushed a little too far into, I don't think he would give a shit about, like, he'd be like, oh, it's a cool movie, you know, or whatever now, but, like, at the time, no kid of mine is gonna watch this, so, like, I never really watched it, but from, like, what little things I did see of it, like, growing up, whether I just saw, like, a commercial or something referring to it, or, like, I saw, like, a clip somewhere or something, right, and it would leave, like, disturbing is strong, but it would like it would give me this unsettled feeling.
Yeah, unsettled.
Where I was interested.
Get off.
I was
goodness.
like, it's one of those things where you're like, you're so interested in this thing that kind of scares you. You know what I mean? And I was so like, oh, especially like the little icky, creepy, crawly, buggy parts of things, especially with like Oogie Boogie, that I'd only, you know, I'm only catching like glimpses and shit of this movie. And I was like, I've never seen it actually. Well, I mean, I have now, but like, you know, I had never seen it for so long and stuff. And all I had were like these like really visceral, because it's stop motion, you know, so it's just like a real thing, quote unquote, versus just some animated whatever. And it would really just stick out to me.
Before Christmas until I was a teenager either.
Oh shit, it's an ad break. Fuck.
Oh man.
God,
but it was one that was just kind of like, you know, on my radar. I think I even had Nightmare Before Christmas like Hot Topic merch before I watched the movie.
Damn. Well, I mean, there's some cool stuff out there, you know. It definitely has a look. It's easy to sell. Not surprising. I saw my mom wearing, this was very recently, and she was like wearing Jack Skellington pajamas, and I was just like, what the fuck? Like, we never watched, did you end up watching this at some point, or did you just never care to show me? Like, where did this come from?
But no, and then when I did watch it, because I was a teenager, I was like, damn, okay, I am like the perfect audience for this right now.
Right. Yeah. This is built for like this exact stage of your life kind of a thing.
Right. It's kind of like when I played Twee-Wee in like my freshman or sophomore year of high school. I was like, damn, this hits.
Right. Like right when you were playing it. Like I played Twee-Wee right like pretty shortly after graduating, so I was like high school. It had been out for a while at this point, right? And a lot of my friends really loved it. I just never ended up getting my hands on it until I borrowed it from a friend, and I think it was like 2012 when I finally played it. And again, I was much more judgmental of a person when I at this point, and I remember playing it and being like, oh, like really liking it, and then being really upset with some decisions toward the ending. And the thing is, like, I went to revisit it like sometime later, and I was like, what the fuck was I even mad about? Like, what was I even on about? I don't even remember. And I'm like going through it, and I'm like, what was it? What was I upset about? Like, I can't even find it, whatever it was, other than I was. And I remember that part, but it's just like, you know what? Sometimes you don't know what you're fucking talking about. Yeah, I couldn't even remember it, and like even going back through it, I was like, I can't figure out what it was. I don't know what it was. Like, nothing is like pissing me off. I don't know what the fuck I was so on about.
Well,
other than
it's
I was
cool
like,
that you were able to like re-experience it, I guess.
Yeah,
kind of like a clear mind.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's like I still walked away with a very positive experience. Like I was like, I remember going in and being like, ugh, Neku, and then like but giving it some time, and then I was like, oh, this is great actually. And Neku's like my favorite character because he was like so it was so good, his growth, right? And so I was like, I really like Neku. And it's really good, and Twee-Wee's really good, and the music's really good, and you know, but like something about like the ending I remember being like disappointed with and kind of mad about it, because otherwise I liked everything else. And then, you know, come back years later and I'm like, what? Dude, chill out, me in the past. I don't even remember what it was. That's why I think it's always good to, like, revisit some stuff. Where it's just, like, even if I know I didn't like this for X, Y, or Z reason at the time, going and looking at something again and being like, you know what? I was wrong, you know? There's plenty of stuff that's like that.
A great marker of character growth. When you look back at your opinions as a teenager and you're like, okay, calm down.
Okay, calm down. I need you to calm down. There was a lot of stuff that, like, I feel like it was less so when I was a teenager, but I hit this point when I was, like, freshly an adult and I'm, like, in college, and I can only describe it as I was trying too hard. I just needed to calm down, you know what I mean? But this was, like, my first step away from, like, being with my parents or being around anything. I was on my own, and then suddenly now, like, I was just simply trying too fucking hard. And there's just a lot of stuff that I can see from, like, right around that time that I'm like, dude, shut up, man. Like, why are you so mean, dude? What is this? Thankfully, it did not last very long. But it's still something that, like, I think it's easy to be judgmental. It takes nothing, and it's really important to unlearn, especially because that's just something I grew up with. Like, my dad especially is that way, you know, just stuff like that, where it's just easy to be like, that's weird and stupid, you know, and it's just like,
right.
Also, shut the hell up and enjoy life, you know? take, you know, joy in the little things, which is, like, even though I think I probably still would have really liked Kingdom Hearts, like, a whole lot had I played it, like, when it came out, I'm kind of glad that I came into it when I did. So I could, like, enjoy it a lot more, I feel like.
Yeah.
A lot less
That's
being
fair.
mad
Like,
at shit that doesn't matter.
Kingdom Hearts has never gone through, like, a super negative critical phase for me, thank goodness. But, you know, I've definitely had times where I'm like, yeah, that was a little silly or something like that.
Right.
There are just, like Kingdom Hearts and a few other franchises and stuff where I'm just like, no, I am ride or die for this. And if you...
Right, yeah.
If people are complaining about stupid shit, I'm going to be so aggravated.
Yeah, like, I don't have the time or the patience for this. It's not fucking happening.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, I remember I was a lot more critical of Kingdom Hearts, like, the first go-through. I mean, thoroughly charmed, but, like, I was definitely a lot more, like, you know, irritated with some things. And then just upon review, I was like, you know what? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Not as bad as I thought it was. Like, just seeing it with a little bit more context, with a different pacing than just bum rushing the whole fucking series in kind of a short time, shotgunning the whole thing. It's almost like it painted a different picture. And though I can say that, like, I was really frustrated with Birth by Sleep for a lot of reasons, and then I revisited it with a level head, and I came away okay with some things and much more solidly, like, yeah, I don't like this for a very good reason. like I have my reasons I do not like this, and this, because I just had more of a solid understanding, I guess, of what I didn't like about it.
Yeah, that's fair.
But, you know, I wanted to go in to be like, okay, change my mind. Let's revisit this again. And then I did, and then I was like, still don't like it. Okay. Don't like it for XYZ reason. We know for sure now, but I'm not as frustrated with it as I was when I first went through.
For me, for Birth by Sleep, it's such a, like... Birth by Sleep's like this little magical piece of the Kingdom Hearts puzzle for me, because it was... Like, I was a person who was buying new consoles just to play Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah, you were one of them.
Yeah, but buying a PSP was not on my schedule. I was just like, this is a really expensive little gadget just to play a Kingdom Hearts game.
Yeah, I got my hands on a PSP only because I split it with my friend at the time. We went halvesies on it, and then it mostly ended up hers anyway. Like, but that shit was expensive.
It was
and
expensive,
there were so few
and I was
things.
just like, I have like nothing else to use it for.
Mm-hmm.
So, like I watched
had
a
friends
lot
who
of the
had it
cutscenes.
basically just to play Monster Hunter, and then that was it. And that's all they played on their PSP was Monster Hunter. Which I don't blame them, Monster Hunter's cool,
Yeah.
but it was just, the PSP was just like that, where it was like, you got it for like one game, but it did not have a crazy library. So most people didn't expand much outside of the one game they got it for. So anyway.
Yeah.
Continue.
So, I experienced Birth by Sleep, and Birth by Sleep was also the game that was like, it was the Kingdom Hearts 2 secret movie, and that was fucking sick.
Right, yeah.
I couldn't have it. And so, I watched cutscenes online, but, this was the days where cutscene uploading was not as thorough as it used as it is now.
Yeah. It was simply a different era. I remember the era. I was around,
Right.
even if I wasn't there for Kingdom Hearts. It was just that was just how it was. It was like, boy, sure hope you can get your 480p cutscenes of fucking Chain of Memories now that it came out in Japan, and
Yeah,
good
and
luck.
it wasn't like people were let's playing it either or doing walkthroughs of it, because capturing PSP footage was not easy. And so when it finally released on the PS3, I think was the first time it released.
Yeah,
it was oh my god, I finally get to play this missing piece of Kingdom Hearts.
And you finally got it. And how did you feel upon playing it?
I was delighted.
I was delighted.
I had a great time. I played the command boards, I liked all the characters, and it's one of those things where I've heard your criticisms, and I'm like, yeah, those are all perfectly valid. I've just also not thought about it that critically.
Yeah. It was just something that I feel like, for me, it really made my momentum waver a bit when I was going through, because I was interested going in. I was like, I want to know more about this kid that looks like Roxas. I want to know more about this stuff that's going on, and going through, and then just kind of I was just sitting there what the fuck? With so much shit. Because, it was something, too, where it's just, I'm coming in, fresh, right? And it was so, okay, they really want you to play Terra, Ventus, and Aqua in that order, and it was made very strikingly clear to me how much they did not account for they didn't account for every single thing, I guess, if you play it, quote, out of order. And so I go in just fresh into Ventus's route, because, that's who I want to know about. And I am, so lost. And up to this point, I was delightfully surprised at how, much I going through Kingdom Hearts, and I was like, this is not difficult to follow. Everybody's been lying to me for years. This is very easy to follow. And then I hit Birth by Sleep, and I was like, why don't I know what's going on? There's stuff that I was genuinely, lost on, because it was painting a picture, assuming you already knew what was happening in the other route. And it made story comprehension, way worse.
There's a specific point in Ventus's story as it's wrapping up towards the end, before you get to the Keyblade Graveyard. I think it's when Ventus visits Destiny Island.
Yeah.
They're you have to have information from Terra's storyline.
Right.
Because, it's not that, Ventus is being told something and he's learning about it for the first time. Ventus is actually acting like he already knows this information, even though he shouldn't. There's something, I don't remember what the specific instance is, but it's something about Vanitas and Xehanort specifically, and for some reason Ventus just knows something about them that he wouldn't know unless he talked to Terra or had some other thing off screen.
Yeah, I remember specifically, because we go in, right? And remember, I'm fresh, right? I don't know anything.
Yeah.
And I don't know what to call the Unversed for half of his playthrough. We don't know what they're called. Like, because I wasn't the one playing, it was my friend Velo who was playing, and he was just like, yeah, Birth by Sleep, you know, but it's been a while. Like, I remember watching the cutscenes because I couldn't play it, you know, and I was like, okay, cool, so we're going through, and we were going through, and I'm like, okay, like, what are they? And then at one point, it just says, like, defeat the unversed in, like, the little, you know, bit in the top corner and stuff, and I was just like, oh, is that what they're called? You know, like, what the, what? Is that's how they're called? And that's how I learned. Like, Ventus not getting, like, told, it was just, because then we went to Terra's route, and I was so, like, everything is in here. Like, everything is in this route, you know, and it was just like, oh no. Yeah. Oh no, they did not account for this. Like, I'm sure they did to some extent, right? But it's like, it really is something that, like, they should have just had you play Terra, and then it unlocked Ventus's route, and then it unlocked Aqua's route. Like, it's that simple, would have just kept that so much better. And I would have way less to complain about if that were the case, but it's something that's just like, unfortunately, this is a lot of people's experience, because people went in going, who's that Roxas guy? And then they play Ventus's route first. And then some people argue that's how you should play it. And I'm like, no, no, play it in the suggested order, or you're gonna, like, be so fucking confused. Just let it be Terra, Ventus, and then Aqua. I promise. I promise. Like, I think my buddy Kelsey played Aqua first, because she was like, I want to know what's up with the girl. And then was like, you know, and still liked her, and loves Aqua. Loves Aqua. Is like one of her most favorite things about Kingdom Hearts is Aqua, right? But it was just so, like, really raw dogging it out here, starting with Aqua's route. With such a lack of context. It was just, it's a mess. Boy howdy.
I will say, you absolutely, if you're playing the games, I will never say otherwise. You should play it as Terra, Ventus, Aqua. Yeah. Please do it that way. However, for when Whitney and I did our Birth by Sleep Let's Play, we were like, okay, if we're doing a Let's Play of this game, that means 3 playthroughs of Birth by Sleep. Yeah. What if we didn't do that? And so what we decided to do was play the game by the timeline. So we were literally playing through all 3 storylines at once, and then in editing, Whitney was putting it together as one complete storyline where we would just switch characters.
That's really interesting, actually, which I feel like would be better for, like, story comprehension. Because there's a lot of stuff.
Kind of, that's kind of like what the Let's Play is you know, like, our Let's Play is like, this is a Let's Play that is, like, for people who want to get into Kingdom Hearts but don't necessarily play video games.
Right.
And so we were like, this would be a more fun way to watch a Let's Play and, like, a unique experience. But if you're going to, like, play the game and experience the story as it should be done, like, just play the game.
Yeah, like, it's never going to supplant, like, just playing the game for yourself. Right? But, like, this is definitely a much more, it's a lot easier to choke down when you kind of just streamline it like that, which I think is something that could have benefited them. Not to say that they should have done it exactly in the way that, like, you guys did, but had they maybe just trimmed the fat a little bit on having you play the same game, like, 3 times in a row, with slightly different, you know, things that don't quite line up very well all the time. I feel like if you had just left it to, like, 2, like, you could have left it to, like, Aqua and Terra as, like, playable characters, and Ventus and what he's doing kind of popping in and out of, like, both of their playthroughs, because stuff that's happening with him and about him would be really good as, like, a mystery they're trying to figure out. Not that it's, you have to change the game as much as, like, it's something that we don't exactly know what's going on with him and his relation to Vanitas, or, you know, so on and so forth. And I feel like something like that could have strengthened it, especially if they had just been able to focus on 2 instead of 3 characters to play. But
I'd even argue that they probably could have gotten away with just doing it as a Terra campaign and fleshed it out a little bit more, and then in the post game swap to Aqua.
Yeah,
because like
I could,
Aqua doesn't really really move forward until you kind of hit the end game post game.
Yeah, it's true. Like, she's there, and you're kind of seeing, like, the results of everything happening with Terra and Ventus, and she's just kind of cleaning up after them for the most part. Like, she has stuff where, like, I like her interactions, obviously, with Cinderella, and other little follow-ups and stuff. Like, I love, like, Cinderella, and even just, like, Fairy Godmother, and other stuff like that, where it's just, like, I'm happy to see Aqua's side of things. But very often is it, like, the true meat of the story stuff is, like, it's, like, in Terra's route, for the most part. Or, like, things that have to do with Ventus in Ventus's route. Because otherwise, he's just going around being like, "Wah, I wish I had real friends." And, like, that's his whole motivation. And it's just like, well, I didn't need to play it to see that, but okay. Which is why you could have just had it not be that, but... I forgot. I feel like I was gonna say something else, but I don't remember. I don't remember. Fucking Ventus. God damn it. God damn him.
Call me Ven.
Call me Ven. My friends call me Ven. And then he rolls around like he's got poop in his diaper every fucking time. It's just so awkward. It's just so, like, bow-legged as he rolls around that it's like he's trying not to, you know? It's
For me, it's not the roll, it's the little, like, straightforward beforehand. The, like, just... and then roll.
Hi. Hold on.
It's odd.
Oh my god. Hi. Hi, baby. Don't leave. Don't leave. Where do you think you're going? Are you a baby boy? Are you a big baby? He loves this. It's his favorite.
Baby cat.
Ooh, baby cat. Held like a baby. He loves it. He's like grunting in my arms. All right, come on. There you go. He's not even that upset, honestly. The second he's, like, put down, he's, like, totally back to normal.
Right.
Anyway.
But you have to bother your cat. It's just the law.
Yeah. I mean, cats just do it to each other all the time, so I don't feel bad about it.
Oh, no.
They out there. Yeah, they love just kicking each other's ass, like, unprompted. They love it. Cats love it. So don't feel bad about bothering your cat like, here and there. Anyway, fucking Kingdom Hearts. Fucking Birth by Sleep.
Fucking Kingdom Hearts.
Fucking Kingdom Hearts.
I love it.
Yeah, as do I. Even if Birth by Sleep isn't my favorite. But I'm okay on it now. For many reasons. Or, like, revisiting, as in visiting it for the first time proper by playing 358, I was like, oh, you know what? I like this so much more now. It's so much better than just watching the movie. The movie is okay if you already kind of have the context of the, like, having played the game. It just feels like more. And you're like, oh, cool, I get to see this again and, like, see these plot points, like, really just, we're focusing on this. And kind of cutting through all of, like, the missions and stuff, even though they play their part in, like, contributing to the feel of the game. But as far as, like, trying to comprehend it on the first go, my god. The 358 movie was such a slog, I, like, felt bad. I, like, felt bad that I was like, not that I was like, oh, I feel bad, it's making me feel bad. As in, like, I felt bad, like, for it. You know, I was like, oh, this is really hard to keep watching just because it's, like, I don't even think it's, like, horrible. It was just so... Yeah, it was a struggle to get through, basically. Like, it was just so, it felt like it was really dragging its feet in places. It was, like, really long for what felt like it was...
It's a very somber, slow story that, like, doesn't really... it's not really potent for, like, a movie.
Yeah, like, I feel like if it were genuinely translated into, like, being a movie, you could really do something with it. But this is a lot more like, we are making sure we hit those plot beats and cutscenes that we feel are important to comprehending the story, putting it together, and so it's really long, and it's not necessarily, like, it's not like a good movie, you know what I mean? It's just a lot of cutscenes, basically, and it was just a lot to choke down, and it was a lot of, like, and then Roxas goes here, and then Shion goes there, and then they do this, and then they go there, and you're just like, why? Why do I care to know that? Like, and it's just so, like, back and forth with things that I was like, I don't understand, like, what, like, the oh my god, I don't understand, like, the conflict of what's, like, happening here as much as just, like, and then Shion runs away, and then they find her again, and then they go on a mission. Yeah, and then she runs away again, and then you're just like, why? You know, like, it's just so, but it's something that in game, the pacing makes way more sense. And, like, I found myself playing the game, I was like, oh, I, like, get it now. I understand what I'm doing, why this is happening. But, like, when it's just fucking thrown at you over and over again in a movie, and this is your only exposure to it, I was so, like,
See, and I feel like, okay, so you know how I was talking about how, like, getting my hands on Birth by Sleep was, like, a magical moment? I feel like our experiences are reversed when it comes to 358, because you had the movie experience first, and then so when you get the game, you're like, oh, this is like, I got the missing puzzle piece.
Right, I get it now.
Yeah, whereas for me, when 358 came out, like, there was all these ads about how, like, it's the Organization 13 game. And I was like, oh my god, this is gonna be so epic. This is gonna be sick as hell. It's like, yes, the Organization. And then when you get the game, I had to get a DS, which I hadn't had before, so I didn't know how it worked.
Right.
And I'm playing this, like, bad job simulator. Depression 3000. And it's like, wow, this is not the fun time I thought it was going to be.
Right.
And I liked it, but 358 is also the game I go back to the least, because, like, I don't particularly care for the gameplay. I don't like the like, Tetris block.
I found that part really fun, where I was like, ooh, I like to fit the little pieces together, and then I move on, and I'm just fine, you know. But
yeah,
that's also just, it just is what it is. Like, some people didn't like it, and then some people do, and it's, what are you gonna do?
Right. And so, like, I still really appreciate 358 for what it is. I think as far as, like, the gameplay, adding on to the feeling of the story and everything, like, wow, it's just really cool.
Yeah.
It's just also, like, was not what I was expecting at all.
Yeah,
and as a result, I'm just kind of like,
on it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And, like, in my case, like, I was going in to be like, I am going to go and experience the actual game and, like, give it a shot. Like, knowing this already about it. And then I was pleasantly surprised that it wasn't as much of a slog as I was led to believe. At least, like, not to say that it isn't, but I was like, oh, for me, like, it felt pretty easy. Like, I was just going through the jobs. I put my little bricks into their spot, and then I go back. And I was just playing it a little bit, like, each night, basically. I would go to bed, and then I would play some 358. And so, like, with that pacing, which is kind of what they designed it for, I was like, this is pretty fun. This is all right. I also beat it when I had COVID. I was, like, at the tail end of it,
what
but
the story was too.
Yeah. It was just a chance for it to kind of, like, let the game itself just breathe and have its, like, time and, like, just experience that, you know. And I was like, oh, okay, this is actually, like, just a lot more, like, I just like it, so I understand it more now, you know. I whatever gripes I had with it before, like, I can still say, like, yeah, maybe I wouldn't have done this or that or whatever, but, like, I don't think what it did was wrong. So it's you know, what a way to make peace with something that bothered me for a while.
Yeah.
But fucking Birth by Sleep.
But
I mean, at least with Birth by Sleep, it's like, it doesn't bother me as much as it used to. I still hold the criticisms I have for it, right? But like, it's something where it's just like playing it and just kind of letting it be and just fucking playing the game and trying to find the things that I do like about it. And I feel a lot better about it. I like Terra a lot more than I did before. Ventus is fine. He's whatever. He's still probably like one of my least favorite characters, but like, it doesn't mean I hate him. It's just that like, I'm just so not interested in him as much unless Kip is talking about him, and that's the only time I give a shit. But I have become more interested, but that's just because of like Cucks and what they were doing. Even if even if it's interesting, I still think that it's stuff happening to him and not stuff that he is doing. And I think that he needs to do things of his own volition more often. Like, let him make a mistake. Let him do something like, sure, he's like, sure, kill me or whatever, right? But it's like, that's like one thing. Like, he needs a little bit more to do. But otherwise, you know, I feel whatever. And then I like Aqua, but like, I feel like she doesn't really get to shine in Birth by Sleep really at all until you get to that post game and like 0.2, and then you're like, oh my god, shining star, beauty, love of my life, Aqua. Like 0.2 like is so fucking good.
She has a really strong start with a lot of her stuff, and then it's just like the middle is just like her needing to get to the end to get going
it's really kind of weak there. It's just kind of like, yeah, Aqua, interesting. And then you get kind of like, in the middle, and then you get some cool stuff at the end. And then it's like her in the Realm of Darkness, still in the Realm of Darkness, but a 0.2 this time, you know, other stuff like that, where you're like, you're really getting to see like those internal like machinations and like what she's dealing with and how she's dealing with it. And then it's like, it's less just like, I care about my friends. And now it's just like, how she is handling the decisions she made and like that also came from the pressures that were put on her and how this is all affecting her like in isolation. And you're like, damn, this is great. This is good. She just needed that like the right place to get to go into that stuff, which is why like I think that like there's so much in Birth by Sleep that like I feel like is a good idea that was just executed kind of poorly for one reason or another, whether it was due to limitations or just mostly limitations, I guess, both due to the PSP and like whatever, just like time constraint stuff, you know, things they didn't really get to do. But like you can see it because it's like those same ideas are present in 0.2. We're following one of, you know, the main characters of the game in 0.2, and all of it whips ass so hard. I still think about all the time Ventus in the Snow White case, and I'm like, that's insane. It's one of the coolest things they've ever done.
It's so cool.
It's so fucking cool. It's so good. And I wish they got to do like more of that, like more direct paralleling with like just fairy tale bullshit, you know, like getting to do that. You're like, no way. No way, that's so good. Oh shit. But like, you know, there's a myriad of reasons that like they can't or haven't been allowed to be more direct or exploring with like this media, this IP that they're essentially getting to borrow to like make these games and stuff. Because I would love to.
I haven't been able to make for a year now.
Right.
I talk about 0.2 quite a bit, and how like because it's a game that doesn't have a lot of dialogue, it really has to like punch hard with its visual storytelling.
Yes.
And it punches so hard with its visual storytelling.
It really does.
Like an extra layer of just thought and care was really put into that. And like Kingdom Hearts already does a lot with visual storytelling.
Yeah.
But it just like goes kind of bonkers in 0.2, and I love it.
Yeah. Yeah. It really gets to like dive deep into the like symbolism of things, you know what I mean? Like they really get to have fun with everything, and Aqua, and like just everything with like the mirrors and all of this crazy shit that they get to do. And it's just like, and it's still like related to like Snow White and like other stuff like this, right? But like they get to really like utilize it to make something new and cool. And it's like, god damn, if they just got the freedom to do that all the time, like nobody would ever complain about a Disney property being in Kingdom Hearts ever again. Nobody would complain if they just had the freedom to do it.
I feel like this could be a whole discussion and like essay by itself.
Yes.
But the way that 0.2 handles the realm of darkness with the Disney worlds, frozen in time in them, is such a better, like, fucked up Disneyland than what Epic Mickey was able to pull off.
And you like Epic Mickey, right? Or am I thinking, or I might be thinking of somebody else.
Okay. I've actually never beaten Epic Mickey because the controls eventually just kind of drive me crazy.
Fair enough.
I think it's a really cool idea.
Yes. Yeah.
And
no, I think it's interesting.
Nerd, I like play it and I go, ooh, look at that thing.
Right. The attention to detail of like things they do. Like I remember seeing they're like, oh yeah, and like the boss that's like It's a Small World, and I was like, cool. I realize I've never looked at It's a Small World in my life before seeing this. So like for me it was like there's nothing here for me. Not to say that I can't think it's cool. I was just like, oh, I have no frame of reference, and I'm suddenly realizing I've never actually seen the building of It's a Small World before this moment. I mean, I have now. I've ridden the ride, but like at the time when I first saw stuff for it, I was like, huh? What?
Have you played Epic Mickey?
No. I've had friends who really liked it, and that's how I've just kind of tangentially, like, I've just seen stuff, you know, the osmosis of it. And so I remember seeing like concept art and other stuff, or I've seen like videos talk about it here and there, but so like I know things about it. I've never played it, but now that they're having those remasters, I might just try it just to, you know, may as well, whatever. But like,
yeah, no, it would be really cool to see you like play it on stream or something like that.
Knowing like nothing.
Yeah, it has like, honestly, I think the whole part of the game before you get to the hub world is like the best part of the game.
Okay.
And so like that's the intro, and it's the like It's a Small World ride boss, and then it also has this area called Mickey Junk Mountain.
Okay.
And Mickey Junk Mountain is just a mountain made of old Mickey Mouse merchandise.
Okay.
And like I love going through that area because it's just got like merch of like all different kinds, and you can just like stop and look at like everything as you're passing through it. But a lot of the big problem with Epic Mickey is then when you get to the hub world, which is like a fucked up Main Street USA. The game turns into like there's a lot of side quests that don't really end up going anywhere. And so they just kind of feel like you're doing a side quest to do a side quest, and it's lengthy. Very, very lengthy. And so like that's where it always loses me, is like you're going to these levels that are off the spokes of the hub world, and like it just gets really long. And kind of tedious. And there's still some like cool ideas, but the way that the Realm of Darkness is in 0.2, I feel does a better job capturing kind of like that edgy darkness kind of thing that Epic Mickey was going for. But then it also has more of a purpose for the story and the characters.
Right. Well, because I think it's like particular because it's Kingdom Hearts, it is like surfacing something else other than just like, let's make fucked up Disneyland. You know what I mean? Like it's serving to do something else, so they get to really lean into like the cool symbolism and the having like oh, here we are in like messed up like kind of town square-ish, like here is the Cinderella castle over in the distance kind of thing, and and like I said, it's servicing something else. So it just has the added benefit of being like, ooh, fucked up Disney stuff. It's also not Disneyland, right? It's just like these properties kind of a thing.
These worlds, and these
yeah.
worlds that mean something to the characters as well.
Yeah, yep.
It's
Yeah,
like Epic Mickey wants to be a commentary on the Disney company itself, but because it's a Disney game, it can't really. So it has to have kind of these like long pauses where Mickey like contemplates, but we don't get to like go into what Mickey really thinks about all this.
Right, yeah. It's toothless in its criticism, I guess, or commentary, simply because it is of Disney itself. Like, it's, you know, their property. So they kind of aren't letting you. But
plus it has the morality system where you can play Mickey either as a... Oh, you don't know about the morality system?
No, I don't.
Oh!
There's a... Well, that is very reflective of the time it came out. That's really funny.
Yeah, so you have paint and you have paint thinner.
Right, I know that you have those two things, but I guess I didn't know that they played into a morality aspect. I'm getting spoiled now.
Yeah, so you can basically... The morality system is one of those morality systems that's not very good because it basically boils your playthrough down to, am I playing Paragon or am I playing Renegade?
Yeah, am I being, like, reasonably good or am I being so unbelievably evil?
Right. So you're basically either going to be just using paint and only thinner when you absolutely have to, or you're going to be using thinner and not using paint unless you absolutely have to.
Right. You get to be evil, Mickey.
Well, yeah.
So evil.
Because you can either go through the wasteland and use thinner everywhere and, you know, make... Because the whole game is supposed to be like, oh, Mickey, look, this is the wasteland. This is the place where toons go, where these ideas that never came to fruition. This is where, like, Disney junk rests in peace. Are you going to make their lives better because you've already fucked up a lot of stuff for them? Or are you going to make it worse?
Wee! Or are you just gonna be so mean for whatever reason?
Yeah.
Right. Well, that'll be fun to not do whenever I play it. Wahoo! Very, Bioshock good or evil.
Mm-hmm.
Do you kill the little girls? Or do you not do that? Up to you. Would it be fucked up if you killed them? Yeah, you'd like that, wouldn't you? You evil, dastardly person, you.
It really makes you ask the big question.
Yeah. Ah, the nuance and the subtlety of evil.
I hate children, so...
Yeah, there you go. I hate children, so easy question. Just punt them right into the ocean.
I mean, though, like...
Detroit become human be
You
like.
laugh and you say that, but, like, in the context of Epic Mickey, it really is just, like, evil mode is Mickey Mouse spitting on the elderly and the disabled.
God. So cool. I love to play Fable, the video game.
Like, it's really not any more nuanced than that.
Yeah, I didn't really think that it was a... I swear to God, it felt like...
Unfortunately, because what they were trying to go with the morality system is, like, you know, back in the day, in the old Mickey Mouse cartoons.
Right, he could be kind of...
the new Mickey Mouse cartoons came out.
Right. Yeah.
they were like, Mickey could kind of, you know, be a little shit, be a little stinker.
Yeah,
And that's kind of the spirit we want to get with the thinner path.
Yeah, which is like valid, right? I get it. But
it's not that.
Yeah. I fucking just like, I swear to God, it felt like Tennelle was about to be like, hear me out. Killing kids is good. And I know exactly like that moment of like transition where you're like, now, okay, but hold on. And it's like, oh, what? That it is good to punt him into the ocean or what? I wish they carried Oswald's bitter personality into other things where Disney uses him. I don't have any horse in that race or anything to do with Oswald other than just he's just Oswald, right? Oswald the Lucky Rabbit, you know. But like there's a point where I feel like it might get a little tiring outside of context, but like it's hard to know. I mean, people love to think that Roxas is also incredibly bitter all the time and they just eat it up. So maybe I'm just not the audience for that. But, like, I feel like if you're gonna, like, lean into anything, like, I guess there is the context of, like, well, overlooked Oswald. Even though, obviously, real-world reasons for why he's been locked away for so long is just kind of, like, the legalities and not really his fault or anything. Or not like, wow, alright, fuck Oswald, we're gonna do Mickey Mouse stuff, you know what I mean? But, like,
Well, you know how I've been talking to you about the Villainous board game?
Yeah. The one that looks cool as hell.
Yeah, it is cool as hell.
It's so fucking cool.
So fucking cool. But one of the villains you can play as is Pete.
Right.
And the
Love
heroes that can be played against Pete are like Minnie, Donald, Goofy, Mickey, and Oswald. Like, they just include
nice.
Oswald
They just
in
put
there
Oswald
as well.
in there. That's cool.
And even one of the tasks that you have to complete as Pete is play a game, and like you have to like beat Oswald in a card game. And so like I honestly really like how Villainous just kind of like incorporates Oswald into the game.
Yeah.
And it's fun because you have to win a luck-based game against Oswald the Lucky Rabbit.
Yeah.
Yes, hi, Papaya. Yeah. He's a talkative guy.
I'm hearing that. I'm
Yes.
hearing that.
Hi. Do you want to go upstairs? Is that what you want? Okay, hold on.
That was a real... Yeah, that was a real cat.
Papaya. There you go. Do you want upstairs, Walden? Okay.
No, don't send him away!
Okay, Papaya is upstairs. He is happy now. No, don't send him away.
Make him speak into the mic.
He's a chatty cat. He goes,
Wee. Wee. What were we fucking... Oh, right, we were talking about, like, Oswald being included. Wasn't it Nomura wanted to use Oswald for KH3 and they didn't let him? I mean, I feel like legally now it would be more on the table.
Yeah, if I had to guess why they wouldn't let Nomura use him right away is because Disney's probably still trying to, like... This is assuming Disney is being smart about any of their IPs right now, which is, like, heavily up for debate.
Yeah, that's...
But if I was in Disney's shoes, I would be like, sorry, Nomura, you can't use him yet. We're still kind of, like, building his identity in our brand.
That's what I assumed, where it's like, we don't know what we're doing with him yet. So we don't have, like, a standard to be like, make sure he's XYZ, or he does this, or keep in line with this and that. Because it's so, like... up in the air, you know, outside of like he is an epic Mickey, which is like one version of him you could go with, I suppose, and then like original like way old shorts and stuff like that. Like there isn't a whole lot to pull from other than like the idea and being like Oswald the Lucky Rabbit, which would be really cool to see. Like I would love to see what he wanted to do with him, but like because it was such a recent like acquisition that I feel like it probably was, you know, if like you said, if they were being smart, they were like, we don't know what we're doing with him yet, so not yet, maybe later. You know.
Well, and we don't necessarily want public opinion to like just think of Kingdom Hearts when they think of Oswald. Like we want to make sure that like we've tied our brand to him,
right,
before he does anything specifically with like Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah, which again, if they're being smart, that would make sense, right? If we're you know, giving them credit, which we don't need to, but like this feels like it would make sense, then you know, maybe. So maybe hopefully we'll see.
Hopefully we'll see Oswald in the future. But yeah, I really like the way that Villainous handled just like putting him in.
And just putting him in with like just the rest of them, you know, and just being like, yeah, here he is. You know, we got Donald, we got Goofy, we got Mickey, we got Oswald, whatever. Yeah, it's all wrapping it all together. And it's like, that's nice. Unreal Engine 5 Oswald. Whoa. I'm so genuinely like curious to see how, because like I doubt that everything's gonna be looking like, I don't think it is. Obviously we were shown Donald and Goofy to make sure we knew that that part was not going away or not gonna be a part of Kingdom Hearts 4, but I'm so curious to see what they can do with like UE5 specifically, and like anything that's more stylized and not like the realistic bits and pieces we've seen so far. Because the Donald and Goofy bit looks so good. It's so good looking.
So good.
It's so fucking good looking. It's driving me crazy.
Okay,
it's
and as
so
much
animated
as, like,
and fun.
As much as for Kingdom Hearts 3, we have all kind of like taken the rose-tinted glasses off of like, yeah, there's stuff that like they could have done better here and there.
Yeah.
Like, I can still remember going through Kingdom Hearts 3 for the first time and going like, God, like, look how much, like, personalized character animation there is in this game compared to previous games. And that's the stuff I get really, really excited for.
Oh, yeah. No, that's something that, like, because obviously you've been, like, super sick, but, like, this playthrough of KH3 was me talking about that, like, nonstop from, like, the very beginning, especially, like, comparison with Olympus and how incredibly polished all of Olympus is. Every cutscene, there is never any dead air with characters in the background or otherwise. Like, there's no just standing and, like, default looking and being like, you know, like, not once. They never let Donald and Goofy just fucking stand back there, and if they are, they're, like, looking, like, attentively. You know, like, it's stuff where it's, like, they took so much time, and like even just like the scene direction and like the camera work and other little things, it's so good. And then it all
just feels so much more alive, and they're doing more like acting is reacting, and so like characters are just like always turned on, and I just love that. Yeah, no, it's incredible. And then it's like so unfortunate because you can see the drops here and there where they kind of had to put it in like certain places where it counts. And like Toy Box is another incredibly polished, fantastic looking one where they, you know, they got storyboarding also from Pixar, which is really cool, and like you can see that as well. But like you can just see like the up and down levels of like quality where like you'll get plenty of scenes in like Arendelle where they are just standing and talking at each other without any real, like, there's nothing in the eyes, you know, they're just fucking, they have the models kind of yapping, and then they do their thing. And there are plenty of fun scenes in there too, but like they have to be so sparing with it because they're running out of real estate. They're running out of time, you know, they have so much on their plate. They barely have figured out how to get all this shit to work, and now they had a whole game to make. You know, it's like, you can see how, like, front-loaded, like,
the things they got to spend the most time with and how incredible that shit looks. And then you can see it kind of waver here and there, and then it spikes up really fast in Pirates of the Caribbean, and then it like again, and it just drops like a rock, like it's so like right there at the end. And it's so but it's something that it's like also like I'm always paying attention to it. I'm always looking for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like I understand, and that's something where it's just like even just seeing the smidgen in the trailer and like seeing like the Donald and Goofy and like how one they look fantastic, how well they're animated, and
so
even
good.
just the bit for the scene of like, you know, and then Donald looks back and he's like and then like the whistle and they all and they go just rigid and it's just like
so
it's such a it's just such a good scene. And it's like when they are left to their own devices, like the shit that this team makes, incredible, fantastic stuff. And you can see it as far back as like KH1. Like there's so much like life and care and like genuinely like just good storytelling in ways that like I love the beginning of KH1 and how they jump between Destiny Islands and like Disney Castle.
Excuse me?
And
who is that?
huh? Huh?
Did you hear the meow?
I didn't. No. I'm so sad.
Was that you? That's it.
Hold the mic up. Can we get an interview?
They just let out a really long.
I love, it's like, you're like, they just let out a really long, and then it went, and then nothing happened. The mic it was probably just too high-pitched, and so, like, the mic was like, oh, we gotta, you know.
We gotta cut that off.
Yeah, the noise gate.
Well, it was a really long
Got it. And you're like, oh, okay. Sure. But, yeah, I think, like, in KH1 and how much there's like very obvious like scene direction and it's very good. And it's like you see it all the time, and you can see parts where it's like people really latch on to those little moments that like aren't as polished, but like from the beginning it's just good.
So much better than like anything we've had before.
Oh yeah, like coming out in 2002 and like looking like it did, being animated like it was, it still looks really good. It's still better than a lot of like, just by way of like scene direction and like character acting and other little things like that. Even if it's like, yeah, it's dealing with its limitations of being from 2002, it's still better at conveying things than like really super hyper polished like but like dead faced kind of auto, like you're just standing there and they're going blah, 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 you know, and I'm like, I don't care about this, but you know what I do care about? Cutscene on PS2. Because it's so full of life. It's animated by hand, you know, they really fucking went and did stuff to like make it look good.
It really can't be understated either, like how difficult it must have been to translate Disney quality animation to PS2 3D animation software.
Yep. Yeah.
Because, like, this is when even 3D animated films
we're still looking away.
That same, yeah, like they still aren't hitting that same kind of animation quality. Yeah, like unless you get like a lot of time to really work with stuff, like Toy Story definitely shows its age, but like they did really well with what they could, you know what I mean? Right, like and that's not to say the animation around that time was bad.
No, yeah,
like,
it's just that shit was hard, and we were not there at the same way we are today, which isn't even like a time moving forward. It's just like now we're so focused, like it's so like 3D animation like centric versus how it was before, and it was just like, damn, did they knock it out of the park for how much that was not the norm at the time.
Well, and it still blows my mind too that we, like for Kingdom Hearts 3, people can laugh at the Let It Go being in the game,
and it looks
also
the recreation.
It looks exactly like the movie.
Yeah, it looks the same, and that's not even like they didn't get to just copy paste any asset. They had to build it from the ground up. They got to look at stuff. Sure, you know, like Woody's like model and stuff was like, sure, they got reference material, but they just had to make that shit on their own time. And it's like perfect. It's incredible. They recreated this shit so painstakingly that people still mistake those fucking Pirates of the Caribbean cutscenes for the movie until something signifies otherwise.
Until Sora punches Davy Jones in the head.
Yeah, exactly. It's something that it's like, their attention to detail is off the charts, to be honest. Like, they are so locked in.
It's just crazy to me that a video game that came out in 2019 can make graphics that are just as good as a movie that came out in 2013.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. And that's not even to say that it's like, wow, Frozen's really showing its age or anything. It's just like, that's a polished looking movie. It looks good.
Yeah.
And now the game is just casually being able to have this be there.
Also look good.
Yeah, and it looks just as good. It looks exactly like the movie. And then Goofy is there and he lifts his little ear, you know? It's just like, whoa. But it's good. It's really good. The animation and shit is so good all the time, except for when it's not, because they didn't have time. And it's just so...
And then it's not bad. It's just like, okay, yeah, they ran out of a little time here.
Yeah, this isn't... It's just like, oh, they had to, like, fall back to that kind of default, which gets the job done, and I don't blame them. But, like, you know, you can tell the difference. And it's just like, when I see, like, just looking at, like, all of the cutscenes in Olympus, and I was like... my heart hurts. It's so, like, it looks so good, and knowing if they had the time to, like, polish everything to this level, I'd cry. It would be incredible. It would be like, I just get a free movie and also a good video game at the same time.
Like, I know that they are more likely going to be leaning towards worlds that are from newer releases, which just naturally means more 3D films.
Yeah.
And obviously they have an interest in, like, live action properties like Tron, Pirates, whatever.
Yeah,
But
and as it
I
serves them, I
really-
feel.
Yeah, I really hope in KH4, like, obviously Hades makes some kind of appearance, but
Yeah.
I really hope we get a traditionally animated world either come back or a new one.
I would love to see what they could do. I would love to see what they could do with something. Like, I would, die if we got anything from, like, Fantasia 2000. That was not the 3D parts, but, like, the more to the 2D parts, which, like, I
like
love a Rhapsody, or Firebird, or
or
a Rhapsody in Blue,
Oh,
which is,
God,
like, one of
yeah,
my
Rhapsody
most
in Blue.
favorites ever. It's always been one of my most favorites. Like,
it's so good.
it's just, oh my god, I love that bit so much. I was so, like, enraptured by it as a kid.
And you know why it's so good? It's because it's directed by one of my favorite animators.
You have so much more knowledge on this than I do that I'm just like, really? Tell me more.
It was mainly worked on by Andrea Stasia, and I also think Eric Goldberg, but he also did the Flamingos and Yo-Yos sequence.
Okay, and that one's
was
so fun
Eric
too.
Goldberg.
Okay. That one's also a fun one.
But yeah, Andrea Stasia is one that I just like. I always keep bringing up because he's like the animator for Scar and Gaston and.
Got it. Okay, because I was like, that name's so familiar, and I'm not placing it. And I was like, he must be doing something else, right? And now I'm like, oh, that guy. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
So his main big like characters that he performed were King Triton.
Right.
Gaston. Scar.
Right. They're all the really, like, a gay man drew this.
I know, right? And then he did Hercules. He was the lead character designer for Hercules.
Yeah, that's right.
And then he did Lilo.
Oh.
He was the animator for Lilo in Lilo and Stitch, which you...
Well, he did a great job.
Yeah, I don't know if these interviews are still up on YouTube, but there's actually these really good interviews with him where he's talking about how different of a project working on Lilo and Stitch was.
Right.
And how he was really struggling at first Like, he knew he really wanted to do this character, but he was also, like, just not, like, feeling it yet. And then he,
Right.
like, really got into, like, Lilo Tick, and he was like, and, like, obviously he understands the character, but it was just, like, in that interview, you really see how he just, like, really, really understands Lilo.
Mm-hmm.
It was just a really cool interview, because he's like, I just remembered what it was like to be, like, this kid who's powerless, and, like, of course she's so frustrated with, like, her situation, but she doesn't really understand it, and so she's handling it in a way, like, that a kid would, and it was just a really good interview.
Right, but we all know that she's, like, really toxic, a toxic child, and, you know, I forget how the rest of that really shitty tweet went, but... Did you ever see that?
Goddamn Twitter.
That fucking,
Yes.
that fucking tweet.
Of course,
I was like,
I've seen it.
okay, I would imagine, but I was just like, I don't remember when this happened. Like, so, you know,
no,
sometimes...
I remember the day on Twitter where suddenly everyone was talking about, is Lilo toxic or not?
Right. Well, because it was like, for those who do not know, because I can see that some do not, there was just a summary is that someone very earnestly was talking about Lilo. Just, it's basically the, like, do you ever think maybe the kid had bad vibes, you know? And, like, was just, like, is being a brat and doesn't understand and all of these things, where it's just like, yeah, a child being a child, you know, doing all of these things, like, yeah, it's obviously really difficult, but, like, she is a child. And then just being like, yeah, she's like a toxic child, and everyone
History
clowning
just repeats itself.
Yeah, people just fucking clowning on their ass so hard. Like, it really was the event of the day, that day it came out.
So when I say history just repeats itself, I'm specifically thinking,
yeah,
this is old internet drama.
Okay.
And I don't even remember
Dusting
who
it off.
the reviewer is. But there was some really famous, like, popular review of The Lion King in, like, early YouTube era internet, where the guy has, like, this scathing review of The Lion King, and it's because Simba is a fucking brat.
Okay. I fucking hate that kid.
Yeah, he's like, why is this movie good? Because this kid sucks, and why would I care that he gets what he wants when he's an adult? Dude, he's a child.
He is a child. He very reasonably runs away from, like, something that's, like, terrifying and heartbreaking, you know, and then he has trouble facing it as an adult, and then he does. The do-nothing king. It's almost like the point of the conflict is the point of the movie, but, like...
Yeah.
I don't know. Some people, you know, there's nothing you can do about it. There's nothing you can do about however they are interpreting this media. You just can't... They're at...
You can't save some people.
You can't save some people. It's true. I have seen worse children in my life than Simba. Yeah, that's the thing, is I'm like, he's just kind of like, he's not that bad. Like, he's just a kid, you know? In a way that I'm like, you really get to see, and obviously this is not any points towards that argument, I just mean that, like, you really get to see Lilo being a difficult child, you know? And I'm like... Yeah. And in, like, a very real way, where it's just, like, that's something, like, a kid would do. That's something that I would do as a kid, you know, like, really mad kind of a thing. It's just, like, shit that it's just, like, Simba is who you're gonna have a gripe with? He's just what?
Yeah. Well, and, you know, if you're gonna make a gripe about, like, Lilo's behavior, because she's not, like, a well-behaved child, you're okay, whatever. But also, just talk about, like, missing the forest through the trees, missing the entire point of the movie. Like, it is a movie about a broken family and the broken people who make it up and put
Yep.
it back together.
Yep. Yeah. And, like, despite the difficulties, you know, very much, like, trying their best, even though it's not, like, perfect, but it's kind of all they got.
Mhm.
And it's just like,
It's
wow.
honestly, like, a very, like,
Hi, babe.
I don't want to use this word lightly, but, like, it's a very radical movie for Disney to
No,
make.
it's true. It still remains that way. And there were, like, even just seeing some of the scenes that they cut out that was really just like, you know, commentary on, like, the harmful, like, tourism of Hawaii, essentially,
Yeah.
you know, and just like, damn, that would have been super sick if that got to stay in, but
Mhm.
oh my god, baby cat, hi. He's
Yeah,
rubbing
if only.
everything. He's, like, rubbing my blue screen, and so it's making his screen just fucking move everywhere. Not that people can tell, but, like, he does keep doing it. He's very excited. Hold on. Do you want outside? Oh, outside? The pool? There you go, bud. Anyway, I finished doing all of my KH3 stuff a while ago, and I was like, I'm not gonna start Remind right now. I can save that for later. And we've just been talking for, like, hours while I'm just standing here in Twilight Town, listening to the beautiful, gentle music. And the train
who could have
loudly...
seen this happening?
Yeah, no, of course not. There is a reason it's like, boy, we should just do some kind of podcast.
Podcast.
So, you know, I'm sure soon enough, as soon as you're dying a little less.
Yeah, dude, I feel like I'm finally starting to recover.
Right.
Like, fingers crossed, knock on wood, don't hold me to that, but, like, I feel kind of better.
Yeah, I'm starting to feel, like, better. This is crazy. I mean, I am very, like, I'm over here, you know, and even I could be like, I feel like there's a lot more energy. Like, I'll send you a message and you will reply to me, like, so much faster than before, which is not to say that, like, I'm ever keeping track of that kind of thing. It was just noticeable. That was like, oh, you're up, you're responsive, you know, or you're like immediately like, I'm going on walks and I'm doing things on Pigpen, and I was like, whoa, Danielle's doing stuff.
You can literally see how much I'm doing better or worse by my activity in Pikmin.
Yeah. It was pretty, like, stark. It was very immediately like, oh, okay, Danielle's up and around and walking and doing things. So, like, I don't know, it's been pretty immediate, and that's obviously, you know, knock on wood, like, not to say that, like, wow, everything's fixed now, but it definitely seems good. You know, it definitely seems like nothing but an improvement thus far. You know, gallbladder be damned. Goodbye.
It's been a bit back and forth since surgery, but, like, recovery isn't a straight
That's recovery.
line.
That's,
yeah.
You're literally recovering from surgery, so it's, you know, that's to be kind of expected a little bit. But even so, it's like your lowest lows, I feel like, have not come back in the same way than you know,
I've had
before.
a few days. I've had a few days.
That's fair. That's fair. Because obviously, again, I have a very distanced, like, I don't know. I'm just like, all I can judge is, like, I will talk to you and then it'll be like, oh yeah, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, cool.
Yeah.
Nice. So,
like, my
but again,
scars
you're still
right now
recovering.
My scars right now are so itchy. And so they've been getting all, like, kind of, like, red and inflamed. And I was, like, looking at our, like, aftercare package from the hospital, and it's like, if you get red and inflamed, go to the hospital. And so, like, I was actually just back at the ER, like, a couple of days ago, and they're like, I don't think these are infected, but it's good that you came, because they might be slightly infected. So we're just gonna give you some antibiotics to make sure. And I was like, thank you.
Nip that in the bud, hopefully.
Yeah.
Regardless, whatever is going on.
I'm still itchy, and being itchy sucks. I would rather be in pain
sucks ass.
than be itchy. But
Yeah, because that's like a constant irritation that's like hard to ignore, you know?
Yeah.
And I know that very intimately, just because like, here's your fun Niku lore. I've had this like scalp condition since I was like a kid, where it's just my head's all fucked up. It's just itchy and shitty all the time, and I have to use like a special shampoo basically to make it like not do that. And especially growing up, like I'd be really self-conscious about it because like it was difficult to keep a handle on because it was difficult to do anything with any kind of regularity, just how my situation was growing up, right? So like I would be okay for a bit and then it would just nosedive and I would be like, I'm already self-conscious because I'm like a teenager and you know, I'm already like, I'm wearing kind of ratty clothes and I'm poor and I'm like, just like, ugh, and like my head would be so like furiously itchy, like to the point of bleeding sometimes. It was so bad. And it was like, you know, I'm like flaky all over the place and I can't do anything about it. I couldn't stop it,
dude.
you know? And it's like, I'm sitting in my fucking math class just trying not to scream because my head itches so bad that literally like if I were to scratch it more it would like I would have blood on my hands and I couldn't do anything about it. And so it's like that shit is like agonizing. It hasn't been a problem for a really long time for me and I like kind of figured out what sets it off, how to take care of it, you know, stuff like that. Like it being warm outside and I was like, woohoo, time to go outside, and I sweat at all and then I was like, I'm gonna die, my head is so itchy. I have to go. I have to shower, I've got to do something, and then it fixes it and it's fine. But it's just like, oh my god, it's like so, like there's two things that are like so hard to ignore, and it's like something that itches so bad and you can't make it stop, and pain in your head. Like whether it's tooth pain or like head pain or like behind your eye or something, anything that's up here sucks ass by default, and then anything that's an itch that won't go away also sucks ass super hard. So those two things, I'm like, would rather die. Leave me alone. Don't.
Yeah. Probably the other like worst thing I've had to go through medically was I was a junior in high school and I was in a church youth group thing where we volunteered to go and clear out this lot in the middle of like Pittsburgh. And we were just like weeding and pulling all these stuff out from this lot. And it turns out there was some kind of either like poison ivy or poison oak or something in there. But I was the only one who got it bad.
Oh no.
And this shit was up both of my forearms.
God.
And I had literal boils on my arm that were half an inch tall and like a quarter wide.
Torturous. That's awful. That sucks.
It was horrible. And of course, like, because my skin is basically like all bubbly and full of juice.
Yeah, and just terrible and disgusting, and you're just like,
like, it's so sensitive to either heat or cold, but like you prefer cold.
Right, yeah.
And you can't just like pop them. You have to kind of just like let them resolve. Because if that
shit
like,
hurts.
If those, it hurts, and if they ooze, they can spread.
Yeah, and it just makes it worse. It's so awful.
Right. So I had like a week where like I basically had to like just sit with my forearms kind of like up, and like I couldn't really do much. But Whitney is the best. It was right around my birthday, and Whitney bought me a 3DS because it had just come out.
Okay, right.
And I got Ocarina of Time 3D, and that got me through it.
Damn, really pulling through. Gave you something to take the mind off it all. Okay, hold on. I remember, I think I told this story not that long ago on stream at one point, but I'm telling this to you now. maybe I did before, I don't remember, but it's kind of relevant in that another thing that sucks ass is a UTI. Those are awful. They're awful, and I hate dealing with them, and it's so hard to ignore. And it was my birthday several years ago now at this point, and I had been playing through KH3 Crit for the first time when we found out that, like, you got something out of it, right? It was like, here's crit mode, here's getting the proof of one for Oblivion, and it was like I was kind of playing through and I was just streaming from like the PS4 or whatever, and it was just like, happy birthday to me, sudden UTI out of nowhere for some reason. Like, I don't get these often. I could count the times I've gotten one on like one hand, which is maybe like 3 times in my life, and I just got it for a day on my fucking birthday, and I was playing through Monstropolis, and I just always have this memory like tied to it. Not that I'm like, ugh, and I hate Monstropolis because of that time. It's always floating around that I'm like, I'm playing Monstropolis, I'm dying to the boss, I am dying to the boss, I have to pee so bad, there is nothing in the tank, I am dying to the boss, and I am dying in real life. And I'm just like, like, for a while, because we didn't have any medication for it for a bit too, and like I had to have somebody go get something for just any kind of relief because I was going insane, and I was just like, I need to distract myself. I am playing Kingdom Hearts 3, and I'm like like the whole time, and it was just Monstropolis, and I'll always remember. There's just that linked memory now of UTI and Monstropolis.
So, to segue into another story.
Fun. This is great with an audience, by the way. Everyone, I hope you're enjoying these stories.
Everyone gets to hear our nasty sickness stories.
They get to hear this, and they're like, a UTI? Wow, just like me for real, you know? Like... Anyway.
So you talk about how, like, every time you play through Monstropolis, you think of this.
I remember, yeah.
And I have a similar thing with Okami, because it is the game I play.
Right, when you're feeling
like
bad.
Shit.
Yeah.
And that's because the first time I played Okami, my friend lent it to me and was like, Tennelle, you're gonna love this. And I was like, I don't know.
I don't know. I just don't see how it would appeal to me.
You know, the way teenagers are.
Right, of course.
Like, how dare your friends know you?
Yeah, yeah. I don't know. It's not that easy, you know? And then you're like, oops, they were right.
They can read me like a book.
Yeah.
Oopsie. So anyway, I get sick around the time mono is really going around.
Oh, fun.
I don't know if I have mono. I probably did, but my parents never ever took me to a doctor. So
right.
I was sick, and I was sick bad.
Yeah.
I was sick for like 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And I played Okami.
Yeah.
And I also, during that time period, discovered V8 Fusion.
We have some of that in our fridge right now, except for the flavor we got sucks. And we're like, well... And so Canary keeps drinking it and is like, it's my medicine, and then drinks it and goes, it's, I don't remember. It's kind of a bluey purple one, but it just kind of tastes a little bit like medicine.
Is it like the blueberry pomegranate?
Yeah, I think so, actually. I think that's the one. Yeah.
Okay, so anyway, I had bottles of blueberry pomegranate.
Oh my god! Is it? Well, funny you say that.
And strawberry banana V8 fusions. And I had like an endless supply of this stuff. Like, my mom was just buying me V8 fusion to get me through the day.
Yeah, yeah.
And so every single time I play Okami, I'm like, this tastes like V8 fusion.
Yeah. It's just the association.
Yeah, and if I drink V8 fusion, I'm like, tastes like Okami.
Yeah, it's always just in the, like, you're seeing it, you know, and then you're like, I'm drinking Okami, and then you're playing Okami, and you're like, I'm playing V8 fusion. Like, it's just, they're like interlinked, and it will never go away.
They are 2 links in a chain.
Yeah, yep. Of that chain of memories.
Yes.
You get V8 in Okami, and I get UTI in Monstropolis, so...
Yeah.
You know.
So, if I'm sick, I'm just like, it's V8 time,
Yeah.
and it's Okami time.
Just to make it through. Did you have any while you were playing Okami?
I absolutely did.
Yeah, well, it's funny, like, I actually...
was sitting there and I was like, hey, Whitney, I need some V8. Whitney's like,
V8.
because you're playing Okami? And I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, I need it. See, I love V8, but I just love regular, good old tomato-ass V8. Like, I just drink it for fun. I love V8 juice. And I have the fruit stuff, and I'm like, it's fine, but I want V8. And so I, always have a little supply of, we used to get, the big pallets at, Costco, where it was, a whole-ass can, but I kind of like having, the portion of, the small cans. I love those tiny cans. It's, the best little, it's just a little soda for me. All done. Not too much, but not too little, but, I fucking love V8, dude. I just love V8. I drink the V8. I eat the cottage cheese. I love Raisin Bran. Old people food. Old people food. I love old people food.
I had a bowl of oatmeal last night, so...
Oatmeal is not old people food, though. I mean, old people probably still eat it, but, oatmeal, is good and rules. And people eat oatmeal. The old people are right. See, I also love prunes. It goes pretty deep. But the thing is, I was, raised by my grandma, so, we just had this shit around all the time, and I was like, yummy, V8.
Yay, prunes.
Woohoo, Raisin Bran.
I mean, the thing that's lately been getting all of us in this house through the day is that we have these little, applesauce squeeze packets.
Oh, yeah.
So
little
it's not
snack
even
packs
like
that
applesauce.
Are...
Yeah, it's not even applesauce you have to scoop out. It's just a little
just fucking a little
applesauce.
sucker, dude. You just we have some of those in the fridge right now, but they're not applesauce. They're some other I think aloe chunky something or else. We got it at it's called the Asian Family Market that we go to quite a bit, and they just had some interesting flavors, and I don't remember. I think one of them is grape, but grape that isn't American grape is good grape. I'm always down for. I love grapes. I hate American flavored, American grape flavored things. They're different and it's bad. I don't like it.
Grape.
I love grape, but I just don't like American grape. It's really specific because it's too strongly I taste it and I'm like, this is medicine.
I love that shit.
I hate that shit. You can have all of it I don't want it. I don't want it.
Cool.
I can't fucking have it. Cherry is one of my favorite flavors of things general. And if you're not careful, it gets a little too syrupy, and then I'm like, this is medicine.
Yeah, I can get medicine-y.
Yeah, and so, that one can sometimes push it a little bit, but, grape stuff, that one I can't do. I don't know what it is. I'm just no, that's one of the few, and I'm not picky. I've never really been a picky person, but that's one of the things, that's one of my nopes. I just can't have that American grape flavor. But anything else grape flavor, I fucking love it, because I love grapes. I love grape juice, though. That's different. But, it's grapes are good. I love food. Yummy! I get the cherry medicine thing, but it's specific medicine.
Great.
I remember tasting really nice as a child. Good for you. I'm glad you could have a positive cherry medicine experience.
Yeah, see, that's the thing, is the cherry medicine and grape medicines, I'm like, cool, grape.
Right. The grape, that's okay.
That's great. I can have the medicine, and I can eat the candy, and it is fantastic.
It's great for me. How grape for you.
How grape.
Yeah. Those those green Korean grapes are out of this world good. Oh, yeah. I know what you mean. I also love a musket grape. Those are good. Those are fucking good ass grapes. I don't remember. I wasn't going anywhere with that. I just like grapes. They're good. One of my favorite snacks growing up as a kid was we just happened to have them at the same time, and I can't even say that there's a particular cohesion other than maybe the acidity of it kind of cut through the sugar of the other. But I really loved having specifically chocolate covered raisins with this Welch's grape juice that like, and I would just eat them together like so, I would just go crazy. Like I was like, oh, and then I would take a big old swig of grape juice and it was like the best shit I ever had. And then they were like, oh, you really like the grape juice?
I'm gonna be a Sora on this one and give you my grapes. Or give you my
raisins. I'll take them.
Yeah.
I love raisins. I like dried, but I just like dried fruit in general. Like I'm just not really that picky, except for dried apricots are kind of hit or miss. Not that I eat them and I go yucky. I'm just like, it's just kind of dry and I get kind of bored
like,
of it. But yeah, basically I'm like, but like I like apricots a lot. But otherwise I'm just like, dried fruit, yum yum yum, and then I eat it all. Do I want to play FF7? I could do that. I think I've been streaming for 7.5 hours. I think that's okay to stop. Also, I gotta piss like a racehorse, but I keep talking about food, and it's so easy to just keep going.
I was gonna say something else.
Right.
About something we were talking about.
Okay. Alright.
Must not have been that important.
Must not, I guess, you know? It's... Because that's how it works. If it's important, you always remember. If
you
it's
always
important,
remember it.
Obviously. Yeah. Chain of memories. That's how it works. Okay, seeing as it's just about, like, 12 o'clock, at least for me. For you, it's a little later, but,
yeah.
I guess I'll stop, because I need to eat a snack, and then I'll probably try to continue.
Sitting at my computer for the day.
Probably,
too.
yeah. Yeah, you know, as much as it's so easy for us to keep talking and talking, you probably shouldn't.
Yeah.
So you're recovering and you know, I had a pee. So like obviously, equally we should be leaving the computer right now.
It's a sign.
Yeah. Yep. I don't need another UTI in Monstropolis, so at least next time I stream, which will be Thursday. I don't think anything should get in the way of that. I will start Remind.
Cool.
So that'll be fun, I guess. If you want to come watch, or you could be commentary with me again if you want to. I just enjoy your company, so I'm not I'm not against it. You know what I mean? But otherwise, that is the plan, since I've pretty much cleanly, more or less taken care of everything I wanted to do in KH3. So now we can just kind of move on to the other stuff. So that'll be fun. Yeah.
That is exciting. I will see what my health is like.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's still good.
Yeah, hopefully. Here's hoping, just in general, that it's still good. So.
Yeah.
But, okay. Well, I will talk to you later, and I will talk to the rest of y'all watching me also later. Probably similarly at the same-ish time, even. Who knows? Okay. So I'll stop this here, and then we can get off the call, and then I think that'll be good. Okay? Yeah. All right. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out. It was fun. I still gotta upload my other one. Oops. I forgot. I have another thing waiting to go up on YouTube that I forgot about. Whatever. Bye, everybody. I'll see you later. Bye-bye. Bye. Bye.